Well, yeah, I started to say was at the CI invite when they actually broke the record in buckets, or they thought they did. They had a little equipment issue. But talking to Jay, their dumper, and him saying they have a lot of respect for the Hempstead Fire Department, and I think it's mutual. It goes both ways. And they said, hey, we're running next week. Some teams choose not to run the week before the state, whether it's keeping their athletes healthier, keeping their equipment fresher. There's a different way of looking at things.
Yeah, so much not in Nassau County because it's a point drill.
The three-man ladder contest. State record is 6 seconds flat, held by West Sayville. First team to the line. Number 1, the Highlanders from Roslyn.
You know, as a Nassau County point drill, you know, it's not really so much of an option for the teams here in Nassau County. But yes, Suffolk County, you're right, and you don't see too many Suffolk County teams. I see Central Islip, East Farmingdale, and Islip is running 3-man as Josh is going to be taking his spot on the third line today.
So that's a storyline in itself. But again, you know, CI not having to be here. They've been the dominant team this year, as any of our fans know that have been listening all year. They are, what, 2-time reigning state champions? So this, I don't know. Let's see what happens. I mean, hopefully their day goes well and everything is okay for next week.
My point of bringing that up, and we won't finish it before Roslyn gets this tournament started, is you figure West Hempstead also is going to be in the mix, and I'll finish my thought after Roslyn. Here goes the Roslyn Highlanders. If you're at home and you're watching, I'm sure you could see it. There's a start. First man having a little difficulty on the ladder, making his way to the top. He's fallen through. Second man's beating him up there, and this is not going to be what Roslyn wanted to start out this drill.
A little bit of nerves there for the first man.
Wait till next week, my friend. First man in 3-man for the first team. Talk about nerves. That's a nervous spot.
Time for the Highlanders, 11.41, 11:41.
Have you been there, Paul? Have you
Yeah,
done
that?
yeah.
The Tomcats from
I got to the
Baldwin.
top, but I was awfully jittery. At any drill.
Next to the line, number
First
5,
man
the
stakes.
Turtles from Westbury.
I don't know. I kind of that's pretty much where I always ran when I did climb. And
Me and you both.
You just got up enough speed that you almost didn't have to slow down. Like you just got going, and hopefully you make your mount clean.
Lenny, why did they put us at first man all the time? I've never understood that.
Well, that's another
It's really
conversation.
just not fair. They're off. Looked like the first man might have broke the light. He's on. He's up. Third man's now on. Up to the top.
Third man on at 460. So
Clean, but I don't know if it's going to be in the money.
Baldwin's on the scorecard, but it doesn't look like
Time for the Turtles, 7.
they ran 3-man.
46, 7:46.
You are correct. I don't know if they've run ladders all year. So anyway, so we got West
Next
Hempstead.
to
We
line
have
number 6,
Central
the
Islip
Hobos
coming to the
from
line right
Central
now.
Islip.
But I think those next 3 spots, there's a large group of teams that can get themselves down the track 1 week before the state tournament and be a little excited going in.
well, you're talking, I'm sure, Port Washington. You're talking Hicksville. You're talking North Belmore. There's
New Hyde
a
Park,
bunch of teams out there. New
Westbury,
Hyde Park. Yep.
Merrick.
Yeah.
All right, Hobos. Nice start. First man, second man, third man. It's a smooth run. Man, that's a nice shot right there. Everybody with equal room to get up that ladder for the Hobos.
Third man in at 413. And I'll tell you, that team right there, they got some pretty sneakers.
6.23. 6:23.
6:23.
So CI flexing their muscles
Next to the
early
line,
here,
number
Paul.
7,
We've heard that
the
number before for them
Buckeyes
this
from
year.
Merrick.
This year they ran that number?
I believe so.
6:24 was
Ooh.
the time of the year. So we have a new time of the year. The Merrick Buckeyes come into the line here. So that's the fastest time of the year, Len, going into the state tournament 1 week away.
You know, we get to see the Merrick Buckeyes take the line, and Paul, we've been watching this third man here for Merrick. This guy can climb.
Yeah, they got to get out of his
He's
way.
quick.
Yeah, he's the first one to leave. Looks like he broke the light, so that's a good start. First man's on, second man's on. Third man right next to him. Good finish, but you know what I noticed that round, Len? He's got to learn to mount the ladder better. There was something
431.
going on right
Looked
there.
like he
For the
backed off a
Buckeyes,
little bit.
7.01. 7:01.
With the way he climbs and those 2 guys out of his way, there's no reason that shouldn't be a 6. He had a little hop there at the end.
But he did catch a second guy. I mean, the
He
second
did.
guy didn't touch the top rung much before he did.
But there's definitely room to work out that shot.
A little bit of tweaking.
Call plays frogs. Chappie giving a real smooth clock set,
A
huh?
lot of verbiage in that call off.
This is a smooth clock. Oh, just at the top, the middle man. He's stumbled now twice.
431 when he hit the bottom rung.
Time for the Frogs, 9.75. 9.75. Next to the line, number 9, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
Paul, looking at the scorecard, it looks like the heavy hitters, so to speak, are a little split up. You got CI running third, and then other teams who have contention are down near the end.
Yeah, it's not like last week we had that little murderous row going, you know. All over the scorecard today is the East Farmingdale Hares. I don't know how much they've been out this year, but
Definitely
trying to put it together. It looks like they have young kids on the line. What are you looking at right here?
Yeah, and
Staggered, though.
Staggered
Kinda
on
weird,
their
right?
start. They're left to right, really.
Third man with long legs, now making his way in.
Third man jumped early.
Man, they have stuff to work with right there.
And we said, staggered on the stop pole on the start. I think what we were saying was, if a guy was climbing left, he was lined up left.
10.03. 10.03.
If the guy was climbing right, he was way right. Usually you see them kind of in line.
Number 10, the Rinky-Dink.
East Farmingdale, the third guy from East Farmingdale, ladder climber body, long legs, and good strides, and real good ability climbing.
Missed him to the bottom, but again, I think you want to line up straight
Yeah.
and get the shortest route to the ladder, and then when you mount, either mount on the left or the right, whatever side you need to climb.
Here's one of those teams we were talking about trying to get themselves down the track today, the North Belmore Rinky-Dinks.
Artie White third, running third man.
Good start. I mean, actually jumped a little bit too much. The second man got out last. I think that was more the problem.
Yeah,
than
the
third man start.
Second man was really slow getting off.
Now they finished. Second man stumbled. If you're not seeing this at home on the camera, by the time the second man left, I would say the third man halfway to him.
8.50. Next to the line, number 11, the Wolves from Islip.
All right, the Islip Wolves coming out for one race today. Now, they're trying to get back on track. Josh was out last week. Billy Moon was climbing. He had the broken hand.
Got the hand injury. He's wearing a brace of some sort, so this will be interesting.
Yeah.
And they're staggered on their lineup.
If they can get a good shot right here, that's going to be real helpful to them going forward.
Confidence booster.
Good start right there.
Josh charging hard.
Yeah, he is. Nice recovery. Had a nice run going.
399. So Josh is not holding back. I'm sure we're going to see him next week, Paul.
They might see a
For
motor.
the Wolves, 6.92.
Now let me if you're seeing this at home or you're in the park, you saw that. A 692.
The Roadrunners from Port Washington.
And the middleman slipped pretty handily. But
Yeah.
they made a nice recovery. But how many times do you see an actual slip on the ladder and still get a 6 out of the run?
And a 6. Very important. You're right.
That's second place right now.
And Josh had to wait, obviously, at the top for him, but
Josh caught him on the ground a little bit as well.
Did you get Josh's in, Lenny?
399.
99.
Nice.
All right, Port Washington Roadrunners, another team in the mix being mentioned for coming down the track today. Kyle Lewis back in his familiar spot, running third there.
I expect a big day from the Roadrunners today.
Clean start. Actually, Kyle might not have been the first one out. Stumble at the top. It's going to affect them. I mean, it's not going to hammer them, but it's going to affect their overall time.
Kyle got in at
For the Roadrunners,
425.
7.27. 7.27.
727.
Another racer with some good fashion sense. Good-looking shoes.
Next to line number 15, the Rebels from Levittown.
All right, with Levittown coming to the line, probably about 6 teams left on the scorecard here. We have a 623 from Central Islip. The 692 from Islip is holding second. The 701 from Merrick is third. Port Washington 727 is fourth. And the 746 from Westbury currently in the lucky dog position. Levittown Rebels.
You talk about tweaking. I've seen something simple as changing a climber's takeoff foot.
Oh, yeah.
And that nobody ever noticed. Nobody on the team. That's just the way he did it. And then somebody goes, "You're taking off on the wrong foot."
Something we always look at.
Yeah. And that brings teams' times down.
Oh, third man went right through, Len?
Yeah, he went right through. The first man probably broke the light, so I don't know
Thigh deep.
if it was going to be competitive, but that third man really taking a beating right there. That's painful.
It was thigh deep. Lower
For the
thigh.
Rebels, 14.51. 14.50.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yep. Well, no, he wasn't that deep. It was thigh deep.
Second man, Matt Peck, was blocking the view of the officials there.
Got a little warning there, didn't he?
He got grabbed by the back of his shirt by the official and said, "Hey, buddy, we can't see the top rung there." Good job, Matt. Maybe it's something you'll learn and change in the future, buddy. It's usually the first man get up and get out of the way, but the second man's got to get out of the way too there.
Not many times the officials will actually have the opportunity through time to walk over to one of the guys and tell them to get out of the way before the third guy gets there. New Hyde Park Termites, another team.
40 scales on the line.
Nice start. It's a nice, clean shot. That's going to be your second place shot right there. Give us some numbers, Lenny.
Frankie got on 444, but he made a nice run out of it. They're in the mid-sixes.
Time for the Termites, 6.73, 673.
That's your second place shot.
That third man came
from West Hempstead,
bolting up from his set foot to grab that top rung.
Last night at the Old Fashioned, we'll talk more about it in a little bit, Miller Place running a 678 to win the three-man ladder competition.
Miller Place, I mean, what a night they had. Oh, my gosh.
It was
points, and more points for the extinguishers.
All-timer. When you think about it. I mean, I don't know the times to compare them to other classic old-fashioned numbers, but the fact that you score that many points says something.
Dominated the evening.
5 first places, 2 second places, and 1... What does 2 points get you? What place is that?
That's fourth, by the way.
And 1 fourth.
Hobo-ish. Here comes West Hempstead. Nice clean shot. I think that's going to be your second place number.
Third man on at 411. I got 625. I might have been a little.
I don't know if it's going to be the 23.
Time for the Westerners, 6.57.
I missed it.
657.
657. Solid shot for the Westerners.
Line, number 19, the Woodlanders from Rockville
Paul,
Center.
you're talking about Miller Place last night and hobo-ish. Not very often in life you want to be compared to a hobo, but in the racing world, that's not such a bad thing.
It's an unbelievable
Speaking
thing
of
these days.
which, Hobo Nation is out in force today in the stands.
Let's just mention the Rockville Center Woodlanders last night. They come in second place walking in off the street. Classic old-fashioned organization. Many, many victories under their belt. But, boy, nice job by the Woodlanders. And here they come. They're looking to jump. Oh, third man now. He slips
He was
again.
attacking it, Paul. 423 in. He was going strong.
Had it going well. I'd say about halfway up the ladder, they were in the money.
Time for the Woodlanders, 9.87, 9.87.
So Rockville Center just won with, they scored 16 and a half last night.
The Hicks from Hicksville.
Take second place in the drill, and I don't know how much they practice those races. I mean, it's almost ingrained in their DNA when you're Rockville Center, right? The history they've had in the old-fashioned circuit. But congrats to them. They were hanging in there for a while in the beginning. All right, Hicksville Hicks. Oh, first man, I think broke the light. He's up. Second, third. Might struggle for a point here. I'll give you top 5 in a second.
You know, Paul, you mentioned first man might have broke the light.
Time for the Hicks, 7.22, 7.22.
With some teams, that's by design.
Next to the line, number 21, our host for today's drill.
That is
the
an
Yellow
incorrect
Hornets
design.
from Hempstead.
There is a design fault in that.
If your first man is not a strong climber and he can't get out of the way, I mean, you're not going to get the best time that way, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it's by design. However, if you let me finish my thought, that climber was good enough that he did not have to do that. He was up and out of the way easily. So,
if that's the way your philosophy goes, you're starting off on the wrong foot. Here come the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. Check this third man. He's going. That's a nice run by the Yellow Hornets.
Third man in at 408. I thought he had a little glitch in the middle.
With ease, a 408. Uh-oh. I think no time. It's going to be a no time.
It'll be a no time for the Yellow Hornets.
Shame for the Hornets.
The first climber did not touch the top rung. Rule 13-01.
You know, when you get a new group of guys like that, sometimes, it's not fully explained or you don't really know where your hands are. I think he came up and touched the rail.
I missed it.
He got off on the rail, and that's how he pushed himself to the side.
Next to the line, number 22, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
The crack team of officials up here, they know what they're looking at, and there's no argument from any of them.
That was a number that would have been in the top 5.
Our last team on the line, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen.
They're shooting for a low 7. I think 7:01. They'd have to get the 6s. Just about. Here they come. First man on. Second, third. Second man now slips about a second step up the ladder.
Yeah, third man in at 463, but they're just walking up the ladder at this point. hoping for the digital malfunction.
Time for the Minutemen. 1-3.02. 13-02.
I will wait for the official results. But CI is going to win that contest with the best time of the year in the three-man ladder competition thus far, heading into our state drill 1 week away.
So they continue, as I said earlier, to flex their muscles, show their strength, and
well, you know,
CI's here to be serious.
Last year, CI scores 31.5 in that state drill? 31. It's on every shirt they own. 31.
Well, Darrell's the biggest fan.
So it's just 31, and you know that set the all-time high for points in a state record in a state drill.
State drill, yeah.
Until last night, Miller Place scores 35 points in a state drill.
Dan, were you here for the drill?
I was not. I watched it on the video on the internet.
Yep.
Now,
move the equipment.
Here
Stand
come the
by
results.
for the results.
So they win with what, 2 or
three-man
3
line.
contests to go? Pretty handily, right?
Yeah.
And they scored every contest, you said?
Yes.
I mean, that's impressive. I don't care on what level you race at, right, Lenny?
You go 8 for 8 running your run, and again, they weren't getting 4ths and 5ths. They
And
got
then,
a lot of firsts in there.
As Dan said, you got 5 firsts, 2
Second place.
seconds, and 1 fourth place. So 35 points. Now, I know this is not on the minds of the CI hobos, but if they have a phenomenal day, which they were on their way to last week, I bet you it pops into their mind. No?
I'm thinking they're more concerned with the overall victory in the drill. They don't.
I'm
They
saying-
don't care if they score 20 or 30 or 40.
Dude,
they want to win the drill.
They can
and,
score 12
and get to paint
and
their
win.
truck again.
Right. But I'm saying if they're remember they were out so far last week. If they're that far out in front, it's got to start entering
Oh,
their
it's
mind.
got to creep in your head.
Yeah.
It's got to.
All right, we're going to do a commercial here before B-Ladder. Stick with us. We'll be back.
Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook or call 516-354-7797.
Results for three-man ladder.
With over
First
25
place,
years of
5
service in the
points.
fire industry,
Central
High-Tech Fire and
Islip.
Safety continues to be a proud
Second
sponsor
place,
of
4
New York State
points.
Drill Teams.
West
High-Tech has been
Hempstead.
honored to serve as master distributor
Third
for Morning
place,
Pride
3
products,
points.
including
New
state-of-the-art
Hyde Park.
bunker gear, USAR gear,
Fourth
EMS
place,
gear,
2
helmets,
points.
gloves, hoods,
Islip.
and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High-Tech
fifth
also
place,
provides
1
quality
point,
products, including
Merrick.
ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Coastal Fire System is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Coastal is your one-stop shop for all your SCBA and fire equipment needs. Scott air packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-Ex boots, ProTech and Dragon fire gloves. For more information, check them out at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Whether you've been a FASNY Credit Union member for years, just become a member, or yet to take advantage of our member-friendly products and services, we have the tools you, your family, and your fire department need for financial success. From low-rate auto loans and free checking to shared branching and mobile banking, when it comes to your finances, we are fully involved. To learn more about our products and services, visit us at www.fasnycu.com. Attention fire chiefs and commissioners, you already know New York State has mandated that your department supply your members with bailout rope systems. Coastal Fire System is also the exclusive bailout system distributor for New York State drill teams. The friends at Coastal are equipment dealers for Petzl, Scott, CMC, Colorado Systems, and can walk you through the state requirements to ensure the safety of your members. Your bailout system process starts and finishes with the folks at Coastal, a family-owned and operated business. Check them out online at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. The Titan Group is back supporting drill team racing and taking their game to the next level. With 20 years experience in the apparel industry and the addition of an in-house design team, we will find exactly what you're looking for. This year, join Team Titan and let us handle all your apparel and equipment needs and be part of all of Team Titan's promotions. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. Owned and operated by members of the drill team community, we know what it takes to run your team. Let us handle everything from jerseys to helmets and tape to trophies. We are a one-stop shop for all your drill team needs. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on. The Titan Group. Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And unlike smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent and at a fraction of the cost. Don't settle for less than the best. Check out the online video demonstration today at www.streetwisecadlink.com. Streetwise CADlink, the mobile response software that just works. How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill teams and offers the full line of Scott, ISG, and FLIR cameras. Coastal is a one-stop shop for the best brands, so start the upgrade process with the longest-running sponsor of New York State drill teams. Camera servicing also available. Check out Coastal Fire System on Facebook or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the 2015 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom radio solutions, licensing assistance, and top-notch service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighters volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information.
All right, we're back here at Hempstead, everybody. Getting ready for B ladder. The Roslyn Highlanders will be taking their place on the line. You're just joining us. Beautiful day. Tell me those clouds aren't wispy now, Lenny.
Okay.
That's wisp.
Okay, the next contest to be run will be the B ladder contest. The state record is 4.82 seconds. It's held by West Sayville. First team on the line. Number 1, the Highlanders from Roslyn.
Who holds that record? Wisp Sayville?
Yeah, Wisp Sayville. I'll tell you, that record's set in 98.
Wow. And
it is 1998. What is that, 17 years later? 17 years later, that same guy has the best run of the year at a 5 flat.
Right. Mike don't like to hear it, and he'll shy away. But you're talking about the Michael Jordan of our era.
That same guy on the back of the truck this week, little B&C ladder again, getting ready for the big show.
Who was the gentleman who filled in for him?
Billy Holder, ex-climber of the Kopek Yellowbirds.
That's right.
Heck of a job doing so. I mean,
Alright,
they
so
didn't lose much there.
Last week, CI wins this contest with a 5:23. Actually, it was a pretty decent B ladder contest last week. 5:23, West Hempstead 5:31. Those two teams are here today, but here come the Roslyn Highlanders. Roslin's in the break. Whoa, that was a hot drop. He let him off. They handled it straight ladder. I don't think he ever got to the hard break there.
I don't think the truck ever got going. 316. You said it was hot. That's 316.
6.47, 6:47.
I don't think the truck ever hooked up really, and it was a little deep. I'll give you that. But
they had some issues with that truck last week, and obviously they still do.
Next to the line, number 5, the Turtles from Westbury.
But I think they tried to make it up with lack of brake.
It was a good climb by Greg Brown there.
Under the circumstances, it really was. They were all together, even though they got off moving. They stayed. They actually followed that truck as it left. They never got that transfer of weight. All right, Westbury Turtles make their way to the line. Front hood adorned with the American flag. Roslyn, an American flag attached to the top of that truck, right? Blowing in the wind as they come through the opening of the arch here at Hempstead. If you're at home watching this on the video, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
And it's one of the trucks that don't sound like any others. It's got a real sound of its own.
if you're listening at home, clue into what Dan's saying. You hear the Westbury Turtles B ladder.
They fouled that truck. Oh man, that ladder hit that arch hard. It actually threw the climber off, and he face planted the right rail. Tough
Time
hit.
for the Turtles, 7.42, 7:42.
Yeah, there's a little blemish on that ladder after that one,
The
Paul.
Hobos from Central Iceland.
286 in the ground, but yeah, just slammed really hard into the arch.
And it was one of those situations where it looks like the guys were stuck in the back of that truck, and when the truck took off, they went with it, and that can increase your speed as it did right there.
I'd take that number in B-hose.
Yeah. All right, Central Islip Hobos, we had mentioned earlier, last week's winner. 523 coming off the heaviest shot and three-man ladder of the year.
Dan, you working on your comedy? I mean, you coming up with some zingers today. Dan Laverty joining us today. Helped us out over the years with the media, whether it was sideline reporting or play-by-play or working a scoreboard or working cameras, right, Paul? This guy's multi-talented.
Yeah. Hobos. That's how you stick it in the ground. Jay Newhoff make his way top. That's a nice run. That is a nice run. That's how you stick a ladder in the ground. They were ready to go, anticipating getting off that truck.
For the Hobos, 5.18. 5:18.
5:18, heavy number heading into the
Next
state.
to line number 7, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
So Paul,
tell everybody.
Paul, I just showed you my numbers. I was right on overall, so that tells me I was probably pretty close on the dig time. Only 290 in the ground. That means he climbed that ladder in 2.28 seconds.
He did, though.
A 25-foot ladder, folks.
He did
2.28 seconds.
Well, he's taller than the normal human being.
True that.
So, and he's got long arms, but still, he was motivating. But if you watch all four of those guys right there, they were completely insane.
Yep.
I'm going to say 5 guys because Danny Jackson left them perfect. Merrick Buckeyes. They stick it nice. Oh, ladder went a little bit left.
Almost touching the safety pole over there, Paul. I'm not sure. 303 in the ground for the Merrick Buckeyes.
Time for the Buckeyes, 7.10, 7:10. Next up, number 8, the Frogs from Call Place.
Lenny, I don't know if you noticed it. It looked like that truck was spinning. I mean, it took a long time to get here.
Didn't quite notice it, but
when they got off, they went to the ground real good, but the ladder came out and it faded left. Threw the climber off. Call Place Frogs.
Little Jimi Hendrix playing.
So again, folks, if you're just joining us, we're at the Hempstead Invite. We're into B ladder right now. Stands on the south side, filling up like we'd like to see. Come on out, enjoy a great day of racing here at the Weir Street Racing Facility.
Plenty of room in the stands. Beautiful day out here.
Frogs look like they're a little off center on their lineup here, Paul.
You're right. Stick it, climbing. Mike, nice job getting to the top. That ladder was a straight ladder, little crooked, but he does a nice job fighting through it.
6.11, 6:11.
309 in the ground for the Frogs. Mike was hoping for a 5 there, I think. Paul.
I'll tell you what.
The Hares.
I think if Bilal Powell was climbing there, maybe they would have been in the 5s. But
He's inside the 3-man ladder line probably by 2 feet at least. If they bring that dig out the way he just climbed right there, he had a nice climb.
yeah, that was smooth.
He was yelling something at you there, Lenny. What was he
I
saying
thought he
to
said
you?
something about a 5. I think he was hoping for a 5 there.
It was going so well halfway up, I didn't think it was him.
I made made a joke. Some of us go to some jet games together, and Mike's a big Bilal Powell fan, so
He's got to make the team.
give him a shout out.
These Farmingdale Hares take their spot. Staring at a 518 of the Central Islip Hobos.
That's an intimidating number.
Stare at that all day.
Yeah,
and that would be 99.9% of us would stare at that all day
I don't
and never attain.
You may want to look past that. Run your run.
All right, they put it over, right over the safety line. He's on.
Like a lot of brake, Paul.
Yeah, they were really conscious of braking hard and no momentum.
About 3 feet over the yellow
Time for the
safety
Hares,
line.
7.26, 7:26.
339 in the ground, even though they were only a few feet over the yellow
Next
safety
up,
line.
Number 10, the Rinky-Dinks from North Belmore.
So I think they got into the break maybe just a little bit early and stayed in it a little bit too long. But they will come back to fight another fight.
North Belmore comes to the line looking at that same 518. Second place, 611 by those Carl Place Frogs and Roslyn. 647 is currently third. So
It's early in B ladder, but it's wide open, Paul.
I think that's something the Rinky Dinks can definitely accomplish with them. They're a 5, right?
A high 5 team, yeah. 5'7", 5'8", their wheelhouse.
There you go.
Dan, you probably see more of Nassau County than Paul and I do. It seems like a team that's coming back again. I see them go a little bit of a roller coaster, up, down, up, down. I think they're back on the upswing.
It's going to take a few years for them to get together. You know, they've known each other and grown up together, a lot of these guys.
Man, he was way out when he broke it. It's a nice job climbing. Excellent job. He knew he was going to take a pounding. It was an air show. He actually got the top rung just as it hit the arch.
Line for the Rinky-Dinks, 5.69, 5.69.
292 in the ground. Pretty run to watch. I talk about it every year, every tournament. You're probably sick of me saying it, but wow, what a view we have.
Next to the
of
line, number 14. The Roadrunners from Port
What
Washington.
a view of a climber just pushing and working hard and determination on his face. And he took a pretty good hit there.
He took a hell of a hit. And 569, there's so much they can do with that run and turn that into a 5-3. He broke out far. They lunged to get in the pit. They're just over the safety line. You bring that in a little bit and carry that momentum a little better to the arch, that number's going to come down significantly from 569.
You know, our officials here at the top of the arch, they get to see the faces on these climbers as well. And it's a real show up here, isn't it, guys? Big eyes. But, again, our officials are used to it, and we're starting to get used to it now.
You
but,
saw the determination on his face when he was climbing, and he knew about halfway up this was not going to feel well.
That's why I love the sport. He knew what was going to happen, but he fought through it, and he took the beating,
Nice
and he got the
shot.
time for it.
Nice shot by the Rinky-Dinks. Second place with the Port Washington Roadrunners about to come down the track. In the break. Oh, there's speed there. He sticks it. RJ's making his way to the top. Nice job fighting through. There was some speed getting off the back of that truck, but they stuck it.
272 in the ground. Port Washington's going to be in the
Time
mix.
for the Roadrunners, 5.60.
560. Nice job by Port Washington. I'm telling you what, you got to give kudos to the driver there and the diggers, well, all 4 guys on the back. They decided, you know what, we're going to stick this hard. If we stick it, we know
Next
RJ
to
can
the
get
line,
up
number
there.
17, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
You know, Paul, I watched some old video, whether it was you or me or all these other racers, we all make a different expression on our face. The climber looked like he was holding his breath.
Holding his breath.
He's got
cheeks
his cheeks
puffed
are
out.
blown out. Yeah, he looked like Dizzy Gillespie or something
There
playing
was
the
some
trumpet.
pictures of me running La Hose like that sometimes.
Me too. Face blown up. I don't know if you're just holding everything in. You're just
Ask him
tense.
what he was doing, and he says, I didn't know
I
I
don't
did
know.
that. I didn't know.
I made that face.
The best is when you see like a Hydra man with his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Well,
Going for
that's
the
Paul. You're
stick
talking
with
about
his
Paul
eyes
now, right?
closed. Well, his feet are up. With
I
Paulie, his feet would have
swore
been.
I jumped off the back of the truck with my right foot until they proved to me on video and pictures that I got my left foot off first. Never knew.
Didn't want to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
New
get
Hyde
off.
Park. They stick a nice ladder straight. Frankie making his way to the top, and he's there.
281 in the ground.
Gonna
They're
be
going to
around
be
Port Washington.
in that same vicinity.
Time for the Termites. 5.58.
5:58. Just nipping the Port Washington Roadrunners for second place.
I think Frankie, the recipient
Next to the line, number
of
18, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
New Hyde Park's experience and his own experience earning those buttons. I'm not quite sure I had it there, but hey.
I will say this.
You get that over the years, and he's earned it.
Their ladder was not dug as quick, but it did go up straighter, and Frankie's a little taller. You put Frankie and RJ next to each other, there's a considerable difference, and the
Sure.
end of that race was only a 200ths difference. So,
Yeah,
you
we're
know, have
splitting
them
hairs.
stick their arms out and see if it's 200ths faster to jump when your arms are that long. I bet you it is.
Levittown did not run B ladder for those keeping score at home. Anybody know why they're not running B ladder? Let us know.
West Hempstead makes their spot to the line right here, and they're the second place team, 5:31 last week. So let's see if they can stay with the 5:18 of the CI Hobos today. Track clear for the Westerners.
On their home track, so to speak.
Oh, it is their home track, I think. Right?
So to speak, I said.
Man, they stuck it. Holy Craig, nice job fighting through. That ladder hit, he fought through it. That truck was sliding through, and they stuck it in the ground.
275 in the ground for the Westerners. They get off
Time
hot.
for the Westerners. 5.16.
Whoa!
5:16.
The Westerners get off moving, and
Next to the line, number 19, the Woodlanders from Rockville Center.
I said 275, and they got off hot. They did get off moving. They were a little bit deep. And then I think back, here we are in Hempstead, New York. I think back to the days of the Flukes. And the way the Flukes used to get off the truck.
2.5.
And B-Hose and B-Lad, 2.5, 2.4, maybe
2.6.
better. Just crazy speeds they would get off.
But if you watch that
was
truck,
with speed.
I thought that truck slid through, but they were anticipating when he was leaving. They were going in the direction of the asphalt. And if you watch that run, even compared to New Hyde Park and Port Washington, it's stuck in the ground together. That was a straight ladder going up. So Craig, even though it went up hard and it did bang a little bit,
They handle it.
Craig had a straight ladder to climb, and he fought through that bang
They
without a
handle it.
hesitation.
And you guys both noted this is their home track, so they probably knew it might slide a little
I
bit.
don't care what track you're on. A 5:16 when you just beat the Hobos 5:18, going into the state tournament, Sugar Plum Fairies, my friend.
Lenny, you're talking about
What
the
the
Flukes.
heck are you
Talking
talking
Hey,
about
they
the
got-
Flukes digging
They
hot.
got high hopes after that run. That's going to pump you up.
We had a digger whose shoulder would pop out of their socket. Rockville Center getting a little
Rockville Center.
swirly.
Yeah, nice job handling it, those guys, and he makes it to the top. Explain that one, Len.
297 in the ground. I thought the truck got a little squirrely, which you don't usually
Time
see
for
with
the
a V truck.
Woodlanders, 6.09. 6.09.
But they handled it, and again, we're talking about the Flukes a little bit, and Dan wants to add a story right here.
Number
But
20,
No,
the
you said
Hicks
that they dug
from
so hot.
Hicksville.
That one of our diggers, their shoulder, their arm would pop out of the socket. And then he'd walk back to camp, and somebody'd pop it back in for him. Get ready for sea ladder.
I don't know that I've ever seen. I guess Patchogue back in the day used to get off pretty hot too, but those Flukes,
Everybody going off hot back there. I can vouch
Flukes
for that.
unbelievable. And as I said, referring to the Flukes, obviously Rockville Center with the Flukes old B truck, and there's always a bunch of
Nickname Big Snot.
old fish here, old Flukes that like to see that truck on the track.
569 is the number Hicksville has to get on top of that score or get into the scoreboard. Just want to piggyback what you were saying, Lenny, about the truck. The truck actually, the ass end started to fade left, and that usually in ladders, not so bad in B hose, but in ladders, that usually throws all 4 guys off. Those guys did a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Working
And that can
together.
throw the climber outside the ladder, which you don't want. You want them under it if possible.
Nice job by the guys in Rockville Center. Hicksville. Ooh, that's some speed. They stick it. Oh, Chiz, nice. Is it got a 69 area? What do we got?
That was warm. 272. Oh, yeah, this is going to be probably third.
Time for the Hicks. 5.16.
Tie!
Stain.
A tie for first place, and I'm going to give it the speed of the truck.
Next to the line,
and
number 21. The Yellow Hornets from Hempstead.
You're right, Paul. They came in hot.
The drop they got and the fact that they stuck it, probably our best stick of the day. They stuck it. He mounted it. Beautiful mount.
Everybody knows
Smooth
Dougie can climb. Yep.
No bang. No hesitation.
Nah.
516.
All the guys working together again.
Wait a
Sometimes
second.
the unsung. Wait, no, I'm going to say the
Go ahead.
unsung hero sometimes is the thrower. And just what you said, with that speed, that thrower controlled that ladder, gave Dougie every opportunity, and now they're tied for first place.
This is the best B-ladder contest of the year. Two 516s and a 518.
Uh-oh, I think our engineer wants to chime in. What do you got? Well, he's got a. You'd think the engineer would have a microphone that worked, Paul.
I know. Shame.
Yeah. So what Fred is saying.
Pre-state drill. Now
Yep.
it works.
Yeah, they'd love to mail in that time next week. I always said if you get a good time, you should have a big scoreboard. You get one race, you get to mail in your time, and they can watch. Everybody watch it on the video. Hempstead. They stick it. Little trouble mounted, but now he's making his way, and he's at the top.
I think he had a little problems with his hands. I don't know if his feet caught up to his hands a little too much there
Time
at the
for
top.
the Yellow Hornets. 6.72. 672.
313 in the ground for the Hornets,
Next to
or
the
the
line,
Rascally
number 22.
Hornets.
The Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
So, as you guys are saying, I mean, this is the week before the state. And, again, my team, when we had a team, we usually chose not to run the week before the state and take it easy, get everybody healthy and whatnot. But these teams aren't holding back, guys. They're going for it.
You know, I was going to say that West Hempstead and CI were going to trade back and forth, first and second, and then Hicksville comes in. Wow.
Listen, we saw CI run a 518, and we were like, oh, looking at each other like, there's nobody's going to touch that. They didn't touch it. 2 teams beat it.
What will that mean for Sea Ladder? Well, stay tuned, race fans. Well, we can't wait to bring it to you, as the last team now is on the line, Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen for B Ladder.
Ooh, man, they got off crooked. The thrower looked like he buckled a little bit. He had the weight of the ladder on his shoulder, and he was like running sideways for a second.
Yeah, 289 for Manhasset, just a little sloppy
Time
getting
for
in
the
the
Minutemen.
ground.
8.99. 899.
So they're not going to score here in B Ladder, but we just saw an awesome B Ladder race, guys.
Yes,
and
we did.
With a limited amount of teams, and there's other teams that aren't here today, Paul, or maybe again an ice slip or somebody that did a run B Ladder. They're going, whoa.
Absolutely.
What do we have to do next week to get in the money? I mean, what's the 5th place time? Do you have a number?
5th place is 560.
Okay.
I mean, that's a little bit out of the range normally, but we haven't seen a top 3 times to take place in one drill this year like that at all. I mean, we talked about last week. It was a 523, 531. They were all really close times, and then we looked at Henrietta, whose 5.3 would have fit right in that mix and scored a point last week.
And we know they were on the road today, coming down to the island.
So-
And I'm thinking they're going to be here later today, if they're not already. But they're thinking, hey, if we run our 5.3, we're going to get some points. Well,
Yeah, that's
and it would have still today, but all of a sudden the bar has been raised a little bit, and
Absolutely.
B Ladder looking real good.
Move the equipment.
comes your top 5 for the contest.
And West Hempstead surpassed CI in total points by half a point coming out of that event.
We'll get the official results any minute.
Runoff, what do you think? Week before the state, let's have a runoff.
Yeah, you think they're going to do that? I see the C trucks coming out already. Would we love to see it? Would we love to broadcast it? Yeah, but I don't think anybody's going to go that road.
No.
I don't even know if any was offered. I mean, they're supposed to
don't
at least
think it was.
offer it, and I'm just assuming everybody said, no, I don't think so. I'll take the 4.5, and I'll run out the door.
Well, they would only been running off for a trophy, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
The point
Pride.
stick.
Pride. All right, trucks, as they did in B-Ladder, making their way opposite direction down the track from under the arch to the start line, as there is still construction going on here at the Hempstead track, where you would normally pull in off the Southern State, and a lot of teams would normally park. So,
And our crack team of officials have the lights set up for Sea Ladder already. Drill's moving along very smoothly.
looks like we're going to get our points here
Yeah,
in a moment.
apparently it's not official yet, Paul. Not sure what they're holding back on, but
Yeah, kind of like you giving the results last drill you were
Results
announcing
for
there,
B
Paul.
ladder.
Quickly.
We have a tie for first place. Each will get 4.5 points.
Hoff.
Between the West Hempstead Westerners and the Hicksville Hicks. In third place, with 3 points, the Central Islip Hobos. Fourth place, 2 points, the New Hyde Park Termites. And fifth place, 1 point, the Port Washington Roadrunners.
All right, as we talked about a little bit in the pregame, West Hempstead and Central Islip out to a great start. 8.5 West Hempstead, 8 Central Islip, New Hyde Park 5. We'll be back. We'll be back for Sea Ladder.
2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. The 2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Jolly Tinker Hose Company is the new source for the best racing hose available. Each length is designed to withstand the demands of FD racing. Colored hose and double jackets now available. For more information, call 516-322-6366. Jolly Tinker Hose Company. We have tight hose. If you experience any damage due to fire, flooding, wind, or mold and need help, contact SOS Emergency Services. SOS is the exclusive emergency mitigation company for New York State drill teams and is family-owned and firefighter operated. SOS has a friendly working arrangement with all insurance companies, so call 631-486-7979. SOS Emergency Services for the right help in your time of need. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook, or call 516-354-7797. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Coastal Fire System is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Coastal is your one-stop shop for all you SCBA and fire equipment needs. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-X boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves. For more information, check them out at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Whether you've been a FASNY Credit Union member for years, just become a member, or yet to take advantage of our member-friendly products and services, we have the tools you, your family, and your fire department need for financial success. From low-rate auto loans and free checking to shared branching and mobile banking, when it comes to your finances, we are fully involved. To learn more about our products and services, visit us at www.fasnycu.com. Attention fire chiefs and commissioners, you already know New York State has mandated that your department supply your members with bailout rope systems. Coastal Fire System is also the exclusive bailout system distributor for New York State drill teams. The friends at Coastal are equipment dealers for Petzl, Scott, CMC, Colorado Systems, and can walk you through the state requirements to ensure the safety of your members. Your bailout system process starts and finishes with the folks at Coastal, a family-owned and operated business. Check them out online at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. The Titan Group is back supporting drill team racing and taking their game to the next level. With 20 years experience in the apparel industry and the addition of an in-house design team, we will find exactly what you're looking for. This year, join Team Titan and let us handle all your apparel and equipment needs and be part of all of Team Titan's promotions. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. Owned and operated by members of the drill team community, we know what it takes to run your team. Let us handle everything from jerseys to helmets and tape to trophies. We are a one-stop shop for all your drill team needs. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on. The Titan Group. Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And like smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent.
Slip. First team to the line. Number 1, the Highlanders from Roslyn.
All right, we're back for Sea Ladder, everybody. 8.5 West Hempstead, 8 Central Islip heading into Sea Ladder. Last week's Sea Ladder contest, not too shabby. The winner was the Central Islip Hobos. They ran an 8:95. And they also have the best time of the year at an 8:81 and the state record at an 8:71. So all hobo all the time in Sea Ladder. Can't take all top 5 spots, though, so somebody else can have something to say. And we thought they were winning the B Ladder contest.
You know, Paul, I was on the GroupMe site. A lot of guys are involved with that.
Can I just say something before you continue this?
Sure.
You are like the new Mr. GroupMe. You're up there with the Murphys and the Rizzos.
Come on. I'm not that bad.
It's the Murphys, the Rizzos, and now Lenny.
And Gombert. Okay.
Those are your GroupMe superstars right now.
All right. Well, you say what you want, but you know those of us on the radio, we got a lot to say to begin with. So it's hard to hold back sometimes. But
you got to force yourself, my friend. I do it all the time.
No, I know. You bite your tongue.
I type in and I take it away.
I do too. But
Racing Group Me? Never heard of it.
You've heard of Racing Group B, not Racing Group Me.
Anyway, you hear different things on there, and I was just checking it while we had our break, and people thinking right away with CI scoring really big in 3-man ladder and throwing a nice shot up an early part of B ladder, that it's going to be just a showcase today for the Hobos, and a couple other teams chiming in there and saying no, not so much. So
well, we got a second here, Lenny.
Yeah, put the
Chris
number
Murphy said you can text any instant feedback to 631-495-5655. 888-500-5008. Grab your pencil. I'll say it again. Text any instant feedback you got, and we might talk about it on the radio. It'll be relayed to us. 631-495-5008. Text your comments, and we may read it on the air. A shout-out, or you have some commentary, a piece of history, or what have you?
Sure. We love everybody's opinion. There's no doubt about it. And you got a trivia question maybe you want us to throw out there. We're not going to promise you we're going to use everything, but we're always looking for more content. Right,
hey, you
Paul?
want to say how good-looking Lenny is? You know,
you ain't going to get any texts then.
See, the Rizzos have already chimed in about how great Lenny is. Now we're going to get it from the Murphys, and these are the Hall of Famers of GroupMe.
I just don't see any praise for Paul, though. Do you? Dan,
I'm not on
group.
I believe I've been banned from the GroupMe. I was in it in the beginning stages, and
well, you're the wrong guy to talk to.
I forgot. The source.
Now you remember what my little sarcastic remark was, and I said I didn't know what the GroupMe was.
Sorry,
yeah.
Dan. We didn't mean that
no,
personally, Dan.
No love lost there. I'm all right. I'm good.
By the way, you haven't worn out your welcome yet. What are you leaving at 2?
I still get paid every 2 weeks at my job,
Listen,
and
you might not,
I sleep well at night. I'm all right.
You might not be on the GroupMe, but you are mentioned on the GroupMe.
Out of love.
Constantly. You have created a whole certain aspect of the GroupMe.
There's a new word.
If you're lavertied, you're gone. You just get lavertied.
You've become, what would that be, an adjective? You've been lavertied?
Yeah. So you got to be proud of that. So you got that going for you.
Yeah, meet me over by the practice arch, and I'll laverty anybody that needs to be lavertied.
Whoa, hey, it's a family show.
Does that have something to do with food?
Depends.
Speaking of which,
all right,
I'm the local committee. I'm getting a little hungry.
We better get off the GroupMe thing. He's getting a little upset.
Nah, I'm all right. Beautiful day out here. The clouds are no longer wispy, Paul.
Nah, they're cloudy.
They are, what are thrombus? Cirrus? What kind of clouds are those?
Cumulonimbus.
Cumulonimbus.
All right, so we're having an issue, it looks like, up at the start line with the clocks right here. While we have a little bit of time, Lenny, let's talk a little bit about that old-fashioned drill last night. We mentioned that Miller Place was the winner. Miller Place scoring 35 out of 40 points in a dominant effort.
Big ups to the Extinguishers.
But let's talk about some other teams. Dan, you mentioned to me a little earlier, Amityville.
Yeah,
Amityville.
Big night for them.
Top 5, I believe, maybe for the first time. I don't know if it's first time ever. They had
in a state. First time placing in a state.
State drill in any aspect, motorized or old-fashioned?
Yes.
Okay, so good.
I don't
big
believe
ups.
the motorized Amityvilleans have ever placed in a motorized state now.
Well, I know they had in 1972 at this track at the Hempstead Invite is when they ran that 6:13 and 3-man ladder to set the 3-man ladder record. So
anybody around the sport knows the villains have a history.
They had some decent runs in different contests back then, but you could be very well correct. And to get in the top 5, Amityville scored 8 of the last possible 10 points, second place in the last 2 contests, and 10 of the last 15 points overall to get themselves down the track. So congratulations to the Amityville Villains.
Reminds me a little bit on the motorized circuit of the Termites, and we talked about this in weeks past as well. They used to finish so strong, maybe not have the greatest day up to the last 2 or 3 races, and then come through strong, and all of a sudden they're in the top 5 again.
Let's not leave out the Rocky Point Rum Runners, who took 5th place with 13 points. It was a big night for them as well.
That was the next thing I was going to bring up. Rocky Point, who has only been an old-fashioned drill team, probably, I guess it's maybe less than 5 years, give or take, coming down the track in a state drill. Congrats to them.
You know, the Freeport Nighthawks were strong all night, but near the end they weaned off a little bit. They ended up with 11 points in 6th place, Paulie.
Yeah, there was a competitive finish. There was a whole bunch of teams that could actually, because the second place was, 16 and a half. In the last 2 contests, there were a bunch of teams that had the possibility of going down the track.
And the 1, 2, 3 motorized teams didn't place. The Oyster Bay Teddy Boys came out. Are they still motorized? Where are their trucks now?
They're there.
They still have them?
Yeah, but they decided they were going to run old-fashioned this year to try to get things back together.
Oh, Seabreeze got the Rough Riders trucks.
Riders,
all right. And the Selden Slowpokes were out. They took 1 point. Bowling Tomcats came out and took 1 point. The Bowling Tomcats now have Lakeview's old truck, who was out in Sayville for a while, that truck. So, you know, there was always talk, in the old-fashioned circuit of the motorized teams coming out and stealing the show, so to speak.
We have a white Jeep License plate DU77U. Your blocking apparatus. The vehicle needs to be moved.
You are a fire department with a team who is eligible to race
It's in the north field. DU77U, a white Jeep. The host requests the vehicle be moved immediately.
any sanctioned drill. And the old-fashioned circuit didn't like it in the beginning, but they embrace it now, them coming out. The more teams, the better. The more competition, the better. There have been a few motorized teams who have won the state old-fashioned in the past.
Not so easy. Not so easy to go out there on any given day and win anything. Never mind if you don't practice it all the time.
Well, that's it. And you're talking about, you know, you already have, if you're running motorized, you're already running 8 events. Now you have to practice, 5 different events and put in the time. Let's face it, nobody wants to go out there and embarrass themselves. You want to be competitive if you're going to do it, and you got to put in the time. And actually, I'm going to go trackside later and start talking to some of these guys, the amount of time they put in practice. I know you guys know offhand, but maybe bring something to our listeners and let them know how much.
Here we go with some C ladder, Lenny. CI's on the line.
CI is going to be your first team here, so they're coming up 2 impressive runs, though they didn't win each contest.
Roslyn's not running C ladder.
And neither is Westbury.
And I heard Hempstead's not running C ladder either.
Come the hobos. Andy Jackson at the comb, chirps it. He let him go hard. Oh, the ladder went sideways. Now Jay's at the top.
So when you say the ladder went sideways, Paul, Jay get a little bit of a stutter there because it went sideways. Lost his mow, and
heck of a drop.
Yeah, this
time
is,
for the hobos,
9.80.
980.
Still a 9.8.
980 with that is impressive alone. That ladder was really sideways.
Line, number
and Jay
7, the
almost fell off
Buckeyes from Merrick.
Great drop. The transition time right there must have been pretty impressive.
Yeah, we don't really have a good angle on the lights. I'd like to give you some splits. Show we can get the cone times. The officials work with us a little bit. So 3:52 is what we're told for the Central Islip Hobos. Again, I can't quite give you a dig time. The light is just a little too tough to see.
All right, Merrick Buckeyes. 980 from the hobos, so a little bit more wide open.
That might hang in there.
I agree. I don't think there's a lot of teams running C-ladder for that.
Merrick Buckeyes coming in with 1 point into this event.
And the break. Ooh, got off a little sideways. The guy's on the back. Having trouble getting going. Almost falls off the ladder.
Long break.
Guys got off the back sideways right there. I didn't see the Chuck Fishtail. Did you see it, Lenny?
Time for the Buckeyes. 11.74. 11.74.
No, I thought the driver got off it a little early and was going to have nice control of it, but they struggled a little getting into the patch. See if we can get you a number on the cone time.
Looks like maybe East Farmerdale's going to make their way up next. I see some guys from Call Place back there, but I don't know.
Please. Westbury and Call Place are on breakdowns. Next to the line will be number 9, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
So you heard it, folks. A little bit of a delay with a couple of these teams. Maybe having some problems with their trucks. Hopefully it doesn't delay the drill too much. Still looking for a cone time over there, Joe. I don't know if you got anything. Sounds like 3:74. Cone time for that run.
This drill's moving along pretty quick. 2 events in 1 hour.
Yeah.
And we're
and we had a delay before C ladder,
a little bit of a delay. We're in the 3rd team now of C ladder with 2 on a breakdown.
But the host and the local committee and the officials and all moving things along. So.
And the stands are pretty filled up.
Yeah.
Got a good crowd out here.
Yes, you do. All right. East Farmingdale making their way to the start line.
They are definitely off center, Paul.
Remember, I believe they were off center in B ladder, so that might just be strategic on their part.
Maybe they're leaning a little north.
A little tough if you're in a C truck. Yeah, if he drove this straight, he's gonna straddle with his right side tire of the brake marks. And I don't think you want to do that. You want to get in the groove.
I'm thinking you want to get where the rubber's on the road.
Where the rubber hits the road.
This track in Hempstead providing years and years of great racing to both Nassau and Suffolk County fans, state drills and everything else. So very appreciative
And a great host. They provided us with a little bit of food just now. Thank you very much to the host.
Here at the Chief Brian D. Fahey
Some of us
training
more than
facility.
others.
Yeah, Dan, you went double dipping, huh? You went burger and dog.
What can I say?
Track's been given to the East Farmingdale Hares. 2 runs up on the board, 980, 1174. And you're right, Lenny. I think that 980 is going to hold in for something. Where it holds, we'll find out.
Well, like we said, we know there's a handful of teams, or a couple of teams anyway, that aren't going to be running C ladder. We have a couple of teams now on breakdown, so.
Small drill like this, you really can't get yourself out of the mix for one contest. It could throw you off. He brought that truck back. He's now almost in the group, and now he fades back again. Then the Brave lets him go easy. Now they don't have any momentum, similar to B ladder. Oh, and that ladder now hits the arch, and he's making his way.
Thought he hung on the edge of the brake marks there, Paul. He was just in the rubber. I think that's Robbie driving for them.
Time for the Hares, 1-2.21, 12:21. Next to the line, number 10, the Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
North Belmore, they have no points on the board. They would love to get started right here and get their day going.
Okay, so as we watch East Farmingdale, their truck came through the cones at 3.63. So that's within the parameters.
How many
of what we're
times,
looking
Lenny,
for.
did you speak with your team about, hey, let's get the points and that'll get our day going? You know, as soon as you get some points up on the board, you guys.
8 minutes left in the Westbury breakdown.
You guys probably not so much in ladders. You might have actually in a bigger tournament looked to see hose and say, hey, we're here to see hose. We got to get it started. Some teams looked at 3-man ladder. We always did that. If we could put points on the board in 3-man, we felt like we were on our way.
Paul, you are definitely a student of the history of this game. We were
He's a teacher.
For many years, not known as much of a ladder team, but yeah, we used to say, let's get something out of ladders.
Oh, you were in bonus territory, right?
We could, we knew we could, steal a couple of points in some of the ladder races, and if we came out of ladders with something, we were happy.
North Belmore kept that truck straight down the track in the break. Lets him go inside the 3-man ladder line. He's digging. Straight ladder. Remember last time in B ladder, he was outside, just over the safety line. This time he's inside.
Yep, about
time for the Rinky Dinks, 9.84. 984.
About 18 inches over the 3-man ladder line there for North Belmore. 367 coming through the cones.
Next to the line, number 14, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
Now, you know climbers love their ladder. Oh, I like my ladder. You give me this ladder every time in this spot, I'm going to be great. There was quite a variation in his ladder right there if you look at North Belmore's 2 shots. One shot right over, they lunge, and he eats it up. Then that ladder's real tight to the arch, a lot straighter, and he struggles to, because at this point you lose that momentum, right?
Yep.
And he's using his arms. Did a nice job, but is that something teams work on? Hey, I got to get my ladder climber pretty much consistently in this spot. Can you do it every time? It's impossible.
I'm sure that's what they strive for, Paul. And again, the straighter ladder, any climber, I'll tell you, if that ladder's in your face, a little hard to make time. As the Port Washington Roadrunners take the line.
Not that it happened often, Paulie, but what did you call it when your team didn't take any points for the day? Our
Bone.
team. That's what we said. It was bone. We don't want to go bone today.
That's
bone
it.
dry, you know.
Yep.
What did you say, Lenny?
Same thing.
Yeah,
bone.
you were bone too. Old
Goose
school.
egg.
Goose Egg was up there with us as well. Here comes the Port Washington Roadrunners. 1 point in B ladder. In the break. Lets him go. RJ's on. Nice job fighting his way through. A little slam.
Looked like they lost a little momentum getting in
Yep.
the ground there, Paul.
Yeah, I thought he might have maybe held that break a hair longer. Definitely wasn't like their B ladder shot where they had a lot of mo.
Time for the Roadrunners, 9.61. 961.
So a 9 is looking real good today, folks. If you're in the 9s, you got a good chance of
That's
scoring.
first place right now for them.
You got to give a lot of credit to RJ, man. I mean, I mentioned this last week.
Next to the line, number 17, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
He's basically the third guy climbing for them in the last 2 years. Kyle's been out all year, and then Robbie's brother was climbing, and now RJ's picking it up. And you know he's climbed before, but got to give him credit. He fought through 2 ladders right there. Did a nice job.
He's working hard. He's got some good coaching going on. Did you get a number on that, Paul?
62 to the
62,
cone.
okay.
New Hyde Park, they have a 961 in front of them, a 980, and a 984. So Levittown not running sea ladder as well.
So New High Park licking their chops right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Bringing it down, straight as an arrow. Man, good momentum. Frankie's on. He's making his way. Nice job. I think that's your first place shot.
Skells were ready right there. Let's see what the Termites get.
Thought he had a little hesitation on the mount. Caught him a little deep.
Time for the Termites. 9.36. 9:36.
9:36 for the Termites, so that's going to be the first place shot so far. I thought Frankie got a little caught in. It looked like his head was outside the ladder a little bit, and he had to adjust himself, but he did a nice job recovering.
And that can be tough for a climber. Again, we're talking about momentum, folks, and if your head's outside a little bit.
Next to the line off their breakdown. Number 8, the Frogs from Carl Place.
It means the climber's got to work a little harder, Paul. Instead of getting that momentum of coming off the ground and just mounting the ladder and going with that little spring or a whip or whatever term you want to use, it has to be found within the body. It has to be found within itself, and you have to re-accelerate. And not always so easy, but Frankie's been doing this a couple of years. First place time for the Termites.
And then,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you saw it on Facebook. You guys aren't on Facebook that much, but Frankie Sonnenberg posts number 4 on his farewell tour, the last drill, and I think this is number 5 on his farewell tour. I don't know if that means this is his last year or what, but
I think it is with them. 55 to the cone. Carl Place. Off in a good spot. Hits the brakes. Man, they got to run to get into the patch. Oh, that's going to be a no time, and it hit hard.
they took a big chunk of paint out of that safety stanchion there.
You get the truck all fixed and ready to go after a delay, and not something you want to have happen.
Give him a Sharpie, have him sign that stanchion there later.
There'll be a no time for Carl Place. Rule 1303. Ladder outside the safety zone.
And what Dan's referring to here, folks, for those of you at home, is they weren't outside the safety zone where they put the spikes in the ground. The ladder hits the yellow pole here up on the arch, and you're right, takes a big chunk of paint off of there. And I thought that driver was moving that wheel, steering wheel, a little too much for my liking coming in.
They were on a breakdown. We don't know what it was, but another thing coming down is he let him so far out.
Next to the line, number 18, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
He let him so far out that by the time they actually literally ran to the pit, they were out of sync with each other, and that let the ladder go left and out of the safety zone. Something you don't want when you only have about 8 or 9 C trucks running. No time has to be taken out of the mix for you guys when you're on the line. West Hempstead, their current leader in the drill. 70 to the cone for the Frogs. So yeah, they did have an issue. West Hempstead coming off that heavy 516.
Another team saying we can really boost our chances to win this drill right now with CI struggling.
Looking for some more Mo. Good weekend last weekend. Can they keep it going? So far, yes. Man, that's a hot drop. Woo. Nice. Heating it up. Nice shot. First place shot. You saw Kenny Brome driving that truck hard. Let him out hard.
That ladder team can handle the speed.
Time for the Westerners. 8.93. 893.
893 is a hell of a shot.
Those 4 guys on the back handle speed as well as any ladder team out there these days, folks. They can handle it. Actually got a little squirrely, I thought, as Kenny brought him in, and they just deal with it.
Next to the line off their breakdown, number 5, the Turtles from Westbury.
So 356 in the ground there, Paul, and like I said, a little squirrely.
356 to the cones.
The cones, I'm sorry, but they just handle it. They just know how to do it.
893, and you're right. When you have a driver like Kenny, a veteran driver, and he feels that truck, he knows what's going to happen. He didn't hesitate banging out for a second. And that ladder, just outside the 3-man ladder line right there, Craig ate it up. Westbury now, they're looking at a 984 is currently 5th place. 984. And with Westbury, and I think there's one more team behind
Manhasset's
them.
back there still.
Manhasset.
Well, that's in both of their wheelhouses, I think. So.
Yeah, and I don't see Hicksville's truck out there.
No, I don't think Hicksville did not run C last week.
But both of these teams now at an opportunity to score in the C ladder contest. Let's see what they bring.
Freddie, anything coming up on instant feedback? Freddie's watching the cameras there.
Oh, just decent mount. They lunged to get in. Now he finishes the contest. There was a lot of break in there at the end, I thought, right? A little bit
Time
of
for
chirp,
the
chirp,
Turtles,
chirp, chirp.
1-1.37, 11:37.
11:37 is going to leave him out of the mix with one team to
Yeah,
go.
I'm feeling like they missed an opportunity there.
Just seemed like that truck at the end stopped
Next
and
to the
let go,
line,
stopped
number
and let go.
22, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
I didn't think the guys on the back got off in a real good comfort zone. 68 to the cone. Well, maybe he's taking it in deep, trying to pick up speed in the break or in the transition. So with one team to go, that heavy 893 by the West Hempstead Westerners, 936 New Hyde Park, 961 Port Washington, 980 CI. That's going to get a point. We said it. It's at least one, if not two. And on the bubble right now, 984 from North Belmore. We talked about getting their day started. If they can hang on to that point, their day began.
Truck sounding real good right now from
Yep.
Manhasset. Let's see what they got.
Nice drop just inside the safety zone. He has no momentum, though. It's like they hit a wall as soon as they hit the ground and lost almost.
Yeah, the ladder seemed to stop Paul coming up. It got to it didn't even get to that halfway point where it's straight up. It just seemed to slow down. I'm not sure why. You
I
can see
thought he
better
could
than
have
me.
maybe let him go a little bit more, but I think the two guys on the back, as well as the diggers, they got to pull
Time
as
for
well.
the Minutemen, 13.20, 13:20.
It just seemed like the two guys in the back stood there when the ladder was going up, and they didn't throw it. They said, hey, the climber's got to throw it too. And the thrower, he's got to, when he knows it's a little dead like that, you got to throw it everything you have.
Talk about that quick, Paul. We got probably a couple of seconds before they announce the results. Talk about a climber throwing as well.
Well, your climber, I mean, if you're just hanging on for the ride, think of all the things that could go wrong with that. If the climber's hanging on, the diggers might not go in together. One thing we always talk about is the opposite side digger of the climber needs the throw of that climber to get into the ground. So the thrower and the climber must basically throw, hopefully at the same time, with the same momentum so that both spikes go in the ground. You're always working with that opposite spike side. And I don't think either one of those two threw enough in that shot.
Again, it's ladders, especially, folks, more than hoses. If you've never done this sport, the ladder teams have to be so in sync together. I mean, not just the four guys, obviously the driver as well, but those four guys really affect each other's performance. Where in hoses, you have a little bit more freedom. Yeah, the breaker and the nozzle man have to work together, and the hydroman and the anchor man have to work together, but you still have a little more freedom with exactly where your steps are and when you're getting off the truck and what you're doing. And in ladders, it's just critical. 378 to the cones there for Manhasset Lakeville, but it's not going to help them out.
West Hempstead is just off to an excellent day. 657, 516, 893. They're going to have 13.5 points heading into
Move the
the
equipment. Show
C-Hose
judges,
contest.
screeners committee, local committee, and all those involved in the water test. Please make your way to the track.
So West Hempstead, I mean, I said early, CI flexing their muscles there in a three-man, but West Hempstead putting a little pressure on the reigning state champions and saying, hey, we're not going away. We're not going quietly.
And it's going to be a dogfight, and the reason that creates that dogfight is the fact that you only have, in some contests, like that contest right there, there were 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams ran. You cannot take a contest off. You could find yourself in deep trouble. So in these small drills, you just can't let it fade away. You might not be able to crawl back out of the hole.
All right, listen, before we go to commercials, guys, and we're going to get ready for the water test, folks, so we're going to go to commercials, but I just got some information from James Cotty over in Selden. A lot of people know there's a track situation. Paul, I know you're in tune with it. They just had the track repaved out there in Ridge. Again, tomorrow, any teams that want to run their trucks out there, you need to bring your Accord forms, your insurance forms, but I'm told gates open at 8:30. Trucks cannot start running until 9 a.m., and all teams are welcome.
Results for Sea Ladder. First place, 5 points, number 18, West Hempstead. Second place, 4 points, number 17, New Hyde Park. Third place, 3 points, number 14, Port Washington. Fourth place, 2 points, number 6, Central Islip. And fifth place, 1 point, number 10, North Belmore.
So again, Selden Fire Department's inviting everyone out that wants to run their trucks on the state championship drill track tomorrow. Gates open 8:30. You can start running your trucks at 9, and I think that's real nice of them.
Now, is there going to be anything you have to stay on your truck? Can you get off?
I don't know that.
Or anything like that?
I think the details are going to be worked out tomorrow. What they were really hoping for is that everybody shows up at 9 o'clock. They don't kind of want people all of a sudden, hey, let's show up. We don't want to be there with everybody else. I'm going to be there at 12:30.
Yeah.
They're hoping everybody gets there as soon as possible and they can get it done. And they're going to figure out the whole thing.
Run some B ladder shots and
well,
C
I don't
ladder.
even know if it might just be whatever you're
you
going
want
to
some,
run.
You want some rubber by the hydrant
Yeah,
and
right.
the patch and the nozzle line. So
they're going to make sure everything's run. But
would you get off or would you just stay on?
I would.
You would?
Yeah.
Give a test to the area you're getting off the hydrant.
Yeah, but
a
there's
former
no
hydrant
water
man.
there. It's a lot different. I just like getting off just to get myself
Total points
feel,
at the completion
feel for
of
everything.
3 ladder contest.
And it's in your head, too. You know that you did
Central Islip, 10. Merrick, 1. North Belmore, 1. Islip, 2. Port Washington, 4. New Hyde Park, 9. West Hempstead, 13 1/2. Hicksville, 4 1/2.
All right, so after 3 contests, West Hempstead is up 3.5 on Central Islip, 13.5, 10. New Hyde Park with 9, and then Port Washington with Hicksville 4.5, Port Washington 4. That's your top 5 going into the hose events.
All right, we'll join you for hoses in a little bit. Fred, take it away.
Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And unlike smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent and at a fraction of the cost. Don't settle for less than the best. Check out the online video demonstration today at www.streetwisecadlink.com. Streetwise CADlink, the mobile response software that just works. How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill teams and offers the full line of Scott, ISG, and FLIR cameras. Coastal is a one-stop shop for the best brand, so start the upgrade process with the longest-running sponsor of New York State drill teams. Camera servicing also available. Check out Coastal Fire System on Facebook or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the 2015 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom radio solutions, licensing assistance, and top-notch service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighter volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information. 2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Jolly Tinker Hose Company is the new source for the best racing hose available. Each length is designed to withstand the demands of FD racing. Colored hose and double jackets now available. For more information, call 516-322-6366. Jolly Tinker Hose Company. We have tight hose. If you experience any damage due to fire, flooding, wind, or mold and need help, contact SOS Emergency Services. SOS is the exclusive emergency mitigation company for New York State drill teams and is family-owned and firefighter operated. SOS has a friendly working arrangement with all insurance companies, so call 631-486-7979. SOS Emergency Services for the right help in your time of need. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook, or call 516-354-7797. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State Drill Teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Coastal Fire System is the official SCBA dealer for New York State Drill Teams. Coastal is your one-stop shop for all your SCBA and fire equipment needs. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-X boots, ProTech, and Dragon fire gloves. For more information, check them out at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Whether you've been a FASNY Credit Union member for years, just become a member, or yet to take advantage of our member-friendly products and services, we have the tools you, your family, and your fire department need for financial success. From low-rate auto loans and free checking to shared branching and mobile banking, when it comes to your finances, we are fully involved. To learn more about our products and services, visit us at www.fasnycu.com. Attention fire chiefs and commissioners, you already know New York State has mandated that your department supply your members with bailout rope systems. Coastal Fire System is also the exclusive bailout system distributor for New York State Drill Teams. The friends at Coastal are equipment dealers for Petzl, Scott, CMC, Colorado Systems, and can walk you through the state requirements to ensure the safety of your members. Your bailout system process starts and finishes with the folks at Coastal, a family-owned and operated business. Check them out online at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. The Titan Group is back supporting Drill Team Racing and taking their game to the next level. With 20 years experience in the apparel industry and the addition of an in-house design team, we will find exactly what you're looking for. This year, join Team Titan and let us handle all your apparel and equipment needs and be part of all of Team Titan's promotions. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. Owned and operated by members of the Drill Team community, we know what it takes to run your team. Let us handle everything from jerseys to helmets and tape to trophies. We are a one-stop shop for all your drill team needs. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on. The Titan Group. Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And unlike smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent and at a fraction of the cost. Don't settle for less than the best. Check out the online video demonstration today at www.streetwisecadlink.com. Streetwise CADLink, the mobile response software that just works. How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill teams and offers the full line of Scott, ISG, and FLIR cameras. Coastal is a one-stop shop for the best brand, so start the upgrade process with the longest-running sponsor of New York State drill teams. Camera servicing also available. Check out Coastal Fire System on Facebook or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the 2015 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom radio solutions, licensing assistance, and top-notch service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com.
Okay. Again, you folks out there listening, we know there's always a little bit of a delay between the ladder and the hose contests, and get to play some commercials and take care of our sponsors, Dan, that really make all this radio stuff and the video now, make it all happen. And we appreciate their sponsorship, and we hope you support our sponsors.
As you can see on the video, there's a plethora of banners that adorn the side of the track up and down. They are sponsors of Drill Team Racing, of the media committee, the scoreboard, the radio, the video. That's where it comes from. And the St. James Wildcats Association Incorporated, they give money to racing. They are for the promotion of Drill Team Racing, Firematic Racing. That's what the St. James Wildcats Association Incorporated is. Their goal is, right, Lenny?
Yeah, that's. I appreciate the mention. It's a nice lead-in. Matter of fact, last night we had an association meeting. We had almost 20 people there, and there's probably 30 or so in the organization. But without getting into the history of why we're not on the track, we have decided to become a not-for-profit organization, and we do try to keep our names out there and continue in the racing world, whether we're doing radio or being an official or a coach of another team. Some of our guys moved on to other teams.
Or donating money to different causes, right, Lenny?
We are. We're
It's
running.
awesome.
We're running, and it's been mentioned before. This is our, I guess our, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess our 5th year running the Survivor Racing Pool for the state drill. And anyone that's done it in the past, we hope you had fun with it. But basically, what it comes down to, Dan, is for $10, you get to pick a different team in each race, and we have forms that you can fill out, or give me a call and I'll send you a picture of it. But for $10, get it in before the national anthem at the state drill, and as long as the team you pick, and you can't pick the same team twice, as long as the team you pick scores in a race, you survive. So, for example, if you pick the Hempstead Yellow Hornets in 3-man ladder and they take a 5th, you're alive. If you pick the Bayshore Redskins in B ladder and they score, you're alive. When your team does not score a half a point or a point or a third of a point, you're out.
So it's an elimination type thing.
It is an elimination or
you
survivor
have to survive
racing
to the end.
Exactly. I don't think anyone's made it past Motor Pump. Our past champions are Tim Nazowitz in 2011, Darryl Ronaldo in 2012, Rich Cotty in 2013, and Dr. Jennifer Harrison Tanzi in 2014.
And now this year, where's the money going to, Lenny?
Yeah, well, once the Wildcat Drill Team was no more as a fire department entity, we decided to continue with the Survivor Racing Pool and donate all the money. So
Awesome.
basically, last year we had a split of, I think, 75% to the winner and 25% to the I got to get this right, Jakubowski fund from Elmont.
Jacubowicc.
Will from Elmont, and shout out to Will, brother, we love you.
Who does the instant scores he
Okay.
does for us now for the media committee.
Well, we donated money to his bills and whatnot. We all know he's had some issues. But this year, we're changing it up a little bit. 50% of the proceeds will go to the winner, and 50% will go to our donated monies, which the proceeds are going this year, 50% to Team 17 Jason. For those that don't know, Jason's the son of Phil Falco, past chief of the Central Islip Fire Department, and also a member of the Hobos drill team. Recently, Phil's son Jason was diagnosed with sarcoma, a form of cancer, and they've had a lot to take on with that family, and we want to donate some money back. We don't keep $1 from this pool at all. Half to the winner, half to Team 17 Jason this year. So again, we hope people participate. It's a lot of fun the day of the state drill. If you think you know something about racing, or even if you don't, it's only a $10 donation. See myself or any of the other old Wildcats, or we'll be set up Friday at the state meeting in Selden, as well as Saturday morning, the day of the state drill. You'll see us out there probably at the Bay Shore Camp with a table set up, and we need to get your entry and money in by the start of the national anthem. That's the cutoff. So see us early that day.
And the winner, if they wanted, they could donate their winnings
Sure.
to Team Jason, Team 17 to Jason also.
Some of our past winners have done that and reached back and gave something.
Give back, half of your winnings maybe, or all,
Paul, you played it a few times, didn't you?
Played a little Wildcat thing there?
Yeah.
Why not?
And even if you have no clue of what teams to pick, you could still get a form, fill it out, and it's how much is it, Lenny?
$10.
$10.
And you can play as many times as you want.
It's
Your
it's
attention,
very
please.
difficult.
Water has
It
been
is.
tested through 144 feet, 6 inches of 2.5 satin top racing hose with a 7/8 nozzle tip. Time of the water is 4.66. 466.
All right, so that's going to be a little bit heavy water for a Hempstead track, 466. That's lighten it up water as some teams are making their way to the start line. We said earlier, from under the arch, I think they're going to send maybe 6, 7 teams down to the start before they run, and then they'll send the rest down. So,
speaking of going down, I think I'm going to go trackside, guys. Easy.
I thought you were going to tell us something, Len.
I'm going to go.
He's yelling timber.
I thought you were coming out with something.
He's yelling timber.
You pervy bastards. Anyway, I'm going to go trackside, see if I can get us some interviews, guys. It's always fun to talk to the competitors. And I can see Paul doesn't care if I get out of here in a second or
I'm going to
a
miss you,
minute.
Lenny.
Yeah, I know. I feel the love. I really do.
I'm going to be leaving soon, and I think Jack Cloudman is going to be coming up here.
Jackie Cloudman Jr. going to join us
Former
later.
member of the Hempstead Flukes, and a little journeyman after that. And he's in the stands. He's going to come up here on the radio in a little while.
Journeyman. I thought you said little journeyman.
No, he's a journeyman.
I was waiting for, don't stop believing. I thought that you said you're talking journey.
Check, please. I'll talk to you guys trackside.
All right, we're getting ready for Seahose. Let's just go down the list. Twan does a great job on the history of all things, but specifically his tournament here at Hempstead. And this tournament goes back to 1949, and the original winner was the Hicksville Hicks.
And this used to be the July 4th tournament.
Yeah, it was the invite. And
It was
going
a big,
through all
big,
the years,
big drill back in the day, buddy.
we actually finally solidified. Every year is covered in who won it from 1949 to present. And the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers, not in attendance today, rare for them, have won this tournament more than any other drill team. 11 wins for the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers. Yellow Hornets 10, West Sable 9, Patchogue 5, Roadrunners Flukes 4, CI 4. So CI, if they win today, can make a little move. West Hempstead has won once. They're in the mix so far. You know who else has won this drill? The Oceanside Sailors. How about that?
And the Bayshore Redskins have won it once.
Bayshore Redskins have won this as well. But Oceanside, no, it's
pre you.
Actually, it's pre my birth.
Ooh, hey. Well, the Hempstead Flukes won in 1986. I was only 16 years old then. Wasn't eligible to be racing then, but I was part of the team with them at every drill back then.
The Oceanside Sailors win in 54. I mean, I want to see that scorecard. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of... You don't see too many Oceanside Sailor victories.
I don't know if there's
that
many,
I know of.
even Oceanside Sailors from that team might still be around. That was a long time ago.
Somebody's
You
gonna
know,
have a
average
scorecard.
age of racing guys, they were in their 20s back in 1950. So now they'd be in their 90s, huh, Paul?
I'd say
90s
At
or,
least.
or longer. Or older, I mean.
at least. Now the best sea hose run ever in the history here is 11.99 by the West Sable Flying Dutchman. That happened in 2006. The current record is 11.93. That is held by the East Islip Guzzlers. And the time of the year came just 1 week ago today, a 12.35 by the Bayshore Redskins. And I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I know there's not a lot of teams running today, but that 12.35 could be in danger based on the 4.66 water here at Hempstead. Lenny's getting his mouse ears on. He's gonna head down to the track. Careful, that's flying around. We can't have all this stuff. Your pen's flying. Get yourself under control, here, Labadee.
Well, Jack Cloudman comes up on the arch here, and you got me all discombobulated. Oh, I can't talk. Get your mic on, Jack. He's getting situated. All right. Looks like they're about to get the white flag very soon here.
Next contest to be run will be the Sea Hose contest. State record in this event is 11.93 and is held by East Islip. First team on the line will be number 5 on your program, the Westbury Turtles.
All right, Westbury is going to come to the line. Westbury currently sitting with no points. Roslyn not running Sea Hose. And I guess is Baldwin just not even here today, maybe, right? Yeah, you got to put that mic on if you want to participate, my friend. There you go.
Hey now, welcome Jack Cloudman to the air, to our radio show. As Twan would say, from on top of the arch.
Yep.
Are we on top of the arch, Paul?
Oh, we are right now.
All right.
Not Lenny.
Oh, Lenny, where did Lenny go? So when you left us for a few minutes, I heard
He went down.
I heard you went over to Lawrence Road and were doing laps, Paul, on the track over there. Is that where you went?
No.
No.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. That's what somebody told me. I said, where'd Paulie go? I said, oh, he went to run some laps, you know.
I went to the
Testing one,
bathroom.
two.
To get ready for Sea Hose.
I didn't do that when I was running COs. Why would I do it now?
I don't know.
All right, let's get back at this. I'm done with my little phone action here. Track's been cleared for Westbury. Like where they're lined up. He's running it tight right here. Let's see what Merck can do with this. Stays on that line is going to be nice. Clear track, no water at the hydrant. Optimal conditions for a heavy run.
Little wind coming
If Matt
from
Rodden
the little
and
wind
Kenny
coming
Gass
from the east
could
here.
put it together, right? They got wind in their face, right?
It's gonna slow the cone times.
Might pick this truck up. We might get airborne. All right, we're off. So far, a little squirrel. He keep it straight. It's over the cone. Hot drop at the hydrant. Kenny Gass, right-hand turn. This is a heavy number. If Matt Rodden can do something with it. They're up top. He's got it off. Whoa! Blows a hole at the coupling. I think that's a real good shot.
That might be the 1235 right there.
That's a real good shot. Matt Rodden maybe didn't even look up when he hit that.
Time for Westbury. 1:2.49. 12:49.
Wow, look better than that, right, Jack?
It did look better than that. I mean, Matt, maybe you should not look up a little more often if you're going to hit the target like that.
Somebody telling me hit it. I'll tell you, here's your problem right there. 74 to the cones. Take 2/10 off that cone shot. First of all, he might have went by the
Next
hydrant
up
at
on
that
the
point.
line, number 6 on your program.
Yeah, actually,
the
if it went
Hobos from Central Islip.
If it went 73 to the cones, you might want to pass the
Yeah, you're right.
hydrant.
He literally made that right-hand turn, but when you can connect on those right-hand turns, most of the time, if he hits the target, you
Big
are
numbers.
loving it.
Big numbers.
You are loving it. So Kenny Gass stuck his arm out. He did a real nice job by stopping himself because they had a little momentum going through.
A little momentum, a little squirrely, but he got off. He's anchored himself down, made the right turn, and saved the shot right there.
And a lot of times you won't get the sticks. You're still going down the track. You might miss the stick, but Kenny pulled it. And up top, I mean, Rodden didn't have a lot of time. It was bang, bang, and before he looked up, flaps up.
It looked better than that. It must have been the cone time.
Yeah, it had to be.
Definitely looked a better
Had to be.
shot.
It was very clean. So 12:49 right out of the gate. But look what lurks. The CI Hobos. I'm going to guarantee a 374 won't be the cone time here. Westbury walking off loving themselves. Look at them. I know. We said you didn't know you hit it. All right, still putting the adapter on. Gonna get about 12 sea trucks coming down the track right here.
How bad? Could you see from up here? Was it real dusty in Sea Ladder at the starting line with that, or not too bad?
Sea Ladder?
Yeah.
No, I didn't think it was dusty at all. Yeah, I did see a puff right there, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
I didn't think Sea Ladder I saw any. All right, adapter's been set for the hobos. Lenny going under construction. You're reconstructing your mic. Hobo sitting with 10 points after ladders. 3.5, believe it or not, out of first place to the West Hempstead Westerners. Good conversation with Kenny Brome in between races here, and he even talked about how the truck got a little squirrely on him. And we said, hey, but you stuck with it, you banged out hard, and the guys handled it. Here come the hobos. Oh, he goes middle of the track. Now Danny brings it back. He's squirrely. He's going back and forth. Leaves him. Water in the hose. Man, Danny doing a lot of driving right here. Nozzle on. Oh, he's left, then he's right, then he hits the target. How much driving was he doing?
He wasn't.
Fighting, Paulie.
Ryan had a tough time. They were way out in
Time
the
for the
middle of the street.
hobos. 12.74. 12.74.
Yeah, Ryan had a tough time hitting the target. He was out in the middle, and he shot left of the plate, so I don't think he was able to adjust to get all the way over across.
You're right, definitely wasn't in his spot. He shot left, then he shot right, and then he actually hit the flap. Now, that squirreliness, you think it's from all the dust up there?
I don't know. We'll
That
see.
was crazy.
That's 2 trucks in a row.
I mean, he leaves the line, he goes left, brings it back right, but literally he's driving in a curvy S motion all the way down, and you could see his hands soaring that wheel like crazy.
Coming up to the line, number 7 on your program, the Merrick Buckeyes.
Oh, and by the way,
Attention,
1274
please.
after that.
At the request of the host, everybody away from the fence, go into the stands so everybody get a chance to see the event.
That means
Everybody
you.
off the fence, please.
So a 69, we said, oh, they're not going to get a 74. They just about did. 69, but you could see with all the traveling he was doing that 69 is possible. All right, Merrick Buckeyes. 2 pretty good shots up on the board for Merrick to come to the line and face. They're trying to get on the board. Merrick, actually they're on the board, 1 point and 3-man ladder. Having a pretty good year this year. A lot of young guys.
They definitely look better, and I'm curious to see now if their driver trusts to make an adjustment, or they just run their shot after watching those first 2 trucks come down the track. See how he pulls it out of the hole. But they have the white flag, so.
Good sea hose contest last week. All right, guys are on the back of the
Testing, 1,
truck,
2.
almost ready to go. CI ran a 12:47 last week. That was second place for them to Bayshaw's 12:35. Merrick actually had a no time last week, so.
Testing, test. Oh, now we
Much
got it,
better.
guys. Now we got it.
The melodious tone. All right, making their way at the cone. Out of the gas. Past the hydrant right there. He's got to go back and get it. Not going to help the overall score. Nozzle on, and he's at the flap, but drove past the hydrant. He was out of the gas nice, but I don't know, maybe not enough hard brake.
Yeah, they look like they came down a lot straighter, too, so.
Now, would you have gotten off at your regular spot if the truck
Time
was
for
going
Merrick.
deep? You would have gotten off higher.
14.37. 14.37.
A little bit there.
Coming up to the line, number 8 on your program, the Call Place Frogs.
I thought the truck was moving at a speed where he could have jumped off right there and done it. State tournament,
Definitely
100% would have got off.
Definitely next week.
But it looked like he could have bailed out on that.
Yeah, it
Successfully.
looked like it slid, but yeah, I didn't think it was going so fast that he couldn't have bailed.
I don't know if it was late in the break or it just never hit the hard brake there to get him off. He was definitely waiting for the transition of the driver. He wasn't going to bail out. Call Place comes to the line.
Yeah, there's not many teams running the C trucks today.
I think we only had about 10 in C Ladder. Might get a couple extra here in C Hose. Track's dry as a bone after 3 teams. I wouldn't keep sweeping. Actually making it worse, right?
Yeah,
Spread out that water a little
especially
bit.
in that nozzle break right
Yep.
there.
Total opposite of last night. There was like a lake out there.
How fast were those carts going?
Oh, they were boogieing.
Yeah, trouble. Get a little sideways.
Hot drops last
I heard
night.
from a few people there was a little trouble with the card drops last night, actually.
When Darryl was pulling.
So, it's always great when somebody gets run over by the cart.
Or ran over.
Run.
Carl Place line it up real tight. He's on a line right past the cone right there. If he can keep his line, he's going to be real happy when he gets to the hydrant. Fades out the middle. Now he brings it back. Now he fades. A little squirrely. In the break. Got a long way to run. Oh, stick. Double clutch at the hydrant. Double clutch at the stick. Nozzle on. Oh, and the coupling blows off. You're not putting that back on. As he's showing the braking man.
He got the target, though, Paul. He got the target.
Pretty impressive right there. I didn't notice that. Did they set the target?
He definitely got it.
That's a guarantee that they're going to look at that film for years to come right there. That's a frog highlight.
Time for the Frogs. 13.61,
13.61 with a double grab at the coupling and a double grab at the stick of the hydrant. So late getting water in the hose, and up top, the coupling with the nozzle attached completely blows off the hose, but not
on the line.
until
Number
the target
9
was
on your
stripped.
program, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
Paulie, would you call that a double grab at the stick? I thought it bounced up. I thought he had it down and it bounced up on its own.
I don't know if he really threw it down with authority.
Oh, he did. I think enough so that it bounced up.
Well, you got to know what stick you're running with. You know, we used to say, certain sticks, and I believe it was the Nassau stick a lot of times, would tend to bounce back up. So you had to hammer it down real hard, or you had to stick with it.
That guy had one job to put that coupling on that hose. Had one job.
He get the target. He did it well enough.
No, not the
You know what he's
nozzle man.
saying?
Not the nozzle
I
man.
know.
The guy who.
I'm saying that too. You know what he's saying? If you can't hit it first water, you don't deserve to have a coupling on your hose.
I just spoke to Mike, the Hydro Man, briefly. He said definitely bounced back up on him. He had it down. It bounced up.
Of course he's going to say that.
A little CYA action going on.
Hell yeah.
Well, let's see if the nozzle men have a little trouble here, because the course is no longer dry as a bone.
No, it was quite the sprinkler going on right there. He should still be okay, right? He should be. I mean, look where that water's back. What do you got? About halfway from the line before the nozzle line.
It's about normal at this time in the tournament. That's normal.
I think
About 20 feet back.
Yeah, as long as you're not into that solid line is when you start maybe.
Yeah, if he's dropping you late, you might have to have trouble putting the brakes on, but you should be able to run right into that. East Farmingdale Hares take their spot. 12:49, 12:74, 13:61 by those Frogs. How many times do you think they watched that tonight? Do you think they filmed it?
Well,
Are they going to have to go get a film from somebody? And if they are, who filmed the Frogs?
Oh.
These are all important questions.
You're tough.
No, I'm just saying, when something like, we've been there, Lenny, when something like that happens, you've got to go try to find somebody who has a film of that.
And back in the day, they would call that a fluke.
Here
Fluke
come
at
the
the
Hares.
nozzle.
He's in the hydrant. He's got a long way to run. He makes it. Nope. Double hit at the hydrant. Yeah, he goes down in the water. We talked about it.
Oh, and now there's more water.
Just as the nozzle man planted it, they got a lot of hose at the hydrant. Just as the nozzle man planted his foot, down he went.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting.
And now he gets up and he gets water a little bit further back.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to bid you adieu.
Time for the Hares.
That means he's staying.
22.03, 22.03.
Old school.
On the line, number 10 on your program, the Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
You going to leave when one of your former teams are running?
My wife's dropping off my kids. We're going to hang out and enjoy the festivities for a while until they want to leave. They're not
I want to go home now.
used to this.
I'm bored.
So thank you very much. Have a good day. Good luck.
All right, Dan. Dan Laverty, formerly of the Flukes and the Rinky Dinks that are on the line right now. Rinky Dinks with 1 point on today. It's got a nice line to the hydrant right there. You're right, Jack. That water has now in one team creeped back another 10 feet.
You know, sometimes the squeegees, especially where the break is, you spread it out. It almost makes it worse.
Absolutely. Now, if you're on the line running up at the nozzle like you have, you're on the line. Are you guys talking about this? Are you saying, hey, drop me back, but give me more speed? I want to run into it. You obviously can't get dropped on top of it here.
Yeah,
You're going down.
You should be. You should be. I mean, the last nozzle man, as you saw, he tried to put the brakes on when he hit that water, and feet went right out from under him. So I think you gotta drop back a little bit out of the water so you can stay under control.
And I'm sure you would say in C-hose, you're still going to have time the way the C-trucks can motor from the hydrant up to the nozzle line. B-hose can be a little bit more difficult.
B-hose might be a little bit more tricky.
All right, track clear for the North Belmore Rinky Dinks. 212s in front of them. Taking off. Relatively straight. It's Cone. Oh, short-armed it. I'm going slack man issue on that one.
I think so.
Up at the top. Oh, he crossed the nozzle and now it's off. He had plenty of time. He had it, but I think it might have stuck. He couldn't get it back off to get a second shot.
Yeah, it might have crossed. But
Going to agree with you guys, but Paul, you saw it at the hydrant as well. Good speed coming in, a quick miss, but a nice recovery.
Yeah, I think he had his hand out as soon as he left the truck
Time
to
for
move
the
in.
Rinky Dinks, 20.21, 20-21.
So the Dink's going for it there. A nice drop at the hydrant.
I think what happened is he gets off, but the slack man continues to run down the street, and he pulled the hose from the hydrant man, and that made him short arm it, and he couldn't get the extension to get the coupling to click.
I agree 100%. I don't think he ever made the turn. I think he stayed in the middle, and the momentum carried him, and he pulled the hose.
As we have a couple more trucks heading down to the start line. We'll probably have a couple minutes here.
You don't see this every tournament.
Hopefully you don't see it at the stake, because that'll take a long time.
Did you go see the track? How does it look?
Actually, I was there striping it. We measured it all out, so it's perfect. And we were there when they striped it. Looks great. Looks great. I think it's going to be a home run.
Always a little nervous when they repave it right before the state.
It's the same one they have out at Hagerman now, where Sable practices and a bunch of other teams have been out there. The same surface, same guy did it, same guy lined it, same guy everything. And that track hooks up like crazy.
Should make some good numbers then.
Yep.
All right, Paul, as you mentioned, a handful of teams bringing their C-trucks the reverse way up the track to get ready for C-hose. So a little bit of a delay here.
1249, 1274, 1361, 1437, and then we're in the 20. So those four, your top four currently. We were just talking a second ago, Jack, you said, yeah, he went straight down the track when he was running slack. We have said this for years, and I got it from Johnny Mays when he was running with Kevin Connell over at North Lyndhurst going back a lot of years, that slack man's job is to turn in just like the Hydra man, but maybe about 2 or 3 feet further down the track. Almost like he was a Hydra man, but just in a different location.
You bring up Kevin and Johnny. I mean, they did it so well. They almost looked like they were synchronized, the two of them, when they ran. But, yeah, if you don't turn in, the Hydra man cuts to the hydrant, and you run out of hose, and sometimes you get that little tug. It's just enough to make you miss.
And it's always at the spot where you're about to put it on, unfortunately. You can't recover from it. Problem is, it goes back to camp, and everybody stares at the Hydra man. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't even say it unless you get it caught definitively on tape.
That's right.
You just gotta eat that one.
And as a hydrant, a lot of times you do blame yourself. Man, what did I do there? What did I do there? Because it goes so fast, you don't always feel the tug. But that was blatantly obvious. You could see it happen.
Especially when you first run, the 5 minutes after.
Coming up to the line, number 14 on your program will be the Port Washington Roadrunners.
It takes you a few minutes to compute in your head what actually happened.
Yeah, you're right. You're still in the fog of the run. You got to process it. Sometimes at night you'd be laying in bed and say, "Mother, what the? Should have had it. Where was he?" All right, Paul Washington's going to be ready to run, almost like they're running first as we have to basically start the competition over again. Doc's putting on the adapter. One good thing here is track drying quickly here in the sun. Even up at the nozzle, that shadow of water fading back towards the arch here, and at the hydrant, bone dry.
Yeah, hydrant is bone dry.
Word on the street is maybe thinking about repaving this place.
Yeah, I hear something about that. I'll believe it when I actually see it, but I do hear something about that.
I think it needs it. It's time.
It's definitely time, and that's, unfortunately, I think when this stuff happens, the same as Ridge, you get into the politics more than the fire department, so to speak, and sometimes it's a little out of your control as far as what gets done or when it gets done.
Right about that.
Guys, can this adapter man take any more time? I mean, Jesus.
You see him on the group. He loves taking his time.
I think he likes being on camera.
It's like he's got a juicy steak in front of him.
I'm down here with a hydroman, Chris Connell from North Lindenhurst. Chris, do you get frustrated waiting sometimes for the adapter man to put it on, or does he move pretty quick for you?
Never. The guy who does the adapter for us has been around the block a few times. He does his job and gets out of the way well.
So you think Donald's dragging ass a little out there?
I would never say anything like that about him. He's huge.
Well, you can tell whose son that is, huh, guys?
That would actually drive me nuts, I think, if I was running. I would hate to wait that long.
Tell me about it. We would fight on the back of the truck, yelling. We're all yelling about him putting the adapter on. He can't hear us, and we're fighting with each other about it. It looks like we're ready now, though. The track's been cleared. Poor Washington guys calling off back of the truck. He's got a good line if he keeps it. Hydrant off the track here a little bit. You got to make that right-hand turn. I always like when the truck the ass would kick out towards the hydrant. Yeah, give you a little help. All right, here comes Fort Washington. Goes in the middle a little bit at the end there. Right-hand turn, water in the hose. Going to be about a target hit right here. He's got to really bang this target. Nozzle on, and he's low right. It's good, but I don't know if it's 12:49 good.
It's going to be in the neighborhood. Again, Chris gave me a split 7-10 on the stick. Good-looking job by the Port Washington Roadrunners.
Yeah, he was deep, too. He had to make the right-hand turn.
1-2.52, 12,
Right
52.
There, right there. It's just that target hit, I think, is the difference right there.
Yep.
Coming up to the line, number 15 on your program, the Rebels from Levittown.
They run 57 to the cone right there. Now you compare that to the shot CI runs. They run a 60, a 69, and Westbury runs a 72 to the cone, and they still beat them. So Westbury's shot now looks real good based on that cone time. I mean, we didn't get a water on for Westbury, but it had to be 7-4, right? Think about it, 7-3.
Yeah, I was going to say it had to be in that ballpark. But if you're running 374 to the cones and you're still putting up a 12-4, you got to think that's a pretty solid shot.
Something good going on. So yeah, you're right. I think that target hit he was low right. Wasn't a horrible hit. You would take that hit, of course. It's not a bad hit, but the difference between beating that 12:49 was right there.
All right, guys, I'm trackside with Donald Smallwood. Donald, second place shot right there, only by a few hundred. 7-10 on your hookup. How'd the run feel?
It was nice and smooth. It's normally what we do in practice, but it was a little slow up by me compared to what we do in practice. But I'm happy with it. We just got to keep chipping away, man.
You know, a lot of people have been watching this sport all season, so you've been limping in a couple of drills. How you feeling today?
I feel pretty good, actually. We had some time off, and I just been taking it easy, you know. And thank God I got a great hydrant adapter setter and Doc Reese, and yeah, I'm just glad to be here today.
Oh, we were talking about him. I mean, he seems to take forever down there.
Yeah. Well, he just makes sure everything's perfect for me, you know. He's one hell of a guy.
Levittown. Kermit at the hydrant. Oh! There's where your slack man definitely didn't help out. Whoa! Now it's broken, and they're having trouble. I don't know if he's getting this on the hydrant. I think that couple might be egged.
Yeah, Levittown's bailing out on the run. So, again, you're giving Donald Reese a lot of props here. I mean, how important is it, Donald, that
no
adapter
time
man
for the Levittown Rebels. Failure to complete the contest, rolled 13:04.
How important is it? I mean, if that adapter man doesn't set it just perfect, I mean, do you give him some garbage if it's not right?
Oh yeah, of course. But Donald gives a little extra love with every time he
up to
does
the line,
it.
number
So
17
I'm happy.
on
I
your
trust him,
program,
and a big
the
guy like
new
that, I
Hyde
can't say too
Park
much to him. He'll
Termites.
beat me into the ground. So
A lot of people seem to be intimidated by Mr. Reese. Great run.
oh yeah, thanks.
He's
Have
a
good
big
one.
teddy bear, Doc. Just get back to that run. Smallwood says, I was a little slow. I think if Danny doesn't hold the brake there, Smallwood goes by, because he was right-hand turning it anyway. And if Danny didn't give it that extra little hole for him to get off and make the right step without running, I think he's by. So he's probably lucky that he went in slow at that point.
Yeah, a little more momentum. He's not making the right turn is what I think what you got now. And it's a fine line though. It's a fine line.
He's carrying a little bit of mo forward, that guy. New Hyde Park's gonna come up to the line. Levittown shot. Yeah, right at the hydrant. The slack man, when he let go of everything, the bar and the hose, pulled the coupling right out of the hands of the hydrant man, and I guess it got egged because he couldn't put it back on. And then up at the top, look a little dangerous as well.
Yeah, he came in deep. He gave the brake and just slid in the water, actually heading towards the target with the sea truck. You don't want to do that.
No. New Hyde Park, and it's actually dried up pretty well up top here. New Hyde Park, definitely in their wheelhouse to run a 12-4 right here.
Yeah, they look like they're lined up a little wide out in the street, no?
Yeah, well, depends on, like we always say, that adapter. If they're running a 33 or a straight, you want to be a little bit wider. You got to make it. You're running towards the stands as opposed to down the track. I say of all the drivers out there, Mike's one I would trust.
Yeah.
I'd like to ride that truck.
Oh, you had me scared again, Lenny.
Nervous
Here
man.
comes New Hyde Park. Brings it in a little bit. Now he straightens it out. He's at the hydrant. We're off. Water in the hose. Shot right here if he can knock it down. Low left, but I still think it's going to contend. 9 points so far for the Termites. Let's see what they got. 1249 is the number.
They're right in the thick of things so far, Paul. Let's
Time
see.
for New Hyde Park. 12.58. 12.58.
Target hit again, Jack.
Right now, Matt Rodden is keeping Westbury in first place with that target hit.
And those are the 3 target hits. His was the best. Second, Port Washington. Third, New Hyde Park. In that order, and that is the order.
And that is the difference. But great drops right there, though.
Yeah.
Coming up to the line, number 18 on your program, the West Hempstead Westerners.
West Hempstead's off to a great start today. 13.5 points, up by 3.5.
I would say they could really use this right now because we know how Central Islip finishes a tournament. So
Yeah, you almost got to get that lead.
The
only
more
thing
space
is,
you have, the better.
West Hempstead has the capability of definitely coming top 3 in all those races too. When you have so few teams, it really hurts if you blow a couple races. CI coming out of the box, they're actually in 4th in this race right now. So you're right, big shot by West Hempstead does damage. You're back at the West Hempstead camp. Got to have a lot of confidence after these latter shots. How about just after last week? Coming in second place at the CI invite, even though the Hopos kind of ran away with it. But then coming out of the box today with those 3 shots, it's got to be a good feeling back there, no?
It's peaking at the right time is what it boils down to.
As they take the line, guys, I think of 2 words: practice run.
Here they come. Straight as an arrow. At the hydrant. Water in the hose. Heavy shot right here. Heavy shot. Let's see if they get busy. On and low left, but I think it's good enough to take first place.
694 on the handle. Let's see what they got.
It's close. Drove that truck straight.
Time for West Hempstead. 1:02.49. 12:49.
That's a tie for first. So we have another tie today, the second tie for West Hempstead, but it's a tie for first. You'll take that.
It's again the target hit, though.
Yeah,
same
that's
thing.
That's what you think. What do you equate that? That's a low 12-3.
Yeah,
low 12-3.
It's not bad, but when you blap it, it definitely makes up some time.
Right there, I look like Andrew when he took off the braking length. He took it off. He didn't get on the coupling. He grabbed the hose behind it. Just so happened that way, or is that something you guys talk about?
I don't know. It looked like he had
Coming
a little
up to the
trouble
line,
breaking
number
it,
20 on
actually.
your program, the Hicks from Hicksville.
So I don't know if it was just he got back a little late, so he wasn't on the hose. But I think ideally, yeah, you want the breaker on the hose, behind the nozzle, man.
Well, when he broke it by turning the hose.
Oh.
Not getting his hand actually on the coupling.
Yeah.
Normally that hose is so old and stiff it works no matter what, but it's not something you guys do deliberately.
No. Break with the coupling. Well, try to. I guess, you got to do whatever means necessary.
Yeah.
If
Guys, at the
point.
old-fashioned drill, John Doherty did a great job on the radio yesterday. John, take us through that sea hose shot for your team.
Yeah, it was stellar. Kenny brought it in just the way he normally does. Jonathan did his job. We got up here. Andrew jumped off the truck. Pat jumped off the truck. They did their little nozzle game they play there and hit the target.
Jumped off the truck. That's riveting information. Thanks, John. Jumped off the truck. Did you guys know that? They jumped off the truck.
Don't you have to be in the contest to get interviewed?
Well, he's a radio guy. I thought he would have a little more insight than that. Jumped off of the truck. That's why he's doing old-fashioned, Paul.
I preferred to step off the truck.
Yeah.
Hot drop and
Doherty
hot
jumps.
ladder.
Here we go. Hicksville coming into the hydrant. 4.5 points. Oh, I thought this is going to be another slack man issue. Nozzle on, but too late as he's gone past the hydrant.
See the front of that truck lifting up, guys, when he got on it?
I kind of thought he might have lost the coupling in his hand, but that might have been after the slack man definitely
Time for Hicksville.
let go.
14.46, 14.46. Coming up to the line, number 21 on your program, the Hempstead Yellow Hornets.
Some of the basics you teach we're talking here. Like we said earlier with Johnny Mays, you got to make that right-hand turn. Got to hold on to the hose. You let go of the hose, it's all over. I watch a lot of these guys, and I don't know how you guys run in West Hempstead. I watch a lot of or you ran it, Lenny. They don't use a rope. And CI's great at it. But you can't go by the greatest team. You got to go by what's most consistent. And we have always used a rope because you wrap it around your fingers, you're not letting go of it. If you fall, at least you hold the hose for the guy.
Well, I didn't use a rope, but I definitely was told, under any circumstances, even if you're falling, you hold the hose, you reach back, you just try to give him the shot at the hydrant. If you miss, you miss. But, you got to give the hydrant man at least one shot at the hydrant. And
I never ran the spot, but we always ran with some sort of strap or something back there. Actually, the anchor man we had the longest amount of time, Jimmy Acquista, in my reign anyway, and he had to tape it just right. It had to be perfect to his liking. And
the rope.
Retaping it, right, a rope. But he had tape
thing.
around the rope so there was friction and it would hold in the right spot. It wouldn't just slide.
There it is. We did the same thing all the time. I would retape it definitely before the state tournament. And you want to make it that hole big enough for the hose exactly, but not too big, so another reason it won't slide down, because if it's sliding down, what good are you anyway?
Shout out to the anchormen out there. We don't get that too often.
Well, unfortunately, it's a negative shout out for some of these runs here, but that's how you learn. There's certain aspects that you got to cover to do the job correctly.
Paul, I think we got a new old guy in here.
Matt Spinelli with the Hempstead Yellow Hornets making his way down the track right here. He's going to be running nozzle, hydrant, water on. Not too shabby up the top. That gets busy old schools. Nozzle on. Oh, right, left target, but I'm telling you, it's in the money somewhere. Heavy hit at the hydrant. What'd you get on that, Lenny? Get it?
I didn't get a number on it. I'm going to see if I can get in touch with Matt here.
Time for Hempstead Yellow Hornets. 12:39.
12:39 takes the lead. And look at Spins. He's got grinning ear to ear.
Wow, guys. Matt Spinelli back with the Hornets. Matt, we know this is your first organized drill back here. I know you've been practicing with them a little bit.
On your program, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
There aren't a lot of guys that could come back like that, Matt, after a little layoff and all that gray in their beard and can run a 12-3.
About a 4-year layoff. Good thing we had a few weeks of practice because I wasn't really ready for the Rockville Center drill. Felt real comfortable this week. Started coming back, and we'll see the results.
Looks like you haven't lost a beat.
I know. It feels good to be back at it. It does. The team needed it. We were really sinking. We might have went out of business this year. I felt the need to come back. Started with running motor pump, and it led to this. So,
talk about what it's like to have run on the C-Truck for all those years, then be off for 4 years, and then get back on the back of that crazy dragon that we call a C-Truck.
Go give it to him.
What's it like getting back on the truck?
I've been around, though, the last 4 years. I've been watching it. It did seem faster the first shot I ran, not going to lie. We ran with no hose on the truck. But, just a couple weeks of practice, you get right back in the flow. So we'll see with B-hose. It's a different truck. I got to get used to it, but I'm there.
Great C-hose shot in front of the home crowd. Congratulations, first place for the Hornets right now.
You go back to B-hose when he gets there. He hasn't been off that truck in, 15 years? It's been a long time since he's been on the back of that bad boy. Nice shot by the Hornets, first place, 12:39, and all of a sudden, a lot of people across New York State, ears just perked up. Uh-oh.
It's like
somebody else got something to say.
It's like riding a bike, right, Matt?
And that 12:39 is going to help some teams at the state drill, and it's going to hurt some teams at the state drill. If they can put it up there again, but why shouldn't they? They look great.
It's one of those tweeners.
All right, Manhasset Lakeville. At the hydrant. Not a lot of mo. It's like he got a little slow cross, maybe a bit. Got it back on, up at the top, and target hit. Just going back to Spinelli for a second. He was left, right, then target. 12:39. I'm saying at least a 12:29.
Yeah, definitely a 12-2.
If he takes the rod and hit.
Time for the Minutemen. 13.91, 13.91.
Yeah, you Hydra men are always real picky. I thought Matt did a nice job on that
Oh,
target.
no. I said this before. It's not a bad job, but it's not first drop. We are being picky. You are right, Lenny.
All right, so that'll do it for C-Hose here, guys. And as we said, Hempstead Yellow Hornets are late in the pack, putting on a show for their home crowd.
Real competitive, and I'll let him give you the finals of that contest. But a real competitive contest, and we have an interesting day going on right here. Wow, West Hempstead halfway through is going to be up 7.
No, Matt was talking about the B truck. I don't know. Did you have a low bar or a high bar?
Well, a high bar.
A high bar?
Higher bar, yeah.
Because
and a high step.
With the Flukes, it was a high bar, and then with West Hempstead, it was a low bar, and I had trouble.
Move the equipment. Stand by for the results of the C-Hose contest.
I had a little trouble initially with the lower bar, but I actually grew to like the lower bar better, to tell you the truth. Yeah.
See, I was never a fan of the low bar. I like that high bar and a large step off, like a normal step. Not something dragging. But no, yeah, I'm surprised that you said at the end you like the low bar. Wow.
Oh, the step definitely. I feel like when the step's low, you can't really get yourself under control when you get off the truck. Your foot hits the ground almost too quick.
Yeah.
A little bit higher, you have a little more
normal
space.
Steps, like a normal running step. Oh my God, that doesn't look good. That's Roslyn. Roslyn, oh my God,
oh man.
They're running a practice B-hose shot going to the start line, but they failed to hold in the hose, and they're dragging the hydrant coupling. You know, my whole career, I would be so careful with that hydrant coupling. Give it to the right people. Don't drop it. I'm going to kill somebody. They just dragged it 200 feet. Clanking.
The coupling, the hose, it might be a sprinkler in it.
There's definitely going to be a sprinkler. And when he hit the brake as he was running, I thought it was going to go under the wheel. You know how it gets wrapped around the rear end like that? Seen it.
That or wrapped under the guy on the back's leg and drag him off the truck. That was a little dangerous, man.
And you saw the guy in the back. There's one guy in the back.
Results of the
And he was trying to gather it, but it wasn't happening.
First place, 5
See,
points.
nobody's got that on film.
Hempstead Yellow Hornets.
That's true.
We have a tie for second and third place, each receiving 3 1/2 points. Westbury Turtles and the West Hempstead Westerners. Fourth place, Port Washington, 2 points. Fifth place, 1 point, the New Hyde Park Termites.
All right, so halfway through this drill, do the little rundown. West Hempstead's going to have 17 points. They've gone second, first, and a tie for second. Second place, New Hyde Park with 10, and Central Islip with 10. Fourth place is Port Washington with 6, and then the Hornets with 5. That's your top 5 halfway through the drill. A little surprising. We said the West Hempstead and CI were going to be there. We were trying to figure out before the drill, Jack, who was going to be those other teams, the other 3 teams that come down the track. And right now, it's still wide open. Fred, you want to do a commercial? All right, we're going to be back with B-Hose. Stick with us.
With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighter volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information. With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighter volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information. 2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Jolly Tinker Hose Company is the new source for the best racing hose available. Each length is designed to withstand the demands of FD racing. Colored hose and double jackets now available. For more information, call 516-322-6366. Jolly Tinker Hose Company. We have tight hose. If you experience any damage due to fire, flooding, wind, or mold and need help, contact SOS Emergency Services. SOS is the exclusive emergency mitigation company for New York State drill teams. It's family-owned and firefighter operated. SOS has a friendly working arrangement with all insurance companies, so call 631-486-7979. SOS Emergency Services for the right help in your time of need. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook, or call 516-354-7797. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com.
Okay.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years.
The run will be the Bee Hose Contest. The state record in this event is 7.55 and is held by West Hempstead.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Part 2 of the day, the second half, the last 4 contests. Bee Hose. Now, Bee Hose last week was a pretty good win, I believe, by CI. If I could just bring it up, 7-7, I believe, right? I think they won 771 last week at the home track. North Lindy 798. And then went all the way down to West Islip at a 874. But for the year, CI also has the best time at a real nice 759. Just off the record from West Hempstead, 755.
I was just going to say, CI's been running the best all year, but West Hempstead's
First
record
team
holder.
on the line, number 1 on your program, the Roslyn Highlanders.
And they're both here today with some great water. One thing about CI, and we brought it up at last year's state, I don't think they've scored at the state tournament in B-Hose going now 11 or 12 years. We were talking about how it might affect them as the tournament was going on last year and have an impact, but the way that they've been running really good B-Hose this year. So that's going to be an interesting sub-story as the day moves on next Saturday.
That's absolutely crazy. I was talking with Andrew Brome, and I almost couldn't believe it when he told me that it had been that long with this team.
Yeah.
It's not like they haven't put up shots, just I guess the state tournament.
Now you tell me, where is Roslyn driving right now? Looks like he's driving into the
Looks like
Chief Brian D. Fahey training school.
He's gonna park the truck on the Hornets trailer.
He's resetting it. Thank God, because he was definitely parked towards Willie McCarthy over there. Roslyn's going to bring it back in and reset. Now, it's going to be interesting if he can get the coupling on the hydrant, because after you drag the hydrant coupling for over 200 feet and almost run it over with the rear tires as well as your hose, how's it going to work?
Well, I wonder if the guy on the back of the truck even told anyone, or he just threw it back in there and hoping for the best.
He was supposed to hold it probably. He quickly restacked it, so now the mark is in the wrong spot, upside down.
Making a case for steel couplings, though, right?
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, well, we're going to find out real quick as Roslyn's on the back of the truck. Think what happened. Think about Roslyn. I mean, we give all the credit to these guys coming out working hard this year. But a couple of years ago, I mean, they're almost state champions, right? It's right there.
Right. Don't tell Stanley that one. Don't remind him.
It's so, but it's just it's the overall statement for racing in general. How quick it could fall apart. Coming into the hydrant, methodically, water in the hole. Oh, now water's across the street. Haven't seen that much today as the track had gone completely dry. Looked like he had it turned and everything. Guess he crossed it. Just about ready to get water out the tip, and we have a target. Now let's see how they clean this water, because as team number one,
and
this
for
is
Roslyn, 17.24, 17.24.
Could have an effect on everybody. Water at the hydrant or nozzle and B-hose at Hempstead.
Coming up to the line, number 5 on your program, the Westbury Turtles.
How much did that bother you, at the hydrant or at the nozzle, when the team right before you just washes water all over the street, and you got to run next, and you're just saying,
I honestly, you know, I didn't. If I was running, I didn't think about it. It bothered me more if I was the guy that did it.
Right.
And you could. There's plenty of people, and I know Mike Tanzi's one. I remember St. James running behind us in a state tournament one time, and I blew water across the track. I think it was B-hose, and I literally turned around and told him I was sorry. Right there on the track, I pointed to him. I said, you know, my bad. That bothered me more than having to run in somebody else's mess. Nice job drying it up, though. Look like it, right?
Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all.
Doesn't look bad at all. It's right. Sun baking this track real well today. So let's see what Matt Rodden does here. Knocks it down on the first one, gets a 12.49 out of it. Can he stick with it and do 2 in a row? 3.5 points for Westbury on the day. They received all those in that CO shot. Beautiful day, low humidity.
Yeah.
It's going to be something to see. It looks like next week's shaping up to be all right.
I think it's going to be real similar, I think, for the whole week. Nice cool weather, no humidity. Trucks run good. You're not baking out there.
You guys running out there tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
Anybody who's worth anything, I think, is going to be out there.
I think you'd be crazy not to, just to go out there and get a feel for the track.
What you're going to give me some free shots on a new track before the state drill? Sign me up. All right, Westbury.
Matt's got a tough act to follow here.
In the break, can he gas off the side of the truck? Oh, he definitely. Same thing. You could tell he was not sure.
You're right, Paul. There was a lot of spray coming out when he first put the handle down, and it didn't hold but a half a second.
Rodden set up real nice, too. Quick break, nozzle on, head up that time. Ready to go. You know what's so funny as a hydroman a lot of times? You come in and you know you don't have it on,
Time
but you
for the
can't
Turtles,
stop your stick hand.
15.07, 15.07.
I think you just
on
turned
the
the
line,
water
number
on
6
and
on your program.
Yeah.
The Central Islip Hobos.
Paul, can't you relate that to the hydrant man watching the nozzle man maybe go a step or two by it and saying, oh, should I shut it off?
No.
You don't know.
No.
Hey, listen, if you're not sure if you're on at the hydrant, put the damn stick down. You ain't going to get a run out of it either way.
I agree. That's my
put
point.
the stick down.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. That's my point. And you've run it so many times. Your stick hand's automatic. You know,
put it down, yep.
It's going to put the water on. You actually have to tell it not to, and it takes so long. The water's already on. You saw it, Kenny Gas. He didn't want to turn it on. You saw it.
No, it looked like he actually tried to stop
himself,
himself, but he couldn't.
He couldn't. And you're right, Lenny. Just like up here, you only get one shot anyway. And how many times have you had it crossed and it stuck? I can remember once in my life. And I've crossed it plenty of times. But you're not going to win the race anyway at that point.
No, did I hear that someone turned it off last week or something like that? One of the hydrant men?
Yeah, turned it off, which we discuss all the time. And up top, Miracle gets the nozzle on, and there's no water. Crazy. Crazy. All right, here comes the aforementioned Central Islip Hobos. Time of the year. Winners of last week's contest at CI. The all-time top run B-Hose here at the Hempstead Invite, 1993.
Host wants to let you know that they're going around with 50-50 raffle tickets. Please support the host with the 50-50 raffle tickets.
1993 with the 738. Still today, king of all times in B-Hose, no matter how you ran it. 738. State record for a while, and now a retired state record. Patchogue 40 Thieves.
It's a tenth and a half below the present state record.
Think about it. All right, Hobos. Been on fire in B-Hose. Water's down the track. I thought he was too far out in the street.
He was, but it looked like they went for it right there.
Yeah.
You know, Paul, we haven't seen them under much pressure all year, and I'm not saying that's the issue here, but, you know, they don't have to win every drill, but a little pressure today, and not quite as consistent as normal.
Time for Central Islip, 17.99, 17.99.
I'm going to go a step further on that, Len, in a sec here.
Coming up to the line, number 7 on your program, the Merrick Buckeyes.
I'm sure at the Hobo camp it's not unanimous that we're going to this drill. I'm sure there's discussion. Some guys want to, some guys don't. You see most teams that don't have to be here because it's not county points are choosing not to do it. Week off, state tournament. They said, you know, good relationship with the Hornets, good relationship with everybody. We're going to go. Kudos to them. But then something like this happens, which is unexpected on everybody. Their idea, our idea. Think it affects them?
It's possible. I mean, you know, just the focus today possibly maybe why they're a little bit off base is they're not, you know, all locked in on going to this tournament for one, and then yeah, the last thing you want is to have a bad day the week before, especially the way they've been dominating all season.
Little doubt can creep in the back of your head, and that's maybe the worst thing for a racer, right, guys? And you guys both raced a long time. You got to be confident in what you're doing.
It's a mental game, man.
It really can be.
It is a mental game, and if anybody will just overcome it and take this as a bad day and get drunk later and have a blast tonight and fool around, it's the CI Hobos.
Right.
And I tend to think that that's what they're going to do, and it's really not going to affect them next week, but you never know.
I don't think it will, but, you know, anything's possible, and on the other side, if West Hempstead does hold on to this, imagine the confidence boost that they get now knowing that they just, you know, were able to win a drill.
You know, guys, I don't mean to interrupt. I got an opportunity. Chris Murphy, a lot of racers out there don't want to talk if they have a little issue with a race, but Chris is right here. Chris, what happened?
Well, it was we had a little bit of speed. This track doesn't seem to grab as well as, let's say, our practice course, you know, so we anticipated that. I maybe wanted a little more push off the back than I got, and so I was moving quick. And then I just kind of got there, capped, but I just needed a little more meat on that coupling, and it would have stuck. It was actually closer than maybe it looked, but I was close, and that's probably more frustrating.
Ask him if he think the truck faded to the middle of the track a little bit.
For us prognosticators, Paul's saying, do you feel the truck maybe faded to the middle a little bit?
I think he might have driven it out to the middle. We actually moved it in a little closer. You want to take
Yeah, I want to follow this up with you, Chris. Hang in there.
Merrick Buckeyes, 1 point on the day, making their approach. Oh, goes by at the hydrant. Now he's got water in the hose. Not many times to play with right here. This could still be a first place shot. Now he hits the target. 15:07 first place right now. Not C-Hose 1958, but today. Turn on your mic.
Time for Merrick, 10.58, 10:58.
Heavy first place shot there by 5 seconds.
On the line will be the Call Place Frogs.
All right, Chris, so we just watched Merrick run. That's first place right now, 10:58. You know, talk about pressure, no pressure. Your team been solid this year and defending state champions and all that. Are you guys feeling any pressure today? West Hempstead having a heck of a day, and Hobo's struggling a little bit.
What is something going on next week?
There's something going on. Great sense of humor as always. But are you feeling a little heat?
It's been so easy to race, that this year. That's like one of the luckiest things I think I could ever say. It just feels very smooth and easy. But I think we're a vet team in that we've experienced how to work through hiccups too. So today's maybe not our best day. We're not really happy with how we're racing. But we also know what we got to do to make adjustments to try to work that out and give us the best shot. And that's it. State drill's a coin flip. A lot of people say that. I believe in it, that anything can happen that day, and whatever happens, so be it. So.
3 races to go. We know CI can run them, all solid. You guys have finished strong all year. Is that what you're looking forward to?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're still here to win this drill. We want to put this away, and we'll give it our best shot and have some fun doing it.
Thanks, Chris.
Call place at the hydrant. He's off. He's got water in the hose. Man, if they get busy up here, we're looking at a first-place shot. Oh, and they do not still bring
water out of the dummy lane.
Yeah, that's not going to help. He's got water past the target, but you're right, Len. It's in the dummy lane.
It's through the dummy lane. That puts water
Way
on
past.
the 3-man ladder line, which is never good. Mike at the hydrant on that one. The stick stayed down for him. Very nice job.
Time for Carl Place, 15.98, 15.98.
Yeah, just for the record, guys, let's not count Central Islip out of this drill.
Coming up to the line, number 9 on your program, the East Farmingdale Hares.
You're right, Jack. I wasn't counting them out. You saw me follow up in that interview with, hey, your best 3 races are here to, right there for you. So I'm not counting them out.
All right, East Farmingdale is going to take the line right here. Top 4, only 4 teams with numbers so far. 10:58, 15:07, 15:98, and a 17:99.
It's funny, one event to the next, huh? C-Hose very competitive times, and then B-Hose is nothing on the board right now.
Nope.
Jack, we talked about that earlier in the day too with B-Ladder. The B-Ladder times were crazy good. And here, B-Hose, not so much.
Looks like we might have a little oil spillage maybe out on the track. Guys are circled around, maybe looking for a towel. So, yeah, next week, we're looking to an exciting week, just looking forward. I mean, just run down the list of teams that have the capability. The teams that are here right now, you got, top 5, not to win the drill overall. Top 5, West Hempstead, Central Islip. Outside chance, maybe even coming down the track, you got New Hyde Park, Port Washington, Hicksville. They were in it almost to the end last year. Hempstead Yellow Hornets, you don't know what you're going to get out of them. I mean, they win a couple of hose races. They can win efficiency. They got some young bucks out there. And then the teams that aren't here, North Lindy, Bayshore, West Sayville, Islip. So it looks like it's going to shape up to be an exciting day.
Yeah, that state tournament, you win 2 events, you can get down the track. A lot
Especially
of times,
early,
10 points
Jackie, you're right. Especially
enough.
early.
Yeah, we always said if we get double digits, first let's get double digits, second let's come in the top 3, third let's go for the win if we can get that far down the day.
Yeah, a lot of the old timers had that philosophy of the 3 points every event, and I completely disagree. I think you got to win.
Thank you.
I think you got to win events to win that
2.
tournament.
You need to be solid in at least 3 races where you get 5s and 4s.
Right.
Then you can point out the rest of the day, especially in a state drill. I agree with you 100%.
All right, I'll play the devil's advocate. What's the difference if you get 5s and 4s and then miss a few races and you still average out with 24 points? You average 8 thirds.
What's the chance of scoring in all 8 races? 3rd place, number 1. Number 2 is
the points are the same. It doesn't matter what the chances are. The points are the same.
See, I scored 31 last year. So you're out.
I'm not saying 24 is enough. I'm
just
saying it's the same thing to score 5s and 4s and then miss a few races as it is to get 8
Confidence. Being a winner. Not everybody gets a cupcake lunch.
Sprinkles,
right. East Farmingdale. Water in the hose. Now, come on. Complete the shot. Take 5 points. Get the nozzle on. Definitely had time right there. He was playing with a little bit. It was looking for looked like the mark. What was going on there?
He picked it up, it looked like, Lenny. I don't know if you saw down there. He picked it up in the air, and he just had trouble putting it on.
I didn't quite have the right angle. I'm a little bit behind him, but I can't believe our own Paul Susskind is quoting flow when we're talking about the way to race.
Flow?
Well, you're talking
Alice?
about sprinkles. You're talking.
Geico commercial.
Oh, that flow.
Time for the Hares, 17.05, 17.05.
Is she
on
your?
the line, number 10 on your program. The North Belmore Rinky Dinks.
Is that where you get your racing coaching
whatever
from?
your
Is flow?
question is, the answer is no, Lenny.
That's who you're mimicking, right, Jackie? Is that where he's going? Sprinkles are for winners. Is that where he's going?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought he was going, but
Cupcakes.
he did say cupcakes.
North Belmore coming to the line. North Belmore
Cupcakes and sprinkles.
sitting on 1 point. Maybe at your house. Sitting on 1 point so far here today. Man, East Farmingdale is wide open. If he puts the nozzle on, gets a semi-good target hit, he's in first place by not tenths. He's in first place by seconds.
He had time, too. Had plenty of time.
They had every
You
opportunity.
got to
You guys
know
are
that
right.
when you're on the line. I say this all the time. You have to know the scorecard all the time. Guys, there's only 5 teams left. First place is 2 seconds out of normal. Let's just complete the shot. We win the race. We come in the top 5. Whatever it is. Can't let that chance go away. When you're somebody like East Farmingdale especially. I mean, if you're that who knows what, let's say they end up winning the contest with an 890. Who knows what that 5th place first points does for them in the future. You never know what happens from that.
Start with that. Possibly you're hitting another event, you're down the track, and then
confidence. The department might look at you different. You know, you might conduct yourself. All these things can come into play after that. Both Belmore looks like they're pointing to the middle of the track a little bit.
Say that they look like they pointed out also.
Making his way. The hydrant, hand out. Water's in the hose. It's going to be about the target hit. Here we are. Broken, nozzle on. He's left-right target, but that's going to be your first place shot.
I don't think the Hydra Man hit it clean either, guys. I think he kind of jammed it and pushed it right back on. But nice recovery.
Time for the Rinky Dinks, 8.63, 863.
863, your first place shot. By about 2 seconds. Port Washington coming to the line. Port Washington sitting with 6 points. Now they can run B-Hose.
Coming up to the line, number 14 on your program, the Road Runners from Port Washington.
This now becomes a big shot for them. You know, if they can run their usual pretty good B-Hose shot when they run it, they can get themselves in a good position for top 3 on the day.
We're going back to what you said before. You know, this is one of the advantages when you're running late. When a contest goes like this, and you're licking your chops right now, knowing you just run a nice smooth shot, get your 4 or 5 points hopefully, and then move on to the next event. Oh, we're gonna have a slight delay again.
Uh-oh. Doc. Donald Reese being very particular.
It's like he's tightening the bolts on the hydrant itself, making sure that's good.
He's actually,
the gasket's good.
He's twisting so hard the hydrant might break in half.
Now he gives a thumbs up. Now he gets a sweep.
What's there to sweep?
It's
dry.
You know, in hindsight, we can just have the trucks come down when Port Washington's about to run next time if a few of them need to, if they didn't get out on time.
Yeah. Looks like it's ready now. Doc, the last one off the track.
That might be
the
a
officials
Donald
have already
Reese
abandoned.
record. That's a Donald Reese record.
It was
I've
quick,
never seen
right?
him get in and get out so fast.
Still the last one off. All right, track cleared for Port Washington. Wide open for them. They just have to run their normal run. I mean, they're not pushing it right here. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, especially with this water. I mean, if you just run a solid shot, it's going to be a 7. It's going to be tough for the teams left to beat.
Yeah.
Scoreboard is showing 17:05 as 5th place right now.
That scoreboard is correct.
Oh. I'm with Chris Connell here. Chris, could you run a 17:05 right now?
No, because if they had one more team, it'd be overtime.
I could run in 2 efficiency shots in that amount of time.
All right, Port Washington. At the hydrant, he's off. Happy feet, but he's popped up! Stick popped up. It's not going to help him. Going to have to hit target. He's got time, water, and target. It's going to be a first place shot, but that popped up stick is going to come back to haunt him maybe.
That's definitely going to haunt him, Paul. I mean, the thing went up, and Donald's momentum brought him down the track a little bit, and he didn't see it.
Time for the Road Runners, 8.26, 826.
Talking 8-0 if he has that stick down all the way. Decent target hit, more than decent actually. And that was actually, what'd you get a number on the hydrant? Did you get it, Lenny?
I had 262.
Coming up to the line, number 15 on your program, the Levittown Rebels.
What happened to the 2-2 hydrant hit? It's
Chris
extinct.
Connell. I'm with Chris Connell. He had 238, so
All right, a little bit
somewhere in the middle.
The 2.2 is like the pterodactyl of racing. Extinct.
I actually don't hear much under 2.4, 2.5
I said, if that's really a 238, that's a hot drop these days.
I don't know if it was that hot. I mean,
well, his feet were moving pretty quickly, but
he was under control, though. I mean, Donald's a tribute to us big guys, Paul. You know what I'm saying? He does a great job.
Come out and say it.
Everything physically
come out and say
and the way he does it. But I don't know if he was 2.3. He's probably in the 2.5 range. But a fine job there by Paul Washington.
So 8:26 takes the lead here. That's first place. Levittown Rebels. Here's another team, Levittown. If you're the Levittown Rebels, running 8.99, running 9 flat at this point, because how many B trucks are left behind them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trucks. Can they all do something? I don't know.
You know, good news for the Roadrunner fans. Donald with 2 good shots in a row, and he's not limping, folks. So unless something happens in the next 3, I think he's going to be okay for next week at the state.
All right, track's been given to the Levittown Rebels. The hydrant looked a little deep. He was up at the top. Stops it for him in a good spot.
A lot of hose back.
Yeah, and they're going to be way back, but thankfully. Oh, nope. I was about to. Oh, now we got to. Oh. I don't even know how to explain this. He's way back, and then instead of just shooting at the target, he shot left and right all over where the truck and the guys are going to get off. And then they blew a hose in the first length, and I guess the truck's back in the gas there, but it's wet.
13.31, 13.31.
You're right, Paul. Lots of things going on there. Hydrant Man getting dropped a little bit deep.
Number 17 on your program, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
Actually, Hydrant Man and Anchorman being dropped a lot deep. They had to come back to it. And then the Anchorman gave that extra bit of anchor he didn't need to. That pulled the nozzle man and breaker back a little bit. And then they had a problem controlling it once they got the nozzle on.
It didn't look like the truck stopped well at the hydrant at all. It kind of rolled right through.
Now, Jackie, you ran here a bunch of years. Talk about the water pressure here in Hempstead. If you're not set up and ready, or if you have one little kink behind you.
Water pressure is a big factor here. Number one, nozzle men, you don't get much time to put the nozzle on to begin with. Number two, where it comes into play a lot is if there is a little kink or you're rushed a little bit and you don't get to really set up, that pressure can throw you all over the place.
That's exactly what we saw with the Levittown Rebels. As it leads us into New Hyde Park now. Paul, you got the numbers in front of you. They're right in the middle of this drill. Big hit here, and they're going to put themselves up for contention to win this thing.
You got that right. Based on what Hempstead does coming up behind them, they're right now 7 points behind. And like you said, Lenny, anything can happen right here. They put up their shot, and it's not a heavy shot, 8:26. That New Hyde Park's got that in their wheelhouse. And then they got to sit around and see what West Hempstead's done. West Hempstead's working on a streak of 4 good races in a row. You would think by just the laws of average that something's going to happen at some point. That's what New Hyde Park's hoping.
Stay tuned as we continue to bring you the drill here from beautiful
I don't know what's
Hempstead,
going on.
New
What are they doing here at the hydrant? They still waiting to sweep some places?
They did some more towel action down there. They're coming down here now by me, guys. I don't know.
That hose spray, I think, is what they were toweling with
yeah.
the hose blue.
Yeah. Maybe there's some oil right there.
I don't think it's oil, guys. It's right in front of me, and it's water. That's all. Come on.
I failed to mention a couple teams going into next week. We keep talking about the possibilities top 5 in the state. Henrietta running really well, coming into their own right this time of year. Point Pleasant at any moment. Last year I said it. Plenty of people have said it that. Who runs harder than Point Pleasant? They ran as hard as you could imagine at that state drill last year in every contest. So putting it together as they're 1 year older, they got the possibility. Spenceport ran a heavy 7 and B hose this year, man. If they could follow up that at the state drill, they could be a spoiler. And then you go to the northern area, you got, Great Bend, Copenhagen, 6s in 3-man, 23s or whatever in buckets. So it's going to be exciting. Always is.
Guys, I said I'm down pretty much halfway through the hose lay, in the middle of the middle length, and the adapter man from the Termites walking all the way down the track and asking the local committee to put more towels down here right in front of me, and finally officials moved them along. I mean, they're getting a little picky.
New Hyde Park. Break at the hydrant. Frankie's off hot. Water in the hose. He held the handle down to make sure it stayed there. Up at the top, Nazalan, there's your first place shot right there. That's your first place shot. Nice job by Frankie Sonnenberg. Gets the hydrant, puts it on, but literally held that stick down.
Time for New Hyde Park. 7.73. 773.
Heavy number in B-Hose for this year. Got a water on that one, Lenny?
Yeah, I had 34. I'm right with Chris Connell. I think he had 32.
On the line, number 18 on your program, the West Hempstead Westerners.
Just a super shot there for the Termites.
Real pretty.
Solid at both ends. B-Hose textbook right there. I'm here with Frankie Sonnenberg right now. Frankie, we were just talking textbook run there. Is that a practice shot, or did you pull that one out of your butt a little?
No, that's pretty consistent with practice. It's actually a combined team record right now, so it's a good shot for us.
So that ties the team record? Is that what you're saying?
No, it actually becomes our team record for a combined team after Ralph and them left and we combined with Garden City Park.
Oh, an awesome shot. Again, it was clean at both ends. You were 2-3 and change at the other end, and nice hit on the target. Talk about what it's like riding with Mike Athenas all these years.
He makes my job easy. He puts me in the same spot consistently. All I got to do is get off and extend my arm to hit that thing.
West Hempstead, Len. This is a big shot after that New Hyde Park
Frankie.
shot. Now, this does put the pressure on him. Not that if you're on the back of the truck feeling any pressure right now, you just want to run your run. But they need a good shot here to keep that pretty insurmountable lead, or it's going to become surmountable.
Well, we said that. New Hyde Park with a shot. Here comes the West Hempstead Westerners.
At the hydrant, water in the hose. Let's see what happens. Nice slide, water on Nazalan. Going to be about targeting. Oh, and he does it. And let me tell you how great a job Craig does right there. Andrew Brougham left the coupling right in front of him. A no-no when you're the breaker, man. And Craig shoots right over it and hits target.
I think that's a little more forgivable when you
Time
hit the
for
target.
West
no doubt.
Hempstead. 7.76. 776.
But we got back-to-back heavy numbers. Man, where do you lose it in that? You don't. That's just. What is
Coming
that?
up to the line, number 19 on your program, the Woodlanders from Rockville Center.
Basically mirror shots.
Yep.
Andrew Brougham inches away from getting scolded back at the camp. It's like number two. Number one, grab the coupling. Number two, twist. Number three, throw it out of the way. So with the first two, he had right. Second one, third one, he left it there. So 776 is going to do the Westerners fine. 300ths off the lead time, 773.
You know, Paul, I'm down here with Andrew Brougham right now, the breaker for the Westerners. Andrew, I didn't quite see it from my angle, but word on the street is you might have left that coupling in front of your nozzle, man. You know that's a no-no.
Yeah, I do that pretty often, so Craig will probably yell at me later for it, but for now we'll enjoy it.
I mean, it's a nice second-place shot, but, you know, you're only talking a couple of hundreds that could affect them.
Yeah, thanks for pointing out all the faults, Lon.
I'm not pointing out the faults. That was Paul. I'm just. Don't shoot the messenger.
Paul is always great on the radio. I love everything he does.
All right, thanks, Andrew.
Oh, we've had some instances with Paulie and the West Hempstead Westerners
Yeah.
after the tournament,
Oh my
after
God.
radio shows. So let's see how this ends up.
Get surrounded.
Oh, you guys are funny.
At least they don't send them up on the arch anymore to surround me during the day. Rockville Center. Big night for them last night, second place. Old-fashioned state drill. Let's see if they can translate that into a good B-Ho shot. 773, 776, 826, 863, 1058 is still fifth place. Oh, he hooks it now. This is going to beat 1058 if they can hit the target. Oh, they run deep. He's got a boogie and doesn't get it. Now he loses it.
Paul, I saw a lot of things in that run. The truck kicked toward the hydrant a little bit, the way you like it.
Yeah.
So the hydrant man had that opportunity. Then I saw the nozzle man go a step by the coupling, and the breaker waited for him. Very important. Don't just go grabbing the
Time
coupling
for
and
the
breaking it and
Woodlanders.
throwing it.
16.04. 16.04.
You also
the breaker
noticed.
was very disciplined.
You
Coming
also
up to the line,
noticed
number 20 on your program, the Hicks from Hicksville.
that the hydrant man was disciplined as well because he didn't turn the water off.
No, that's it. You go.
So Hicksville comes to the line. They're still looking at a 10.
58.
58. Hicks,
Anything
Hornets,
What is fourth place right now?
Minutemen. Fourth place is 8-6. So at least we got some 8s working. Then we got the heavy 7s. 863 by North Belmore, currently in fourth. So decent points up for grabs.
It's decent points, and I tell you, after Seahose, I'm anxious to see what I think they actually have a shot at running at that 7-7.
Oh yeah.
But let's see what Hicksville does first.
Approaching 3 o'clock here on the East Coast. Got to pick up the pace here. We're not going into our fastest events after this. Slower. All right, Hicksville. Looks like they're ready to go. Track's theirs. Guys are on the back of the truck. They sit currently with 4.5 points. Had that heavy B ladder shot earlier. 5-16. They'd love to carry that forward one week. Hicks. Oh, made a stab at it, but it was not going to happen. They're deep. This truck is sliding like crazy. It's almost like someone put whatchamacallit on the tires.
I agree, Paul. That truck is sliding all over the place.
You know,
Both ends.
If you listen, it has a weird sound to it.
It's crazy.
It doesn't sound like it bites at all. It has that weird...
Like
Time for Hicksville. 11.34. 11:34.
What's that tire shine you can put on?
Coming
like
up to the line, number
Armor
21 on
All.
your program, and your host for today's events, the Hempstead Yellow Hornets.
Really not that wet down here, guys, so that really shouldn't be the issue.
I mean, a lot of smoke coming out. You're right. The weird, like you hear it when there's about to be a car accident, right? It's not stopping.
It's interesting. It's something maybe a lot of people don't think about, but it's huge. The tires and everything, equipment wise. If you're not on the point with everything, it's going to make a big difference.
Oh yeah.
Keep going on that, Jack. We're talking tire pressure. We're talking the life of the tires.
Yeah,
And then now we're talking brake pads and brakes and right on through the whole truck. I mean, most of these competitive teams, they got full-time mechanics or their drivers all over that stuff.
Yeah, and you notice. I think it was Levittown. I've watched them run. It almost looks as though their front tires don't lock
stop,
up,
right?
which is not going to stop the truck. And then a team like Hicksville, I don't know if there's too much air pressure or it's the type of tires they're using, but it's just not biting down.
All right, looks like we're going to get the flag here for the Yellow Hornets. Talked earlier about Matt Spinelli, heavy shot and Seahose to win that contest. Now he's back on the old Rascals truck.
Well, that's interesting, and Matt mentioned that. He's comfortable with that C truck. That's the old Hornets truck. Now he's on the Rascals truck. Doesn't quite have the experience, so
he's got a lot
he
of
wasn't
experience.
so sure of himself.
A lot of experience on it, but it's
on
just
this
been a
truck,
real
yeah.
long time. He's
Okay.
a South Hempstead Rascal.
Well, he didn't seem very confident.
No, he didn't. At the hydrant. Oh, boy, we got something going on right here. Heavy at the hydrant, up at the top. Spinelli's got it on. Oh, and he hits it going across. I don't know if it's 7-7.
No, I don't think so.
But if it works out well at the top, that beats a 7-7. Heavy hit at the hydrant.
Time for Hempstead. 7.90. 790.
You have a stick time on that?
790 with that crazy target hit.
Are you ready for this, Jack? You're going to play this number tonight. 2-2-2.
That's what I like. That's
hydrant.
old school right there. Old school. I love that.
Coming up to the line, number 22 on your program, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
So I got that number from Chris Connell. Vinny Bogart's down here. He tells me 216.
Yeah.
So we're in the 220
So
range.
let's talk about that. That's what a 2-2 does for you in B-Hose. A 2-2 will take care of a bad target hit and still keep it a 7. If you run a 2-5 handle right there, you're talking 8-2 right now.
But that being said, Jackie, you watching this sport long enough, there's not a heavy percentage of nozzle men that are going to get it on and still control it enough here at Hempstead to hit the target the way he did.
At Hempstead.
Yeah.
At Hempstead.
I said those words.
That's, again, going back to the water on this course. Matt did not have much time putting that nozzle on. I mean, he barely got it on, which with this pressure, I think that caused a little bit of the issue with the target hit. But still a great shot. Good job.
Hell of a job. They're going to be reckoned with next week.
They are, and Mikey too.
Mike Spatz.
I think because they don't run as consistently, he doesn't get maybe enough credit. I mean, that guy lights up the hydrant.
No, but let's go back to last year. I don't know if it was the state drill, but it was definitely at the Labor Day drill here. They had, I think, really heavy numbers. He freaking lit it up that day. Yeah. He's no joke. Not afraid. He's freaking going for it. You gotta love it.
I agree, Paul. He goes for it, and he's got that quick stick hand.
Yep.
He's not wrapping anything around the outside. He's going right for that stick, and his dad will tell you the same.
Love to watch it. Great stuff. Manhasset. That truck drove towards the stands and then drove away from the stands. Now we're up at the top. Target is tripped. So it ends up to be a real good B-hose contest after an ugly beginning.
Didn't quite start that way.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was going in this direction, but
Time for the Minutemen, 9.83, 983.
Finished up strong with 3 sevens? Couple heavy
yeah,
sevens.
Yeah, 3 sevens. Then I'll let them give you the final, and then we'll give you the overall. Race did not do, we talked about B-hose, didn't do CI any help right there. Definitely helps out the Termites, who win that contest with a 773. Termites keep pace. Their lead pace, that is.
It's tough in the tournaments when there's not a lot of teams. It's you can't blow an event. That's what kills you.
It's always the key in the town tournament, in Islip Town tournament. You have usually 5 real good competitive teams, and if you blow a race, you're down 5 points. And how do you crawl out of that? Never mind 2 races.
That didn't do CI much good, but I see them walking down with their hose, getting ready for efficiency, and they're walking with authority, guys. They know this ain't over.
Move the equipment.
And they're going to make some noise at the next 3.
Stand by for the results of the B-hose contest.
Count on it.
3 to go here. West Hempstead's going to have a 6-point lead with 3 to go over the nearest competitor, the New Hyde Park Termites. And they're going to have an 11-point lead over CI. I'm going to go out on a limb. If CI can win this drill, it's an all-timer.
It is. The thing is with that is even if they do win these 3
results of the B-hose contest. First place, 5 points, the New Hyde Park Termites. Second place, 4 points, the West Hempstead Westerners. Third place, 3 points, the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. Fourth place, 2 points, Port Washington Roadrunners. And in 5th place with 1 point, the North Belmore Rinky Dink.
Even if they do win these 3 events, which they're more than capable of, they're going to need a little bit of help.
Yeah, more than a little. Even if they won all 3, you're right. I don't think they could take over West Hempstead for the day because they're going to score. Most likely.
Westbury 3.5, Central Islip 10, Merrick 1, North Belmore 2, Islip 2, Port Washington 8, New Hyde Park 14,
15,
West Hempstead 21, Hicksville 4.5, Hempstead 8.
So it's 15 for New Hyde Park. We'll get that straightened out. But let's just go give the rundown right here. So first place overall with 3 to go, 21 points for the West Hempstead Westerners. Second place, New Hyde Park, 15. Third place, Central Islip, 10. Fourth place is a tie between Hempstead, 2 lightning runs, and Port Washington,
New Hyde Park, 15.
Both with 8. Now, just some interesting facts, taking a look at the scoreboard. West Hempstead has scored in every contest. I said earlier, second, first, second. Great shots. But New Hyde Park has scored in each contest as well. Third, fourth, second, fifth, first. This goes to our story of 3 in every contest. They've both scored in the same amount, right? But because you're taking a first or second, look how many points you're up on the other team. You're up 6 points with 3 to go. And then Port Washington's actually scored in the last 4, so
So West Hempstead looking Miller Place-esque. Is that what you're saying?
Well, right now, let's see. Well,
we are about to run efficiency, so.
We'll
now,
see.
Jackie, does the pressure change now from one team to another? Is the pressure on the Westerners to keep it going? Stay ahead?
I mean, I guess you could say that. Right now, I think that they're just feeling good and they just want to keep everything rolling right now. You know, I don't know necessarily that they're feeling pressure, but it definitely, I guess finishing it off would probably add a little more pressure onto you than just, being able to go out and air out shots.
All right, I think we're going to head to a commercial as we're getting ready for efficiency. You want to do a little commercial here, Fred? I don't know how long it's going to be. All right, we'll be back.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Coastal Fire System is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Coastal is your one-stop shop for all you SCBA and fire equipment needs. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-X boots, ProTech, and Dragon fire gloves. For more information, check them out at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Whether you've been a FASNY Credit Union member for years, just become a member, or yet to take advantage of our member-friendly products and services, we have the tools you, your family, and your fire department need for financial success. From low-rate auto loans and free checking to shared branching and mobile banking, when it comes to your finances, we are fully involved. To learn more about our products and services, visit us at www.fasnycu.com. Attention fire chiefs and commissioners. You already know New York State has mandated that your department supply your members with bailout rope systems. Coastal Fire System is also the exclusive bailout system distributor for New York State drill teams. The friends at Coastal are equipment dealers for Petzl, Scott, CMC, Colorado Systems, and can walk you through the state requirements to ensure the safety of your members. Your bailout system process starts and finishes with the folks at Coastal, a family-owned and operated business. Check them out online at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. The Titan Group is back supporting drill team racing and taking their game to the next level. With 20 years experience in the apparel industry and the addition of an in-house design team, we will find exactly what you're looking for. This year, join Team Titan and let us handle all your apparel and equipment needs and be part of all of Team Titan's promotions. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. Owned and operated by members of the drill team community, we know what it takes to run your team. Let us handle everything from jerseys to helmets and tape to trophies. We are a one-stop shop for all your drill team needs. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on. The Titan Group. Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And unlike smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent and at a fraction of the cost. Don't settle for less than the best. Check out the online video demonstration today at www.streetwisecadlink.com. Streetwise CADLink, the mobile response software that just works. How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill
the
teams.
next contest to be run will be
Scott.
the efficiency contest. The state record in this event is 8.40. It is held by the Central Islip Hobos. First team on the line, number one on your program, the Roslyn Highlanders.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're entering the last three contests, and we all know, as in like any other place we race, efficiency is its own animal here. You can go back and look at CI last week where we had a real good contest with a winning time of 9:21, and wait, here comes Roslyn. Water is out in the middle of the track, turns it off. Now he's having trouble putting it on.
Strike two.
Yeah, now he's got water in it. And
Nozzleman gave up a
oh,
line
no,
early.
no, but the second couple man hasn't put it on.
And the Nozzleman gave up a line early.
Yeah.
Even if they had that straight, they might have been short.
Yeah. That was a whole bunch going on right there. All right, so Roslyn has got the first run down.
Time for Roslyn, 20.58, 20.58. Coming up to the line, number 5 on your program, the Westbury Turtles.
All right, with Westbury coming to the line. So the 921, which was the winner for West Sava last week, you could all but throw that out the window because usually here at Hempstead with Division C, it's a lot heavier numbers than that. Not that it's a different run. That 921 might translate to an 870 here for all we know, but Hempstead is Hempstead. Now, the best time ever run is run at this track, the 840, or at least the state record right now is the 840 by the Central Islip Hobos, run here in 2011.
So
time of the year, just let me get it off, 891 CI.
Let you get it off. Okay, good.
I knew that was coming.
We're talking about the Hempstead track, Jack, and again, you have the most experience here out of all of us. We're not talking better times here because the track is tilted downhill. We're talking about the water, right?
It's all about the water pressure. Central Islip and some of those courses, I think when you get kinks, it kind of slows the water down a lot more. And here, I feel like even when you don't get the hose out that great, the water's so strong. If you can blap the target, you can run a heavy number.
Backup man becomes very important, though. He's got to be in the right position. How many backup men have we seen go down over the years? And Westbury just puts water to the middle of the track.
Kenny with a giving up look on his face. You don't
top.
see that.
Yeah,
Kenny Gas missing and then just a frustration.
Look of exasperation. Wow. Looking to the sky for an answer. That none came.
Not his style, giving up, nor missing like that.
Time for Westbury, 11.27, 11:27. Coming up to the line, number 6 on your program, the Central Islip Hobos.
You've heard it, folks. Is this where they start their march to the state drill?
Wow, they've been marching all year, Paul. I don't know about starting.
They've had a little hiccup here is what I'm talking about. Is this where they reclaim their confidence?
I would say there's a good shot that 891 may not be the best shot of the year for too much longer.
But do we see a chink in the armor, guys? Does this open up other teams' eyes to say, hey, they're not unbeatable?
It's like the old quote from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying we got a chance?
I think.
You know how many teams just said, so you're saying we have a chance?
But in all reality, it says that. And if you're a secondary or a tertiary, is that the right word?
Love it.
Different level team, you always want to have a chance going into the state drill. And when you see the team that's been dominant all year struggle a little bit, you think you got a chance.
I think those questions will all be answered next week.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not doubting, no disrespect, and we all, like and get along with all the guys from CI, but, they've shown that they're human today, that they're not a machine, and that other teams can run with them if they have a good day. And West Hempstead taking it to them today, so far. Not over yet, folks.
All right, CI's ready. Call off in progress. And they're off.
They're in attack.
Approach in the hydrant,
right
water
now.
in the hose. Brian Kessler making his approach. He's at the top. Big hole at the hydrant in the hydrant length, but you can't hit a target better than that in efficiency, especially here at Hempstead.
This is a solid 8, folks.
You're right. 891 just said bye.
Time for Central Islip. 8.52. 8:52.
I was about to say, and I'll still say it. That's an 8:52. What the hell was the 8:40?
Yeah, right. And then some of us saw that, but just a beautiful run by CI.
Number 7 on your program, the Merrick Buckeyes.
Paul, you made an interesting observation, and I kind of caught it at the end. You beat me to it. They did blow a hole in the hydrant length, looked like a few feet down past the hydrant coupling. So, if that's some of their best hose, that might mean something going into next week.
The Bayshore Redskins, and I'm going to say this goes for a lot of teams, blew more hoses here at this track because of the pressure than any other place you would ever went to. And I could, we would go out and buy an extra tube of shoe goo to try to get through the next week when we were coming here, because you could do that, and that's how we made it through. But the pressure here always, and we would actually take lengths out sometimes. Say this one's getting close, we're not going to use it at Hempstead. We want it for the state tournament.
Yep. And again, folks, what happens, and when we say blow a length, you don't lose all the pressure at the nozzle necessarily, and it doesn't usually happen until you get that initial burst out of that 7/8 or 1-inch tip, whatever you're running. So the nozzle man has that shot to put the water on the target, and then the back pressure tends to be what blows the
Merrick's
hose.
about ready to go here. I don't think we're giving an 8:52 enough attention. It's one of the 5, if not 3 best times ever run. Ever.
CI's got the name next to the other ones, too.
Ever. No doubt. No doubt.
And I think East Meadow might have one in there.
Yep. 48. Water on for the Merrick Buckeyes, making their way to the
That
top.
don't look so bad either.
Nozzle out. Oh, if he hits that target, he's going to be in the 8s.
Couldn't stay under control. Couldn't put the first water on the flap. 334 on the stick.
Time for Merrick. 9.81. 981.
In tribute to Central Islip, I think if that's another
Coming up
team,
to the line, number 8 on your program, the Frogs from Carl Place.
I think if that's another team that runs at 852, we probably are talking about it a lot more.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to put that together. You are correct. You are correct. But give it what 852. 852. You should ask. Give me your top 5 times CI, because you're right. That's probably outside of the East Meadow. What's that? A 48.
46 or 48.
There's another maybe runner in there.
Well, I think CI ran two 8-4s.
Yeah,
if
they
I'm
have
not
8-4s, but I'm saying
mistaken.
if CI just gives us their top 5 ever, that's basically the top 5 ever.
Right.
Hell of a shot. Carl Place coming to the line. Carl Place has had success in the past running efficiency at this track. I think they've run some 8s.
Yeah, actually, Carl Place for a while had a real good efficiency
right.
team.
Scored the state tournaments with it. 852. I was going to say the number to beat, but I said I should say the first place shot. Period. Think about what you're going to have to do to beat that.
851.
That's true. But
The only team really that I think has run in that ballpark is possibly Hicksville. That I know of that I think that has run 8.5s. I don't know about New Hyde Park. Maybe I don't know if they've ever run that low.
No way.
Yeah, but if you can run an 8 normally, you could run a low 8 here.
Not like that.
Maybe not, but
water in the hose for the Carl Place Frogs. Their hose is green on the first and top length up here top. Oh, he was tickling it. I like how he came in straight to the target, but just tickling the bottom.
334 on a stick.
Time for Carl Place. 9.52. 952.
You remember CI's stick?
I think it was 22.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's not crazy fast. Again, we're getting that from the arch.
Oh, that's why it was an 8.5.
Coming up to the line, number 9 on your program, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
That wasn't, for those that are wondering, that wasn't off the light. That was from the arch watching the hydrant man. So it was probably a little bit better than that. It looked a little better.
Yeah, I think Ryan usually hits a little better than that. But
so CI is not going quietly.
$852. Second place, $952. And then a $981.
That's a reality check right there.
East Farmingdale's getting the track ready. Now, this isn't a comment about East Farmingdale, but look at the hydrant right now. Tell me that is not dry enough to run efficiency without them to keep sweeping.
Please.
That is way drier than anybody's home practice track would ever be, and they still have the barrel out there sweeping up the track. Unnecessary right there.
We run in the rain. I don't even understand why we even squeegee in efficiency unless there's a two-inch puddle. Yeah, pump also.
I could see the obligatory sweep when the hydrant man misses. Just get the puddle. You're right, the puddle.
Even a good spray, right. If you get a puddle, get rid of it.
East Farmingdale's ready to go. Here they come. They have water in the hose. First length gets out real nice. Second length out, he's going to catch these guys up top. They get there. Just can't get it steadied enough to knock down the target quickly.
371 on the stick for the Hares.
Time for the Hares. 11.08. 11.08. On the line, number 10 on your program. The Rinky Dinks from North Belmore.
Going back to the water pressure here, I think this is where it really affects the nozzleman if you see him. I know on some of the other courses you could be a little bit looser, and still control the nozzle. Here you really have to have the good technique, the good crouch, and really be under control.
Locking that upper
running
body.
With the water when when you're going in to hit the target.
Excellent observation, Jack. Yet I think last night I watched a little bit of the old-fashioned. I saw a nozzleman on his own that lost his backup guy held on and had a nice hit. Not an easy thing to do here in Hempstead. Not an
No.
easy thing to do anywhere. But especially here, and we're not meaning to beat a dead horse, but it's a different animal here, especially in the efficiency contest, with a stand-up hit with this water pressure.
North Belmore has 2 points on the day. Right now, to get themselves in a top 5 conversation, they're looking at 8 points. Not easy to do with only 3 contests left and so few teams. It's just, I'm gonna keep beating on this. How long is this taking, right?
I almost,
It's
We're
just meandering around.
texting, we're
I
reading
almost
things.
think a lot of people are just so used to doing it. It really doesn't even do anything. It's just it's like you almost feel some of them feel like they have to because
Thing
everybody
looks-
else is doing
It looks almost bone dry from
But it's also the teams, and one thing I've been discussing is that the team should have an adapter man. The hydro man shouldn't be putting his adapter
Yeah,
on
you
because
guys-
that takes a heck of a long time.
Yeah, to walk up and walk
In motor
back.
pump too.
All right. Well, next up, it looks like Port Washington, and we know Donald is the king of time takers. I love him like a brother, but
I don't think there's a hydro man that starts as far out as this guy just
Yeah.
did. Oh my God! The first guy was the coupling went down the.
he got
He
out
went
of
down
it.
hard, and he's still trying to do his job. Now he hit the target on the run. They're gonna be
missed it.
happy with that number.
328 when the stick went down. I missed the overall.
This is going to be a perfect
Should be a
example
low
of this water
9.
pressure.
Yeah.
Because a million,
Time for the Rinky Dinks. 8.82, 882.
Go ahead, Jack. What were you going to say?
to say not a million, but let's just say that was not a textbook run down the street.
The hose lay, you mean?
Yeah, for lack of better words, and it's still an 882.
Coming up
with
to
a
the
target
line,
hit.
number 14 on your program, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
He was still approaching the target when he hit it. I mean, he didn't know he hit it. He just happened to hit it in the right spot. I mean, he had the arm out. But if you're watching that race, if you saw it at home, he's running in, and the coupling guy gets caught in the hose, falls in the hose, throws it back over
First
him,
coupling man, yep.
and then he's trying to help out. He went down hard.
He did. He
And
rolled
with-
out of it. He
Oh,
really
he
didn't
did
create a kink. So
Right,
No,
I
he
don't know
didn't
how
slow
he
it
did
down,
it,
but you're right, Jack. 882 out of that.
So that's an example of the water pressure almost being able to blow the hose straight here, right, Jack? I mean, it just
that's
a gentleman fell and dropped his hose and whatnot, but there's so much pressure here, and everybody else pulling the hose beyond him got it out, and they really didn't lose much
Yeah,
time.
it pushes the kinks out. Now imagine you're like CI and you don't have any kinks.
Yeah. Well, that's how you run an 8.5.
There it is.
and the flip side to that is on another course. If you're a dragger or a coupling man fall down in a hose, you're not running a shot like that. There's no way it's happening.
Even if they don't fall down, you're probably not running it. How many
Right.
teams in history have run an 882?
That's true. Yeah, that's actually it's a serious 8 too. That's not even a.
All right, so here comes Port Washington. Donald
8
Reese.
points, top 5 so far. Let's see if they keep that mode going. They've scored in 4 straight contests.
Donald just got done with his blowtorch at the hydrant, making sure it's nice and dry for his man Danny. Port Washington can run some efficiency, folks.
Another team that contends with that 8.8 right here. I don't know if they're 8.5 caliber. Look at Zach at the hydrant. Zach lost a lot of weight, looking great. Attacking the hydrant up at the top. Kyle's got to get behind him. Not a bad shot. I think that beats an 8.8.
I don't think so, Paul.
No?
I
Time
don't
for the
think so.
They
Roadrunners.
should have had somebody fall down.
9.01.
Wow, where did they
901.
lose that at the hydrant?
I had 337 on the stick.
On the line, number 15 on your program, the Rebels from Levittown.
You look at that hose lay in the target hit, you would say, that's good enough for an 8.8 right there.
Wasn't the first drop on the target, but it was a pretty good hit. Little
Levittown Rebels.
Rebels rocking out to a little VH in the background, Atomic Eruption.
852, 882, 901, 952, 981. Top teams so far in the top teams in time so far in the contest. Levittown taking their spot on the start line.
Jeez, with this music, I think I could run nozzle again, guys.
With the flowing locks.
Yeah. Now you're really dating. Now you're really dating me.
Hose, right?
Yeah, get me there. I like stopping. I don't like starting so much.
This would have been your song if they had the music back then, Len.
Yeah, David Lee Roth was just
So
a
I
baby
wanna
then.
rock.
A lot of fun here at Hempstead over the years.
Levittown call-off. Proceeding. Looks like we're ready to go. Oh, man, that middle guy in the suicide broke the light maybe
Wait,
by
he
close
knows
to
it.
a
And
second. Now he's slowing down.
It looks like he's slow. If you're going to
It's
do
too
it, then
late
do
now.
it. Yeah.
Oh, they got a big kink up at the top. He hits the target.
From pretty far
I'm
away,
telling
Paul.
you, they're going to go back to the camp if they know what's going on and say, you just
Time
cost
for the
us.
Rebels. 9.54.
It cost him an 8.
9.54.
He cost him an 8.
Probably did. He
Folks,
blew that bad.
What we're saying is the guy in the middle of the middle length just left the line way too early. And then, so did New and
Coming
gave
up
up
to
on
line
it.
number 17 on your program, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
If you're going to jump the light or be the first guy to break the light, you might as well keep going. It looked like he pulled back a little bit, but the nozzle man and his backup man in control. And a pretty far hit. They probably hit that from 35, 40 feet away. So a nice hit. They weren't right up on the line.
That would have been an 8 for Levittown. Think about the possibilities.
Yeah. Well, as you said, if they're videotaping it, somebody's going to take a beating tonight. Verbally, folks, verbally.
A couple big shots coming up here. New Hyde Park. Striped version. Going to take their place on the start line here for efficiency. Down 6. 3 to go.
Coming on strong, though, right, Paul? I mean,
scored in every contest.
Yeah. So, again, we talked about pressure earlier, whether it's on the Westerners or the Hobos who have to come back heavy at the end, or right here, New Hyde Park Termites having a decent year this year, but a chance to really make some noise here 1 week before the state drill.
And just for an example, they've averaged 3 points a contest, and they're down by 6. Just so you know.
Ain't over.
Staring at an 8:52.
Harry Penny's out there somewhere.
Yeah, he's loving it. Your version. Coming into the hydrant. Oh, went right across the face. Phil running hydrant.
Wow. That really...
Damper.
Yeah.
It's a damper, but now CI back in the mix. Because now West Hempstead needs a shot.
Time for New Hyde Park, 11.66, 11.66. Coming up to the line, number 18 on your program, the West Hempstead Westerners.
Give us those top 5 times again, Paul.
I don't think I'm talking out of school if we say CI is going to get 5 here. So West Hempstead doesn't score. All of a sudden, it's a 6-point drill with 2 to go. Top 5 is that 8:52. Then you have the 8:82 by North Belmore. 9:01 is third, Port Washington. 9:52, Carl Place. 9:54, Levittown. West Hempstead on the line.
So this right now is the final results at this point could be hinging right on this run, guys. And of course, the Westerners can afford to give a race away, but you don't want to do that to CI with the way they can finish.
Feeling good about themselves after an 8:52.
Who wouldn't? And then, again, New Hyde Park not out of it either. And our road, Fred Benzavenga is going to have to go down there and perform in the motor pump contest. So the pressure might be on Fred a little bit. We don't see that too often, Paul. Fred's not even cracking a smile. It's like he's. I think he's listening, right?
It's all business, Len.
He's listening.
All right, West Hempstead about ready to go.
Big shot here.
Ralph Nichols getting off the course quickly. Coming into the hydrant. Water in the hose.
All they got to
See
do
we
is
get
hit it.
up top. Oh, he tickled it. It was very close.
I don't know if that's enough, guys.
Oh, that's not going to.
9:54? I don't think so. I missed the stick.
Time for West Hempstead, 9.56, 9.56.
Just out of the money.
On the line, number 19 on your program, the Woodlanders from Rockville Center.
Ears at the CI camp just perked up a little bit.
I think 2 words. I try and do it in as little words as I can, but game on is what the Hobos are thinking right now.
You know, it was a good-looking run. If he hits the target like some of those other teams hit the target, it's a nice-looking run.
Yeah.
What do you think? That's an 8-8 right there.
They only needed
If
a
that's
couple of points.
If that's a 9-5, it's an 8-8 or better, if you ask me.
Even a decent hit right there, just to get him 2 or 3 points right now would have helped a lot.
Well, you're.
Oh, we got a chance at the 50-50 here, Paul?
Yeah.
All right.
Hold on. It's shaking. What's the numbers on the 50-50? How much?
$1 each. $20 worth?
No, give me $10 worth.
Come on, you make a teacher's salary.
know.
Give the lady some money.
Gotta go buy food after this.
Yeah.
How did you guys do this
So we have the lovely ladies from the Hempstead Yellow Hornets up here selling some 50-50s.
Don't forget to put those in the bag.
And Paul promises to give half his winnings back, so you girls will be
Yeah.
okay. All right, who we got here?
Rockville Center. 9:54 by Levittown, holding fifth currently. Anything's possible here at Hempstead and Efficiency.
Look a little tight on the hydrant end, Paul.
Yeah.
Guys are really bunched up a little bit.
Yeah.
That loop man didn't have too many places to go in the hydrant length.
Ooh, it looks like the stick man hesitated a little bit, but now they got water through the hose up to the top, catching the guys at the top. He's not holding that at all. That water's coming to me. He was not holding that nozzle whatsoever.
And the backup man was nowhere to be found either.
That was the least aggressive nozzle hold I've ever seen.
Sounds like a personal problem, but we won't get into
you
that.
know what I'm saying?
Time for Rockville Center, 17.02, 17:02.
Yeah.
Coming up to the line, number 20 on your program, Hicks from Hicksville.
17:02 for Rockville Center. If anybody's out there listening, they want a 50-50, getting down to the end of it. How much is it worth? You don't know yet. They don't know yet. It's worth something. It's worth at least $10 because that's what I put in. At least get my money back.
That's worth $5 then if you put it in.
You're right.
I would recommend let the PA announcer make one more announcement as well. Help you ladies out.
All right, Hicksville Hicks, 4.5 points. They need a heavy shot to get themselves back in a conversation for coming down the track at the end of the day. They've done some heavy shots here at Hempstead in the past.
Can you not lean on that pole? Please.
Not only is she scared, she's going to make everybody else afraid.
That's my body.
I know, I can tell. All right, Hicksville's been given the track. 9:54, still that number in fifth place. Hicksville's got bigger dreams than that. They would like to hit that 8-8. Remember that 882 by North Belmore when they had all those things going on? That's
Hicksville
holding
can run an
second
8.
place.
Hicksville can run an
8. 8-8 is definitely in their wheelhouse. Here they come, approaching the hydrant. Water's in the hose. Here we go.
3:10.
Going to be about the target hit. Doug Chiz approaches. Oh, it was just right. I thought he had it.
It could be an 8.
I thought he had the water on it.
I'm looking at third right now, but let's see.
Time for Hicksville, 8.96, 8.96.
Yeah, it was a hair away from an 880, 880. Would have been close. Would have been close. So that's your third place shot. That's going to knock Levittown down.
Line, number 21 on your program, the Hempstead Yellow Hornets.
No, they were out already. Levittown was fifth. Now Carl Place with a 9:52 is fifth. So 9:52 on the bubble here, fifth place, with the Hempstead Yellow Hornets on a bit of a tear in the last two contests.
What'd they go? 8 out of 10 in the
8
hose
out of
contest?
10. Well, West Hempstead scored 7.5 out of 10. Port Washington scored 4 in those two contests, but the king of those contests was the Hempstead Yellow Hornets with 8. So they'd love to keep the mo going.
What'd you say? West Hempstead was 7.5?
Yeah.
So again, the two teams that practice here,
Yeah.
being able to control the water here.
Trying to say, Lenny.
Trying to say home field advantage.
Home field advantage.
If our Jets could just do that this year, we'd be all right, Paul.
The Hornets are. Say that again.
Call the FCC.
I missed it. It's
The
probably
Hornets
good.
are. We concur with her thoughts, though.
Okay.
The Hornets with 8. They're already in the mix for top 5. They would love to improve their standing right here. Making their approach. Water in the hose.
We
Up
got
at
a
the top.
chance here.
Yeah, that's
a good shot.
It's going to get him some points right there. I think it's an 8, Len?
So I got 9-0. We'll be in the
901,
vicinity.
currently fourth.
Time for Hempstead, 9.06. 9:06.
It's going to be a 5th place shot. I'll get him a point,
So the
probably.
Hornets
Still
trying
got
to
him
keep
half
scoring.
Line number 22 on your program, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
Don't count out Manhasset. Manhasset scored. Manhasset scored last year at the state drill, so don't count them out for points here in efficiency.
No, I'm not speaking.
You already have.
Hear what I said? Maybe if the Hornets would practice a little. No, you're not putting that on.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We turned it off. You can say whatever you want.
We were going to give an opportunity to the ladies from Hempstead to speak, but I guess you got enough in the background. Jackie's mic picking up a little more information than
Just
maybe
for
the
a
FCC
reminder,
would
the
like.
host is going around with 50-50 raffle tickets. The winner so far can win up to $250. Over $250 to the winner so far.
All right.
This tournament moving right along, fellas.
One team left to go here in the efficiency contest.
3:38 and two races to
Imagine
go.
we
This
started
is
at
awesome.
9 or 10, old-fashioned.
Oh,
We'd
forget
already be having sodas.
Again, it's a tribute to Hempstead Fire Department, the track committee, the officials doing a fine job. As Manhasset Lakeville.
They should support the media committee with a couple of cold.
Jackie looks a little hungry. Not me so much, but Jackie looks hungry.
He looks parched.
All right, but don't bring up enough just for one.
I always look hungry.
Here comes Manhasset at the hydrant. Water in the hose. Be about target here to get on the board. 9:06 is the number.
He's going to have to slap it.
He does?
Ooh.
What do we got?
One of the best hits of the day. I missed the start. That should be right there.
And for the Minutemen, 8.98.
There you go.
98.
8:98. It's going to squeak in for 4th.
Is that our 4th 8?
Yeah, that's going to squeak in for 4th. And 9:06 by the Hornets gets knocked out on that one.
Well, it's a good thing
9:01 by Port Washington is going to end up with 1 point.
It's a good thing those ladies from the Hempstead weren't up here for that, huh, Jack? We could have learned some new words.
I'll let him give you the overall. So that's going to be 2 points for Manhasset.
I think I learned a couple new ones anyway, to tell you the truth.
We're going to set ourselves up for an interesting finish right here. Wide open for top 5 still.
You know, it's fun to see Manhasset slapping each other, high-fiving and stuff. They're also helping wet down the track for motor pumps, so they're kind of lingering on the track a little bit.
Officials,
they're real happy with that
move
run.
the equipment.
They're real happy.
Stand by for the results of the efficiency contest.
A little pep in their step right now, Jack.
That'll do it for you. An 8 in efficiency always makes you happy.
Yeah, North Belmore also, to tell you the truth. The 882, I think that gets them in the ballpark now for top 5, right? Was that a 4-pointer?
Who are you talking about?
North Belmore?
Oh, yeah, North Belmore. Not for top 5. They're just outside. I'll give it
Just
in a sec.
outside?
They got second there. It gives them 6 on the day, but they're knocking on the door. Yeah.
Results of the efficiency contest. First place, 5 points, the Central Islip Hobos. Second place, 4 points, the North Belmore Rinky Dinks. Third place, 3 points, the Hicksville Hicks. Fourth place, 2 points, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen. Fifth place, 1 point, Port Washington Roadrunners.
All right, we're just waiting, I think, for the overall. I can give you, you just heard the top 5, so he's going to run down the overall from the top of the scorecard. I'm going to give it to you from the top of the standings. It's going to be 21 for West Hempstead. Then 6 points out is a tie between New Hyde Park and Central Islip with 15. In fourth place, Port Washington with 9. Hempstead in fifth currently with 8. And knocking on the door, Hicksville 7.5. And North Belmore with 6. So those 7 teams have an opportunity to come down the track today. 2 races to go. Motor pump, always interesting for an opposite reason here than efficiency. And then the bucket contest. So I think we'll be back in a little bit, Freddie. I don't think he's going to do them. And stay with us for pump. We'll be back.
How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill teams and offers the full line of Scott, ISG, and FLIR cameras. Coastal is a one-stop shop for the best brand, so start the upgrade process with the longest-running sponsor of New York State drill teams. Camera servicing also available. Check out Coastal Fire System on Facebook or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the 2015 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom radio solutions, licensing assistance, and top-notch service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighter volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information. 2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Jolly Tinker Hose Company is the new source for the best racing hose available. Each length is designed to withstand the demands of FD racing. Colored hose and double jackets now available. For more information, call 516-322-6366. Jolly Tinker Hose Company. We have tight hose. If you experience any damage due to fire, flooding, wind, or mold and need help, contact SOS Emergency Services. SOS is the exclusive emergency mitigation company for New York State drill teams. It's family-owned and firefighter operated. SOS has a friendly working arrangement with all insurance companies, so call 631-486-7979. SOS Emergency Services for the right help in your time of need. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook or call 516-354-7797. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business for over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for past state champions including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and Yellow Hornets. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. Coastal Fire System is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Coastal is your one-stop shop for all your SCBA and fire equipment needs. Scott air packs, cylinders, RIT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-X boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves. For more information, check them out at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Whether you've been a FASNY Credit Union member for years, just become a member, or yet to take advantage of our member-friendly products and services, we have the tools you, your family, and your fire department need for financial success. From low-rate auto loans and free checking to shared branching and mobile banking, when it comes to your finances, we are fully involved. To learn more about our products and services, visit us at www.fasnycu.com. Attention fire chiefs and commissioners, you already know New York State has mandated that your department supply your members with bailout rope systems. Coastal Fire System is also the exclusive bailout system distributor for New York State drill teams. The friends at Coastal are equipment dealers for Petzl, Scott, CMC, Colorado Systems, and can walk you through the state requirements to ensure the safety of your members. Your bailout system process starts and finishes with the folks at Coastal, family-owned and operated business. Check them out online at coastalfiresystems.com or give them a call at 631-661-7515.
All right, 2 to go, everybody.
It's heating up, Paul. It's heating up.
Remaining teams are making their way up the track to the start line. Westbury's already not on the line yet, but placed in position to be put on the line as they're marking out their spot before they approach the hydrant. Now, just like we talked about efficiency is a different animal here at Hempstead, so is motor pump, but for the opposite reasons.
It really is an anomaly of this track here. And again, Jackie, maybe you can clue us in as to why it's so good for B-hose, C-hose, and efficiency, not so much for motor pump.
You got to talk to a scientist as to why.
I thought I had you.
But yeah, it's you know, one of the things that I think it hurts actually running pump here, because most of the other tracks you get the water faster. You can go out here, your normal shot 10, 15 feet even if you push, and then you go to another track and you think you're going to get to that spot, but you're not, and you got to know that.
I had this conversation with Andrew Brome, I believe it was last week after the drill, that I believe, and you guys are in it to win it overall, practicing pump here hurts the West Hempstead Westerners.
Okay, next contest
believe.
to be run will be the motor pump contest. State record is 5.47 seconds, held jointly by West Islip and Central Islip. All teams were reminded there is a 10-second mandatory overtime.
Okay, and I think the fact that you don't
First
have
team to the line. Number 5, the Turtles from Westbury.
that
Go ahead, Paul.
You don't
Finish it
have
up.
that consistent water, like getting up on you every time. That is hard for you to figure out where you're going to be when you do get that water.
So when you say it's a disadvantage at every other drill. In
Right.
this drill, it's not.
Right.
So
But
in
this
this
is
drill,
also-
you should come through.
Well, doesn't always work out like
They've
that.
got a lot of good athletes over there in West Hempstead and in Hempstead. They know the water here. It is a totally different animal, and no other teams get to practice here. Well, to my knowledge, Jackie, maybe you know better, but they have an advantage here. But I agree, Paul. All through the year, whether we're running at Ridge or CI or Lindenhurst or Rockville Center or North Belmore, wherever we're running, it's a disadvantage then.
All right, here comes those Westbury Turtles. They're going to lead off motor pump here. Anything in the mid-6s, you're going to be pretty happy. They're off the hydrant, quick speed. Oh, and he blows water back past the rear step. Now he's got water in the truck.
Westbury going down right on the line 100 feet
Hold
from
it
the
up,
target.
gentlemen. You have overtime.
Unlike the other contests where overtime did not come into play because of the amount of teams always is in play in motor pump
Truck
through
was
safety.
screaming right there.
So you just said, too, the nozzle man went down right at the line. If you have a nozzle man, and there's differences in ways people run, but if you have a nozzle man that goes to a spot, the same spot, and it's, here, if you practice here, you don't try to get up too far, or you go to one spot, which Craig really kind of does. He doesn't go out too far. It's not going to affect you
Overtime
as
for
much.
Westbury. Next team to the line will be number 6, the Hobos from Central Islip.
It's not going to affect you as much, but the difference is the water does get to you a lot quicker on the other courses than you're used to. You just can't simulate it here in practice.
We would actually send our nozzle man a little further here, and we'd wait that tick at the pump when he puts the water on. We'd get it inside the pump and before we started pumping. All those little tricks kind of helped out, but we were never able to master it here. We probably run a couple 6.7s, and we were happy as anything. 6.6.
We thought we knew something. We did the same thing. Us Suffolk teams don't get to run here as much.
Last week at CI, West Sable runs a 5.86, and that's going to not be even close today. Though the track record is 5.97. Patchogue 1993. But I'm going to tend to say it's a different system at the time. When we were running here in 93, it wasn't that pump versus the volume versus pressure thing that they have going on now. And you could run a better pump number, I believe.
I don't know. I don't think it was that much different.
But better than it is now.
Maybe.
I'm trying
I don't
to
know
think
if I would
of
agree with that.
when they put the pump house in, actually. I think it was around that time, to tell you the truth.
I think it's a little after.
What year are we talking now?
93. It's a little after that, I think.
But as you were saying, too, your nozzle man, maybe you tell to go out a little farther here, and we have to know that you can't go out as far when you go to these other courses. We have to adjust that way.
Different animal here in Hempstead. And, folks, if you're listening in, all these teams practice. Most of them start in April and May, and you do it a certain way, at a certain rep and a certain speed and everything else, and you get to a certain spot. You can't always do that at every track, and this is the track in motor pump that you have to adjust the way you run if you want to score.
Here come them CI Hobos. Big shot again now, creeping their way back in after a heavy 852 in efficiency. Now they have the capability, I bet you, of a 6.2 here.
We ain't dead yet. I'm sure that's what the Hobos are saying.
Here we come. Off at the hydrant, good speed, water on. See what they get up at the top, sets it down. Nuoff, he is low right. He was low right, brought it back up, and then hit it.
Definitely
Looked like they just
early.
couldn't get the water to the
For
target.
the Hobos, 6.95, 6.95.
That's a scorer. 695 scorer.
I was just going to say, I got to say that
Next to
there's
the
a good
line
chance that's going to hang.
Will be number 7, the Buckeyes from Merrick.
Jackie, with all your years here, when you practiced, when you knew you had a good team, I don't care what team you were with, what were you comfortable with as a pump run here as opposed to going to a different track?
I think here, I mean, what we always figured is if we were in the 6.5, 6.6 range, it was good. On the higher end of good, not great, but you're feeling confident that's going to score. Some tournaments it might even take heavy points, but if you start pushing below that 6.4, 6.3 on this course, you're running some good pump.
So then my next question is, how much did it affect you going to another course, having to practice here with this water pressure?
Like I said, you just had to adjust. I mean,
but if you don't practice with it, how do you adjust? How do you know?
That's the thing. You can't simulate how fast the water gets on you, but what you can do is like I said, one of the things we would do is we would never go out as far on another course because we would know you're not going to make it to the spot that you can make it here. And just other than that, you just had to deal with it.
So technically,
you can't simulate it really.
Yeah, you're practicing for another course by running to your right spots that you would run there here. So you're not really doing anything different.
Like for instance, a week of Central Islip though, we know. The nozzle man, he's not going to get out 10 feet past the line. Right. So that week, we're not going 10 feet past the line. We're going,
But
if
the water pressure or the volume or whatever, again, I'm no pumps and hydraulics guy for sure. But if the water pressure is not there, how do you even practice when the water's not there? And now the nozzle man's shooting further without the same pressure.
The rule of thumb that we went by is, I mean, you tried to stay lower, because normally the tendency with the better pump courses, you go over the target when you're used to shooting here. So just knowing that it's really a guess. You can't really simulate it perfect because you're practicing here, but you try to stay under where you would normally be. You just try to stay below the target and come up to it.
Yeah, so
similar in that vein is like when we would go to Central Islip, we would, because our arch is about 1911 and their arch is 21 whatever, we would take a crate and we would put it on the thing, and our dumper would step up.
We would do that,
and we would practice that. So it's in the same vein.
We would put a platform in. Yeah,
we had that too.
It's
here,
hard to
actually.
change the pump though.
Merrick Buckeyes approaching the hydrant. He's off. Oh man, does he stick it? It's got to be hurting. Full body stick hits the target.
That was a good-looking run, Paul.
It was a good run. You're right about that.
I seen a couple of good pump runs in my day.
Time
and
for
everything.
the Buckeyes, 7.31, 7:31.
Clean shot by Merrick, and boy, he's not a small fellow running in at the hydrant right there, and he annihilated the entire section of the hydrant.
Jackie, give me your opinion. I thought the hydrant looked good. I thought the hose lay looked good. I thought the nozzle man got out there and everybody laid the hose out straight and he hit the target. I mean, a good-looking run right there.
Yeah, I mean, there are
Next to the
little
line, number
tricks
8,
here that
the
I'm sworn
Frogs
to
from Carl
secrecy on
Place.
as far as pumping the truck. But
Dude, you're on the radio now. You got to spell it. There's
Oh,
no flukes anymore. It's over, Johnny. Welcome to my nightmare. It's over, Johnny.
You gotta wait a split second. You can't pump like you would at another course. You gotta let the water get into the pump and then pump.
It's not a secret to the teams that are doing well, just so you know.
So, good-looking run right there. I mean, that was, I don't know.
It was a 7:31.
Not the quickest run, but a good, clean run.
Good, clean fun. All right, call place.
Yeah, 7:31 actually. I wouldn't be surprised if
That's
that's for points either.
I think it's going to score. Mike, there you go. Back in business.
So that being said, here come the Carl Place Frogs.
Now, this place is dry. Look at that. Is there any sweeping necessary right now?
Absolutely not.
The hydrant is dry as it could get. Right now, that hydrant's drier than it was, I would say, for like C hose and B hose.
I'm with you on beating this to death because we run these events in the rain. I see no reason to be sweeping anything. And in this event, you're sweeping past where anyone gets near up to the nozzle line.
We're lucky today. We're actually moving pretty quickly.
Right.
But normally, wait till you see next week. There'll be towels and umbrellas out there and construction companies. Call place. Making their way at the hydrant, got water in the hose. Up at the
looks
top,
good, Paul.
sets it down. He's pointing right. He's shooting right. Now he's lost it, and it hit his ankle.
It got away
It
from the
definitely
nozzle
came
man.
back, and he hit the nozzle man's ankle. He was set up right,
There'll
shooting
be no
right.
time for the Frogs. Failure to complete the contest.
Now, listen, any of you Carl Place fans that are just listening in, everybody looks okay. They're a little frustrated. Everybody looks okay. Everybody's walking away. But, Paul, that nozzle got away from him, and that could have been bad.
I'm going to guess they had either too much hose or not straight hose right behind them.
Yeah,
and
something
it just
underneath there.
Just forced it out of his hands.
If he hits that first drop, they're okay. I mean, he passed the target line low right, and that's where he was aiming. You got the paving box right here,
Next
and
to
it
the line
pretty
will be
much
number
lines
9,
up with that flap.
The Hares from East Farmingdale.
He was set up right of the paving box and then pointing right. Oftentimes, you'll see those good nozzlemen on the good teams. They'll walk out before the contest begins, and where am I going to place my nozzle? Get a little backgrounds for when they get there. They're putting it in that spot, and it's beneficial.
Yeah, you got to put it in that spot. And again, I in this event, that hose being straight, that 10 feet before the nozzle is huge. It's got to be.
It's everything, Jack. You're right. Paul, you rode the end of that. Jack, did you? I'm sorry if I don't know it, but you run a little pump nozzle in your day, or
never nozzle.
Never
I
on there?
ran behind the nozzle, and I ran on the other side.
I
of the
kind of
truck.
did both, and gosh darn, a motor pump, that 10 foot, we used to call it the pipe. You call it that in efficiency a little bit, you only need maybe 6 feet. But a motor pump, it's got to be, right, Paul, 15, 20 feet behind the nozzle man for him to have a chance.
We like to lay
at
it
hitting
straight. These are all silly terms. Lay it straight. We'd like to do it right off that front bumper.
Well, ideally, yeah, and that's and maybe that's the most important guy in the race. And people have different terms for his name. We used to call it the guy in the question mark. different teams have different terms for it. I'm sure you guys do, but that guy is critical. Where the hose blows out of the discharge side of the B truck, and there's a big loop, and then this guy sets it up from him to the nozzle man. Hopefully it's straight, and the nozzle man has a shot.
East Farmingdale
at
looks
the
like they're
target.
going to drive around the target on the opposite side right now, the way they're pointed, right? Moving in towards the hydrant. They're off at the hydrant. Sticks it. They got water, but yeah, he's not by that front bumper. Hits the target, though. Now he gets by the front. There you go. They did not have that hose straight, but the hose was straight. No kinks or anything,
Time
which
for the
helped them.
has 7.18.
7-18. East Farmingdale. I'm going to
think
say that's going to score.
Heavy pump today
Yeah.
in Hempstead.
They could have been pumping a little bit earlier,
Next
I
to
think.
the
I
line
thought,
be number 10, the Rinky-Dinks from North Belmore.
I thought
7-18
the driver
is
held off a
placed
little on pumping.
plenty of times, yeah.
Yeah.
Room for improvement, too. I mean, East Farmingdale, if all goes right, that's the 6-7, 6-8. It's a good shot. At Hempstead.
That's
Think
a real
about
good
it.
shot.
Pump was working, wasn't it? It was pumping.
It was
Yeah, but
pumping. I think you are right. I think he waited a little bit too long to pump the
Yeah.
truck, but
Oh, it was full,
but it did pick up the water. And
Yeah. They definitely didn't have the question mark. They ran out to the corner and then a straight line from the corner to the nozzle man. And that hurt him on his initial blap of water.
So East Farmingdale Hair showing some really good signs there in motor pump, but just got to tweak it a little bit.
Well,
I think
Belmore
they're-
Rinky-Dinks,
Paul, that time is in there right now, right?
second place.
Second place, yeah. I don't know if that's going to hold. But
I think it's got a good chance to hold 7-18. We'll see. North Belmore Rinky-Dinks coming off second place in not the prettiest of runs in efficiency, but at 8-8. They need this shot, actually, if they have dreams of coming down with the rest of the top five at the end of the day.
So you think 7-18 is going to hold fifth?
I think it's going to be close, Lane.
You want to bet your 50-50 tickets against mine?
Nope.
Wow. You don't feel very confident then, do you?
I don't want to lose money to you. You have enough money.
Whippy, whippy, whippy.
Said the guy driving an Escalade.
Yeah. Said the guy who I have to buy my jet tickets from.
Price just went up.
Yeah. Well, I thought they were face value.
Oh, not from me, though.
Yeah. Sheldon's lawyer asked for a little more this year.
I was,
All right,
you know,
North
I was
Belmore. They're looking focused right here, guys, right? They got the whole team in.
thinking Jets, and D. Milliner, he gets hurt all the time. He's, at the most, I shouldn't say all the time, at the most inopportune times. And translate that to racing, and you saw what happened with the Lyndhurst Snails the other night. Ryan Kinley, their climber, blows out his bicep. Basically the same week he got injured last year before the state. We'll talk about more in a second. Coming into the hydrant, North Belmore. Off. Water on.
Nice
Stuck
stick.
it. See what they can do at the top to see if he's pointed. Now he's got it back. And just low. I don't know if that beats the 7-18.
I thought he could have got another stride or two, Paul.
Yep. And it would have helped him.
Time
he
for the
was just
Rinky-Dinks,
low.
7.24. 7.24.
7:24. Third place so far. But just get back to Lyndhurst. Man, talk about a catastrophic hurt. 2 years in a row. Your ladder climber, who's been doing phenomenal this year, goes
Next
down
to the
with
line,
an
number
injury
14,
keeping you out.
The Roadrunners from Port Washington.
That kid's a heck of an athlete.
especially the way they were up and coming, and to have it happen once is bad enough, but twice right around this time is unreal.
That's the D. Milliner. He's the D. Milliner of racing.
Yeah.
All right, Port Washington.
They've been running some good pump lately.
Not that Paul
Real
would
good pump.
disrespect anybody, but I think you disrespected him there, Paul.
Really?
He's, yeah.
D. Milliner?
I think
D. Milner's a hell of an
I think
athlete.
you're disrespecting Mr. Kinley a little bit.
Oh, I don't think so. By saying what? It's
Okay.
catastrophic?
Okay. No, that you were saying he's injury prone.
No, I didn't say D. Milliner was injury prone. I said D. Milliner 2 years in a row got hurt just as the season was beginning, which for a football player would be like going into the state drill. That was my point, Len.
All right, then I missed it.
I mean, when you're the first round draft pick, you would consider that to be your ladder climber type, right? And to think
What
about
was he, the 9th pick that year?
Yeah, think about how D. Milliner feels when he wants to be the stud, and 2 years in a row he can't get on the field at the most opportune time.
He actually did,
Ryan
I think,
Kinley's
last
the
year.
stud on their team, and 2 years in a row. How frustrating is that?
He's actually comparing to a professional athlete. It could be looked at as a compliment
Yeah, right.
there.
Thanks for selling me down the river there, Len.
Jackie
Appreciate that.
giving us a different perspective, which is always good. That's why Jackie's up here with us today.
Saving me, I guess.
Appreciate you joining us, Jack.
Saving me
Just
from
put
my
it on the calendar that someone from West Hempstead actually bailed you out for a second.
Done. Bucket list. Yep, Port Washington, 9 points on the day, currently in 4th place overall.
So they're basically looking for a bailout here right now. They're looking for a solid motor pump run, and they want to get back in it.
They're in it. They just like to climb a little higher or solidify their spot.
9's not going to do it. They got to score big right here, right now.
Coming into the hydrant. Making the approach. They're off. Water on. Nice handle at the hydrant. Up at the top. Water out. Nope. Low left and then low straight.
Yeah, a little low left, Paul, you're right. And then he swept it back. And guess what? It's too late in Hempstead if it takes you that long to hit the target.
Time for the Roadrunners, 7.29. 7.
Imagine he hits it. Imagine he hits it.
Hey, that nozzle man actually on this course, he was behind the line.
Next
I don't
to
know
line,
if
number
they always
15,
run that far
the
back.
Rebels
That's a long
from
target shot.
Levittown.
Talk about that, Jack. I didn't quite see it. He was, when you say the line, we're talking the line that's 100 foot from the target. A lot of teams base where the nozzle man's going on, either right on it, right before it, 2 strides over. Was he was short of that?
I think he was just short of it, yeah.
And here at Hempstead, because of the water, which we've spoken about earlier, you really should be able to get a step or two over. If that's your normal spot, you should be able to go a stride or 2 over. Paul, you ran there.
Yeah.
Here, with the way the water comes out, you should be able to get a stride or 2 over.
We would run it out as far as you could normally. Like normally we'd run it out till you got that tug and then you'd creep down. We would do the same thing here. You're just going to get a little further.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar. Where'd you guys learn that?
North Lindy.
Oh, somebody said Kit Gabrielson.
Oh, no. He was a bucket helper.
Did you slide, Paul? Or you
Hell no.
Jackie, come on. You really want to see this thing slide?
I have big enough problems just sitting.
Yeah, I was trying to squat.
I don't need to slide. Levittown, 731, 5th place. There's a whole bunch of low 7s coagulated together underneath that CI 695. Here come the Levittown Rebels. And I didn't think he was going to make it to the hydrant. I thought the truck was too far behind and he wasn't going to get there.
So we had a blow up at the hydrant, folks.
And now he's low, and now he hits it.
Overtime for the Rebels, overtime.
You know, Paul, you say, were they going to touch the 695 of CI? I mean, 695 at every other drill is nothing in motor pump. And right now it's holding first place here, folks. We've told you about it. We try and teach you about it. And until you've raced here, you may not know about it. But anything in the 6s is a pretty good shot here in motor pump.
It's a twilight zone for motor pump.
It really is crazy. It's amazing.
Next to the line, number 17, the Termites from New Hyde Park.
But how good every other hose race is here because of the great water pressure. And motor pump's like the total opposite. Paul's touched on it. We've spoken about it. But it's like a total opposite from BNC hose and efficiency.
New Hyde Park's coming to the line. They're looking at a 695, and then there's a 718, 724, 729, and a 731. All of which can be topped by the New Hyde Park Termites. And if they're going to do it, they need to do it now.
You guys both know, though, you can miss the target or you can do a double clutch on the stick. You could do a lot of things wrong and still run a 7 in motor pump, and it would score today.
There's, you know what, I say this in I would say every single contest. When you go slow, there is more opportunity for things not to go right. If you run B-ladder, it's a hot drop, and you stick it off, things go good. If you run buckets, it's easier to pass buckets faster than it is to pass them slower. When you run motor pump and you have a little bit of extra time, it's just time for guys to get crooked or not put the nozzle in the right spot. When you don't have time, it usually works out great because it's muscle memory.
I was just going to say, is it more natural or muscle memory? Excellent terminology there. You're not thinking about it. You're just doing what you do in practice every day of every week or 2 days a week of every week, and you just run your run.
It's interesting you say that, too. Another comparison, I was thinking about it with motorized hydrant versus efficiency. You're just getting off and reacting when you're getting off the truck. No thinking involved. seems like it takes you 20 minutes to run from the line to the hydrant in efficiency.
I mean, I've run some good efficiency shots as the hydrant man, but I hated every one of them. I love just jumping off and having to be there and just letting my body take over.
So you're not good when you think? Is that what you're saying?
Got that right.
Just point me in the right direction.
I admit it. If I had to, you know how much goes through your mind when you have the 20 minutes running to the hydrant? Yeah. She's hot.
That being said, here come the termites, guys. Motor pump. They got a chance to climb back in.
Water in the hose. Woo! Slide going on. And he's on the target.
We had the stick. We had the slide. We had the hit. Guys, this is in the mid-sixes. I got 63.
Time for the termites, 6.49.
Woo!
6.49.
That's a heavy number here at Hempstead.
Some happy termites on the track right
now.
now.
Normally, you would not see a group of guys that have the knowledge that the termites do of racing turning around and high-fiving each other like crazy based on a 6:49.
The knowledge. How many fives have they run?
Exactly. But that sums up.
Number 18, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
166 handled down, but the whole run was clean, guys.
Smooth. Yep, you're right. So that's going to put a
get
little.
The last call for the 50-50. Last call for 50-50.
That's going to put a little pressure on both the CI Hobos and the West Hempstead Westerners. Now, West Hempstead, up by 6, could really solidify their top spot with a good run right here.
Up by 6 on those termites, Paul.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
The termites just said, go ahead. You want it?
Yep.
Go get it. So Jackie's team, the Westerners here, Jack, a little bit of pressure. I said it a race ago. Where does the pressure fall? And guess what? Right now, it's on the West Hempstead Westerners.
You're right. No one's going to give it to you, though. You got to go take it. That's the bottom line.
And they can run some pump as well. They can definitely run a run that can score. They don't need 5 here, folks. They don't have to run a super low 6. Right now, 5th place, Paul, is what?
It's a
is
7.
It still a 7 with Port? 29?
Yeah, I believe it is 29.
So Port Washington. So, again, West Hempstead needing to just grab a few points here, hang on to their lead going into the bucket competition. So here's our hero, Fred Benzavenga, coming on
Great job.
back.
That was all you.
I never seen a guy put it in pump like that in my life.
You put that in pump one split second later, boy.
Handled down was awesome.
West Hempstead, water in the hose.
Now they get a nice hookup.
Target hit. He is high and left.
Up, gentlemen, you have overtime. Overtime for the Westerners.
All right, Jack, what'd you see?
I think he was just high. I think he was just high with the target.
Does he always go down like that with the nozzle?
He does.
I didn't like that. It looks.
It looked like he went for a spot, Paul. Like
I know,
as
not
opposed to
just,
getting it out.
It's the way he just put it down. It just looked like
he doesn't.
Next
he doesn't.
to line number 19, the Woodlanders from Rockville Center.
Most pump nozzle men, I think, go down on one knee over the hose. You know, just put it down and
wait
get
for
down.
the tug. It looked like he just placed it. It was kind of weird.
Placed it and hops over almost and gets both knees.
Right.
It is.
Which I don't mind that. It's just the way he placed it because usually for us, if you didn't get that tug's what straightens out that hose to the target. Right. You know what I'm saying? If everybody's running that line. It just looks like he placed it and there was wiggle room for him when
I agree,
that water
Paul.
comes out.
I think he could have made it a little bit further. And again, every team runs it a little different. So I'm not saying what's right and wrong. I mean, West Hempstead has a state championship. I sure don't. I know you have one, but I don't. But a motor pump, yeah, we used to go and you wanted to be prepared for the stop and maybe be in a little crouch, or we called it a duck walk, have the hose out in front of. So if you felt the tug, you were able to still adjust your body and pounce on it and still be in position to hit the target. But yeah, it looked like he went to a spot, put it down. 157 on the stick. So, I mean, a nice stick, but they just couldn't get it done. So that's really going to tighten things up here, guys.
Say this just got real tight.
I mean, Jack, I know it's your ex-team here and stuff, and I like a good competition. No disrespect to you, to Westerners or CI or anybody, and again, we've been critiquing whoever we need to critique, but it's going to be tight going into buckets. Just what we want. Well, some of us. Well, it depends on what town you're from.
I guess.
As the Woodlanders.
I wouldn't have minded cruising into
Exactly. Exactly. Hey, don't threaten me with a 10-point lead, one race to go. Rockville Center, he's putting it on, turning it on himself. Does a decent job. He's not lined up on the pavement box. He's shooting left. Now he brings it back and he hits it.
So Woodlanders Hydroman turning it on himself, only 274, but here at Hempstead, sometimes you can get away with that.
Time for the Woodlanders, 8.62, 8:62.
All right, so three
Next to the
teams
line,
left in
number
the
20,
contest.
The Hicks from Hicksville.
I might have told this story, and Paul stopped me if I did, but there was a
Stop.
year.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to say
Oh,
nothing.
the fans.
The audience is dying.
They're
So,
dying
Jack,
now.
back in the day, Paul don't have to listen. Turn his mic off. Where's his switch? Turn him
That'll
off,
make
Jackie.
me stop hearing. Go ahead.
No, we ran some motor pump here one year with, I'm talking early 90s maybe. We only had 6 guys that could make the drill. We ran motor pump with 6 guys. We ran a 638 here, I think I was. So we knew we had one shot. It was me, one guy behind me, and you're going to blast one shot at the target, and you're going to shut it down. And we got lucky and found the target. I think we were 3rd or 4th, even with the 6.3. But it was exciting. It was exciting.
6-man motor pump, huh?
Yeah.
I
6
don't know,
man.
I think the only
Not the safest way to
I think
go.
the
I
only
don't-
spot I wouldn't have run is nozzle in that event.
But we said one burst. That's it. That's all you get. You knew you were going to start moving. So it was interesting.
9. But
Big ups to guys like Mike Etzel, Phil Cower, Gene Shearing. I could do the
Whatever.
shout-outs all day. I'm sure you could too.
scoreboard's wrong.
I'm sure I'm leaving people out, and I apologize. But
The Hicksville Hicks have a good pump run under their belt this year, right? Don't they run a 6-1, 6-0?
Yeah, I think they have 6-0. I think they ran.
Man, they could use
possibly
that.
Rockville Center.
You might be right, at the county. They could use that, you're right, at this shot right now. 7.5 points finds them just outside of the top 5 times in this race. That 49 by the Termites, then you go to the 95 by the Hobos. 718, East Farm holding in 3rd with that 718. 724 Rinky Dinks, and 1.729 Port Washington.
Yeah, 50-50 tickets bet was a lock, Paul.
Yeah, I know. Want bet line?
bet on who?
50-50 tickets that East Farmdale stays?
You wimped out before.
Here comes Hicksville. At the hydrant. Oh, he sticks it real nice. See, he gets caught. He's shooting right, but he sits on it. Just can't recover.
I'm going to disagree, Paul. He didn't sit on it. He laid on it sideways. And if you don't have your whole body on it, you're in trouble.
I give a lot of credit to that whole pump system in there
Time for
because
the Hicks,
how many people get caught?
7.76, 7.76.
How many people in Hempstead get caught behind the line? He got caught.
Came up short. That tells me some of the guys behind him, maybe somebody stumbled.
Line
or-
number
That's
21,
what I'm
the
wondering. I
Yellow
didn't
Hornets
see
from
it.
Hempstead.
I didn't see if someone stumbled or held up the hose for some reason, but
Yeah, you got every opportunity here in Hempstead to get the hose out. The Hicks couldn't quite do it there. Nowsman caught a little bit short. And as you said, he sat on it. He really didn't sit on a pole. He was sideways. And I like to see a Nowsman either sitting up straight on one knee, as you used to do and I used to do. And Jack, you know how it is. But laying on it sideways when only your chest is on it and your legs are going, what's the right word? It's not perpendicular. It's
perpendicular.
It's perpendicular. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, teacher. You want all your body weight on it. You
I
want
don't
to be
think
able
that
to
was
hold
his
it down.
plan, though, Lenny. I think he
No,
was
what definitely
trying to
wasn't
save
his
his
plan.
life.
Yeah. No, you're right. It
that
definitely
was their
wasn't his plan.
I think they better go back to the drawing
No,
board in that event.
it wasn't his plan.
He actually did a hell of a job to try to get it so he could finish it.
And he hung on and he found the target. So
All right, next up is the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. 8 points, find themselves in 5th place currently. Just got more difficult for the Hicks with that 776 and no points after this contest. Now, not picking on the Hornets, but this is a guy putting on his own adapter, and then he's got to go back to the truck. So let's just, the difference is astronomical as opposed to having an adapter man. Now they still have to wait to sweep.
So the Hornets, as we've said, have come on strong as of late. They are not looking at themselves as a team that hasn't run much this year. They're saying, we want to be on the track at the end of this, and we're going for it. And this Spats crew,
So
I
now
don't care
he
which
stands
one
there,
of them.
stands there and watches them sweep, right? Not going back to the truck yet. And it's not, they do, plenty of teams are doing this.
Yeah, I was going to say it times out by 30.
Oh,
and,
it's a long time.
With this Spats family in general, with South Hempstead and of course teamed up with Hempstead, they take it serious. They're not out here to have a barbecue today, folks. They want to be on the track at the end.
8 points is no barbecue. Here come the Yellow Hornets. Good speed coming in, off at the hydrant. Plants it, water in the hose. Up at the top. Just over the top, man. Looked like he was on it, but over the top.
Just blew off the hydrant, Paul, right at the end.
Time for the Yellow Hornets, 7.85. 7.85.
I think everybody's okay, but he was holding that on with everything he had, and I saw the spray come up initially, and I didn't think it was
Next
an
to
issue.
the line, number 22, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
But once they hit the target, it blew off the
Back
hydrant,
pressure.
so maybe it was crossed. I don't know.
Back pressure, if you don't have it fully on, that'll
That's
wreak havoc back there.
You holding on to motor pump, you're quite the man.
Out of all the positions I ever ran, that one could have been the worst.
What, pump hydrant?
Yeah.
You didn't like that?
Didn't like it.
I like them.
For what reason?
It's a pain in the ass. I mean, we used to run with the heavier suction when I was running it a while ago, and just the fact slamming it on in your hands, I didn't like it.
I don't know. We had a guy, you might know him, Paul, Mike Etzel.
Yeah, well.
Wasn't the tallest man in the world, but boy, was he strong. Wasn't quite as tall as maybe you and I, but had the leg muscles and everything else. And when that guy jammed it on, it was staying on.
He was good at it.
He stayed at it. And I think does it work to your advantage? And you guys talk about it. He wasn't the tallest guy. Like I said, he was maybe 5'9".
Yeah.
Does that help you if you're a little bit shorter? You can get lower.
He just I mean, I probably can't hurt.
I imagine it wouldn't hurt, but he was very good. I mean, again, very few pump hydrant men that you actually notice that are, more you're looking for water in the hose, but that was a guy that was a standout actually.
He could
Just
take the
stand out in
speed.
a lot of things.
He could take the speed, and I mean, he was a bit of a climber as well. He was a dumper and buckets and all that, but pump hydrant might be the place he excelled the most. And
he was an
I think a little bit better build because he was a little bit
climber.
shorter and stockier. He could put it on and keep it on, and
Could have raced, man.
it was a lot of fun.
That
man.
guy was a racing guy right there.
A lot of fun. So shout out to Michael Etzel Sr.
Then you got Billy.
Billy's interesting as well. Billy brings a lot to the sport. He wears a white shirt these days, and will give you his opinion. I can't get him on the radio, though, Paul. He's got, you can't shut him up normally, right?
One of my
You'd think he'd
favorites.
be a natural on the radio, and I can't get one question in.
One of my favorites right there. His wife going straight to heaven on the express train.
He's not shy normally. Come Manhasset Lakeville.
At the hydrant. See, I didn't like how he held that suction coming in,
Scooped.
right?
He scooped.
Quietly, they make their way. Not hitting that target. He's heading towards them. Probably meets an overtime, but
Folks, I don't see Fred get out of his seat very often, but these last couple of
Time
teams.
for the Minutemen, 9.03. 9.03.
so East Farmingdale
Last call for 50-50. Last call, 50-50.
is going, and we have some finish, by the way, coming in here. East Farmingdale is going to get 3 out of that. The Hares make their way to the board. 2 points for North Belmore. They're going to move into 8. 1 point for Port Washington. They are going to go to 10.
New Hyde Park. Termites taking 5 there.
There's
Fred flexed his muscles up here.
Became
for
a
us.
ball.
Look
this
at that.
is
He's
a
got it going
barn
on.
burner. We're going to have going into the last contest 21 West Hempstead, 20 New Hyde Park, 19 Central Islip.
Oh, them?
Lurking.
Those guys?
Lurking. 10 fourth place for Port Washington, and then you got a battle. 5th place, 8 Hornets, 8 Rinky Dink, 7.5 Hicks. What's the top 5 going to look like? What's the top 1 going to look like? 3 races ago, we said it wasn't going to look like Central Islip blue and gold. But wait a second.
Look at those
they had
hobo
a little something to say
jerseys,
about that.
guys, walking down the track. Let's face it, they broke the record last week in buckets. Unfortunately, their equipment didn't check out, but you don't think they're confident right now?
Results for Motor Pump. First place, 5 points, New Hyde Park. Second place, 4 points, Central Islip. Third place, 3 points, East Farmingdale. Fourth place, 2 points, North Belmore. And fifth place, 1 point, Port Washington.
Just quick, before we go to
Local committee, set up for buckets.
before we go to commercials right now, guys. So CI's back in the hunt. And we got an excellent finish coming on here.
50-50's on last call with $400 to the winner.
I'll take that.
So we're going to have an awesome finish right here. What does it say, A, if CI can come through and win it, what does it do for their confidence? And B, if they can't and the Westerners or somebody else can shut them down, what does it mean for those teams? It's fun.
At this point for CI, they have forgot about how far they were down. Now they're going to go into this week, the state tournament, like nothing happened. Even if they don't win this drill, they're fine. They're fine. If they would have collapsed the rest of the day, different story.
All right, so they got their confidence
back.
back.
I was gonna.
If West Hempstead doesn't do well, then they have the things thinking in their head, and the team that's going to come out of here, no matter what happens for the rest of the day,
and HP,
New Hyde Park, they're going to go real confident, especially coming off a top 5 last year.
So again, what we just spoke about, and Jackie, give me your opinion. Like right now, it's in CI's lap. I mean, we all know they had a shot at the record last week.
They responded enough right now to make me not even concerned about next week. They'll be fine.
They got their mojo back.
Yeah. And if they come back and actually win this tournament, I got to tell you.
Check, please.
I feel.
I use that line a lot.
I mean, in all honesty, West Hempstead is the second best bucket team here.
Right.
And what they have to do is just put up their shot, and they're going to win the tournament. It's going to be closer than they hoped 4 races ago, but they're going to win the drill. And you know what? You got to be real happy about that. You beat the champs. Nobody else has done that in a long time. But it's all going to play out.
They still got to do it.
It's all going to play out.
All right, Fred, you want to bring us to some commercials? And, folks, we will bring you back for the finale, the final contest, the Bucket Brigade in Hempstead, in about 2 minutes.
The Titan Group is back supporting Drill Team Racing and taking their game to the next level. With 20 years experience in the apparel industry and the addition of an in-house design team, we will find exactly what you're looking for. This year, join Team Titan and let us handle all your apparel and equipment needs and be part of all of Team Titan's promotions. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. Owned and operated by members of the Drill Team community, we know what it takes to run your team. Let us handle everything from jerseys to helmets and tape to trophies. We are a one-stop shop for all your drill team needs. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on. The Titan Group. Have you been looking for the perfect technology solution for your apparatus? Streetwise turns tablet computers into powerful, full-featured MDCs. And unlike smartphone apps, Streetwise is a live, fully networked, enterprise-grade software package that functions just like the more expensive laptop MDC, but is CAD independent and at a fraction of the cost. Don't settle for less than the best. Check out the online video demonstration today at www.streetwisecadlink.com. Streetwise CADlink, the mobile response software that just works. How old is your fire department thermal imager? Thermal imaging technology is changing as quickly as your smartphone, and the time has come to upgrade your TIC. Coastal Fire System is the exclusive thermal imaging distributor of New York State drill teams and offers the full line of Scott, ISG, and FLIR cameras. Coastal is a one-stop shop for the best brand, so start the upgrade process with the longest-running sponsor of New York State drill teams. Camera servicing also available. Check out Coastal Fire System on Facebook or give them a call at 631-661-7515. Integrated Wireless Technologies is proud to be part of the 2015 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom radio solutions, licensing assistance, and top-notch service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. With over 60 years of experience in the fire and rescue business, Nassau Fire Apparatus is known to be the leader in the industry. They are vehicle and equipment distributors who provide products, parts, maintenance, repairs from coast to coast. People working at Nassau Fire not only sell the products and services, but also work in the industry in EMS and as firefighter volunteers. You won't find a more dedicated and experienced team to align with than Nassau Fire Apparatus. Visit them online at www.nassauFire.com for more information. 2016 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 20th and 21st at the new location, the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. It's bigger and better, with many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product lines and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Jolly Tinker Hose Company is the new source for the best racing hose available. Each length is designed to withstand the demands of FD racing. Colored hose and double jackets now available. For more information, call 516 322-6366. Jolly Tinker Hose Company. We have tight hose. If you experience any damage due to fire, flooding, wind, or mold and need help, contact SOS Emergency Services. SOS is the exclusive emergency mitigation company for New York State drill teams and is family-owned and firefighter operated. SOS has a friendly working arrangement with all insurance companies, so call 631-486-7979. SOS Emergency Services for the right help in your time of need. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 42nd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The Inn at New Hyde Park, Long Island's premier catering facility, is the first choice for weddings, parties, and corporate events. Owned and operated by local families and firefighters, it sets the standard for supreme service, gourmet cuisine, and style. The Inn's restaurant, Brasserie 214, takes you on a culinary road trip through Europe with our world-renowned chef and an unmatched international beer menu. To book your next event or to celebrate after a tournament, go to www.innatnewhydepark.com or brasserie214.com. Open table or Facebook or call 516-354-7797. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com.
Paul, I think we're back.
Okay, total points, one contest to go. Westbury, 3 1/2. Central Islip, 19. Merrick, 1. East Farmingdale, 3. North Belmore, 8. Islip, 2. Port Washington, 10. New Hyde Park, 20. West Hempstead, 21. Hicksville, 7 1/2. Hempstead, 8. Manhasset Lakeville, 2.
All right, guys, we got ourselves a barn burner here. Jackie, we're coming down to buckets.
No, that's. I think that I didn't check it as he was doing it, but what do you have? Something different?
All right, sounds like Paul's double-checking the points in our own Fred Bensafanga. And the officials
Okay,
are
final
double-checking
contest to
that.
be run will be the buckets contest. State record is 1968, held by Central Islip. First team on the line will be number 1, the Highlanders from Roslyn.
1968, the state record. We all know CI Hobos challenged that last week. Had a little equipment problem, but I'm sure they'll be looking to put that shot up again today and try and grab this tournament right at the end, fellas.
Here comes Roslyn. They've been given the track. Now we have a 7-team battle, it looks like, for the top 5 overall. A good 3-team battle for that first spot, 21-20-19. We'll fill you in as it goes. Roslyn Highlanders. Tough day for the Highlanders. Guys are working hard. See if it comes to fruition here in buckets. Up on the ladder. First man, second man, third man. Picker. Bucket pick making its way.
That's a nice set, guys.
Dumped a little water out on that first bucket.
Dump, I lost the first one.
Taking their time passing them up.
First
we
one
said
didn't,
this.
Didn't go into 11:47, Paul.
We said, Jack, the slower you go passing these buckets, boy, the harder it is.
Hold it up. Time for the Highlanders, 27.84, 27.84.
Impossible to see the light for us, guys, so I can give you the first dump, but that's about it.
Next to the line, be number 5, the Turtles from Westbury.
All right, Westbury coming up. Westbury has 3.5 points on that good C-hose shot today.
It's a little surprising, guys, right? I thought the Turtles would have had a little better showing today.
It's been an up and down year for the Turtles.
Gassie's dumping. So
That's
sure that's not
the
the
guy
ideal
you usually
situation.
see. Right.
Although he's doing a good job, but
You see them facing you. He's not the guy usually you see when they're going to put up their shot.
Who's more surprised, us or him?
You got that right.
probably him.
Typical racing guy, though. Whatever
He's a
you
hell
need.
of an athlete, exactly. He'll
Whatever
do what you need.
And he'll smile and talk about it after and have a couple sodas. Comes the Turtles. Busting it to the ladder. He's
Yeah.
up. He's on.
He's determined.
Yeah, not a bad set. Matt Rodden bricks that first pail. Here it comes. First one going up, and it's down. Number, Lenny?
1082 as Kenny praises the Lord when he got here.
This pass, they're really struggling to connect with each other on the ladder. They're just not in sync, and a lot of the buckets are free flying from one guy's hand to the next, and that can work if you're doing the same spot every time, but this is just off enough where now they're dropping them.
Time for the Turtles, 3-0.50, 30-50.
Kenny's a spent unit after that 30-second run. And he was very deliberate on each bucket, watching every bucket go in the barrel.
Next to the line, your number 6, the Hobos from Central Islip.
Paul and Jack, as you guys know, usually you don't watch where your hands are going once you grab the bucket. Like, in other words, you're looking for the next handle. You're not usually watching what you're doing with the bucket after that. And Kenny, showing he doesn't run up here a lot, was watching every bucket go in the barrel.
Now, last week, the Hobos...
Okay, the 50-50 raffle, the winning number. It's $4.25 to the winner.
Take it.
Red ticket.
Oh, I win.
7, 2, 9, 4, 4, 5,
Think
7,
again.
2, 9, 4, 4, 5, $4.25 to the winner. Side of the arch at the bottom here.
All right, so I was just saying about the CI Hobos. Last week, they basically told us, yeah, we're going for the record. And, man, did they put up a hell of a shot. Today, on an arch that would be conducive to a record, it's, I don't think they want to win this drill right now. That is above all everything else. They had the drill in hand last week before they went for it. Now, if they happen to set it, I'm not going to turn it
So
down.
what are you saying? Less pressure last week going for the record because they had the drill won.
Absolutely.
Right now, they
Absolutely.
need the 5.
But I don't think they have any pressure. They've already come back from their worst, the darkest part of their
They
day.
need the 5. They want the win. Here they
Here
come.
they come. Big strides,
Jay Newhoff,
Step
tape
up
all
that
over his
ladder.
shoes, trying
Here
to
they
get up
come.
there.
First
with
pail
getting
making
good
its
grip.
way. Not the fullest, but it's up and down. And the pace is phenomenal.
8:48.
Little spillage right here. That was the pace that was what they had last week. These buckets look a little empty, don't they, Jack?
They do.
Wow.
Did you hear Jay coaching his team there, guys? Slow it down.
He didn't say hold it up.
For the
He didn't say
Hobos.
hold it up and threw him off.
1:09.73, 1973.
Man, I mean, that is 500s to the record right there. Let me just say you got to be a little bit more excited when you're going to announce a 1973 in buckets. That is one of the greatest runs ever in the history of racing.
And the dumper says, slow it down.
That's backing
The
up.
whole thing, and he didn't say hold it up, so it was all thrown off. Jay's looking for another bucket. Meanwhile, the light's out. He doesn't know what's going on. 1973 right there.
So backing up a 1949 with a 1973.
Well, good news for the Hobos. They're not checking the volume of the buckets right now, so they're going to accept
7,
that
the
time and look
Buckeyes
real
from
good.
Merrick.
So basically, all the stats we gave you last week, they pertain to today.
Twan's up here with us, folks, and Twan, the master of the statistics. He
You better
fed
start.
us more
You better
information.
start remembering. I don't have them written down this week.
Right, Paul? He gave us more information last week. 14th, 19, 37 hike.
19s ever. So, Star.
What's the most in one season, Twain?
I'm guessing Hornets, but who knows?
Star, Twan, and Jay Newhoff. 3 dumpers with 2 19s. Here comes Merrick. We'll get back to more of that in a second. 1973 is unbelievable, and it wasn't too exciting. They should have been going
They didn't even
bananas.
seem that excited.
Here goes Merrick.
First bucket in, 10:25.
Nice
Nice
little
set.
run going on right here. They can keep this pass going. Keep it
Stumper
steady.
is deliberate, right, Jack? He's putting it in.
Keep it steady. Keep the pass steady. Control the spillage as it's coming up the ladder. They're spilling a little bit. Don't drop one at this point.
Stumper is draining every bucket.
There it
John.
goes.
That was a little sloppy, but hell of a job.
Where is it? Here.
Time for the Buckeyes. 28.36, 28-36.
So 28-36 for Merrick, but let's just get back to CI's run. 1973, probably a top 5 run, I believe, in the history of the bucket contest.
All time, you're right.
But
Next
then
on the
let's
line,
just
number
narrow
10,
it down to this drill.
North Belmore Rinky-Dinks.
If they can come out of this drill with a victory on the back of a 1973, their confidence is now maybe skyrocketed higher than it normally would be.
All right, what's West Hempstead doing? I see a couple of them sitting on the guardrail. Are they a little nervous?
You ever see when people text each other and they put in the WTF? A lot of that going on. A lot of that going on.
I said it before. You guys didn't maybe take me serious. The pressure switches at some point.
North Belmore Rinky-Dinks, they have a shot at top 5 right here. They are currently tied for 5th, so see if they can solidify that in attacking the ladder. Good climb right here. Decent set. First bucket making its way.
984.
Team color buckets. I like it. Decent pass right here. Not spilling that mullet. Right there was some.
Their bucket line's a little behind right there.
Dumper is clean, though.
Oh, an 11 in 11, so that's going to help them. Slow down second half, right, Len?
Yeah, their bucket line was a little behind.
Time for the Rinky-Dinks, 23.31.
That's all right. 23-31 could get them down the track.
I'm trying to get it.
Believe it or not, that does
Line
not.
number 14, the Roadrunners from Port Washington.
That does not set the track record of 1956, previously set by the CI
Yeah, the
Hobos
last ball in the 50,
in 1993.
729-445.
Can I get in over here,
20,
gentlemen?
got 30 seconds.
How am I doing?
Give us
I'm
everything
on
you
local
got.
committee. All right,
One's
listen.
in the house.
So the Central Islip Hobos have just become the team in racing history with the most 19s. That's their 5th in team history. So they passed the Yellow Hornets, who had 4.
You're not counting last week, though.
No, not counting
okay.
last week.
Just
That was
checking.
not an official time. Jay Newhoff, Starr, and I have dumped 3. So that's the most there. The 1973 is tied for 8th as the fastest time in the history of the sport. It's the 14th 19 in the history of the sport. How'd I do? 30 seconds?
That
Time
was
up?
good.
Okay.
Time up. Port Washington's about to go.
Going to go back to local committee.
Port Washington currently in 4th place with 10 points. North Belmore just ran a 23-31. Port would like to beat that to stay in front of them overall for the day.
Okay, bye.
Twan, we always appreciate your stats and your information. You're always right on.
Smooth run Port Washington needs right here. Okay, nice climb. First pail. No spillage. I like that. They can
991 for the Roadrunners.
keep this steady pace. They're going to be happy about it. Nice and smooth. Nice and smooth. Nice job not spilling any water, eh, Jack?
Not spilling water. The buckets are full. They can
Losing
fill in
a little
11.
bit
They
out of
can
the
have
back
a
of the
decent
barrel,
shot.
Oh, they're going to be happy with
Yeah.
that run, sure.
Losing a little bit out of the back
Time
of the
for the
barrel.
Roadrunners,
Could have been a little cleaner.
22.10.
They look pretty
22-10
happy.
is
They
a
look
really
happy.
good number. 22-10 is going to help out the Port Washington Roadrunners a ton. What that doesn't do is help West Hempstead. It gives them less room for margin of error here. So all they need is a third to at least tie. They were 2 points up on the Hobo. So Port Washington 22-10. They're in the mix with some points at the state drill. I mean, that's a half-filled bucket that I might have seen at the end from a 21.
15, the Rebels.
It's like Salerno's going for
Levittown.
oxygen right there.
No doubt about that. You know, you could see it as he gets up to the ladder. He's not the springest chicken in the group, but when he gets there, he passes a superb bucket, doesn't spill anything, and he gives them to Kyle in a position where Kyle easily can turn him over into the barrel.
Like you said, 22, low 22, 21 is going to score. This event hasn't been that strong, with the exception of Central Islip and maybe West Hempstead turning some big numbers. If you're in that 21 range, you definitely got a good shot.
Yep.
All right, Levittown on the line. They look limited in manpower, guys. And girl power.
I think they're down two bucketmen.
23-31 is currently your third place. Now they set themselves in a ladder, and this first bucket's going to make its way up.
Not sure they're all on the right steps
Missed
either.
the first dump.
Dumper's not really putting the buckets in the barrel.
I think he's rushing it a little bit, Jack. He's got to let that bucket drain a little bit more before he tosses it. And he's tossing every bucket.
The fact that they can keep this pace going with one man short on the bucket line is impressive in itself.
It is. It's been steady, Paul. You're right. Oh, there's our first little gap.
Hold it up.
A for effort for the Levittown Rebels. A couple of people short. If you're one short in buckets, right, Jack, it's tough, but they were,
Time for the
two
Rebels.
short. So.
41.42. 41-42.
All right. New Hyde Park Termites. Now, let's just give you what they need here. If they can beat the 22-10, they would put themselves in a tie with CI currently. So they're one up on the Hobos. If they run under a 22-10, it puts them into a tie without West Hempstead, who's next on the line, going yet.
All right, based on that, let's ask Fred. Fred, give us a thumbs up or not. Can they run a 22-10 in buckets? Have they done it in practice? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Have they done it? Fred says yes.
I'm just going on what I saw last week when they actually got 2 shots at it. I think the first bucket's decent. I think they had a lot of spillage. And I think they were filling in 12 last week. If they can fill in 11, then they'll be in the mix.
So the Termites looking for a clean run here for a shot at the win. This is exciting.
Mike Sonnenberg attacking the ladder. The guys are on. Bottom man. First bucket's picked, and it's on its way.
I think one of the first or second bucketmen stumbled getting to the ladder.
It's not hurting them right now, though, Len.
98.
That bucket line.
It's
little
the
behind.
same pace as Port Washington. I don't know if the pass is the same or if the spillage.
Hold up.
Ooh.
They had a little break in a bucket line at one point there.
First or second man took a tumble or stumble.
23.10. 23.
So a second off where they need to be.
23-10 is going to put them in third. Therefore,
Number 18, the Westerners from West Hempstead.
they cannot beat the CI Hobos. So New Hyde Park will not win the drill, but it is still up in the air whether they come in second or they come in third. Now, West Hempstead's going to take their spot. This is basically the drill for the top spot. Then behind them, we're going to have teams run for top 5, so don't go away. West Hempstead needs to beat a 22-10 to be the sole winner.
And they can.
And they need to beat a 23-10 to have a tie so far. So those are the numbers. They beat a 22-10, they win the drill. They beat a 23-10. We're going to still wait and see these other teams come up and run. I don't know if those teams back there can beat a 22-10.
Good drama right now, leading up to the West Hempstead Westerners bucket shot. Jack, you look nervous, brother.
I'm a little bit nervous.
I think everybody in Westernville is nervous. And the Hobos are just standing on the side so you can't miss them, by the way. Westerners approach. On. First bucket's picked. They now just got to run your run. Now you got to run your run. Tough part's out of the way.
9-2-2.
Nice little spillage right here at the bottom. This
Great
is going to give him a lot of confidence. He's really pulling them nice out of the hands of Doherty. Man, they're loving it. It's good enough. That's a great shot. And look, I just want look at the relief on the faces right now before the time's even given. 20. It's a 2-0.
Time for the Westerners. 2-0. 0.91.
2091 is going to win them the drill, and what a drill it turned out to be. The relief.
19.
A couple of teams to go. I happen to agree with you, Paul, but
the relief.
Oh, they didn't take the easy road.
No, they didn't.
we didn't give it away.
They didn't back in either.
But the statement that makes for not just the Westerners, who may be considered the second best team in the state right now, to the other teams out there, as we said earlier in the day, we got a chance.
2091 is...
Look over the backside of the arch, guys. The first team there congratulating them, the CI Hobos.
2091, when you're in a position of that kind of stress, is a hell of a shot to win the drill at any time. So, congrats to them.
Hobos giving them a lot of respect in the back end here, and They knew they were pushed all day. The Hobos gave them a fight to the end, but the Westerners, it looks like they're going to hang on.
All right, here come the Hicks. Oh, is this Rockville Center?
Rockville Center Woodlanders.
See if they have some say in who's going to come in the top 5. On the ladder and gone. Second, third, bucket's about picked. There it is. Lenny will get you a number. Maybe.
10:50.
All right, let's get a pace going. That first guy's got to get that bucket moving quicker. The bottom man, he sets the pace, and his pace he's setting right now is slow.
And I think his lift is way too far under the ladder right there. Paul,
Yeah, he's coming
can't
back.
get
I
any
see.
strength
Hold it
with
up.
his legs to pump those buckets.
But the dumper did a hell of a job. He was deliberate. He hung in there.
27.42. 27.40.
Couple of buckets and eyelash deep, but all in all, good job by a very young dumper. Twan giving him some pointers right here, but
Hicksville comes to the line, half point out of the top 5.
The Hicks from Hicks.
They currently have to beat North Belmore's 23-31, which is 4th place. If Hicksville can beat a 23-31, that's going to put them down the track above North Belmore, depending on the Hornets who are going to follow them. So top 5 isn't over yet.
I think Hicksville's been running some decent buckets the last couple weeks.
It would make it interesting if they are.
So, guys, what was starting to look like a runaway earlier in the day turned into a really tight drill.
Tell you, it's 2 weeks in a row. Early on, it looked like it was going to be a runaway. Ended up tightening it up and making for a good day of buckets.
Yeah, and this drill's going to end at 5 o'clock. That's a 5-hour drill. Can't beat that. Hicksville making their way on. Bottom man's on. Picks on its way.
I missed the numbers on the first dump, but it was pretty good.
Nice pace going on right here.
Real nice pace. Full buckets.
Putting them in.
Oh, slipped on.
It's going to hurt them a little bit. 23-31's the number for them right now.
Hold it up.
It's looking so good early on.
Time for the Hicks. 22.46.
That's 22.46 is good enough right now. We'll see what the Hornets do to put them down the track. Now the Hornets.
Next to the line, number 21, the Yellow Hornets from Hempstead.
If the Hornets don't beat a 22.46, that is going to put Hicksville in 5th place for the drill, knocking out North Belmore, who they just knocked out, and the Hempstead Yellow Hornets. So there's only one number to look at right now, 22.46, to get your truck down on that track. It's great when all the positions basically in the line are up for grabs in the last contest.
So the Yellow Hornets take the line, as we've said, on their home track. Come on in this drill a little bit late, but they've come on strong.
All right, making the way, tacking the ladder. 1, 2, 3. Bucket picked on its way to the top. First one is down. Little spillage in the middle right here. A little sloppy. They got to really straighten it out and get it up there in 11. I don't know if it's going to happen right now. Pass is a little sloppy. That comes up. I don't know if that's a 22.46.
Going to be in the vicinity.
Time for the Yellow Hornets.
It's a 23.
24.78. 24.78.
All right.
Next to the line, number 22, the Minutemen from Manhasset, Lakeville.
I thought that looked a little better than that, but
Me too.
Better than a 24.
I think what they had to fill it at the end of 13. They did a lot of spilling on the ladder right there. One team to go in this drill, the Manhasset Lakeville Minutemen. They have 2 points out of the mix, but maybe can have some say.
You guys know when I spoke to Matt Spinelli earlier, the reason he came back was to help keep that team on the track. So the fact that they're on the track and they're making progress and Yeah, buckets is a tough race to do it in 11 especially, but 12 even is tough. So a little bit sloppy there. They got to get a little more practice, but Hornets looking okay.
23-10, the number from Manhasset to try to top. New Hyde Park currently has that, sitting in 5th place in this contest. Heck of a finish to this drill. Manhasset makes their way. There's Mike Ward. He's going to follow him up. He's going to be the picker
the
right here.
old school lock.
Yep. He's doing it. Not spilling any water. Good passing right there. And they're speeding it up a little bit, and now the water's starting to flow out of the buckets a little bit.
Gumper had 1 or 2 that he really didn't get upside down, but other than that, pretty
Hold
good.
it up.
Don't know if it's going to be the 23-10 for 5th.
Time for the Minutemen. 26.21. 26-21.
They're happy with that. So, man, we had
Heard
some
some
finish.
excitement right there.
We had some finish. And Mount Central Islip, Mount Hobo, looks like it's going to go down in this drill. West Hempstead, after 2 contests not hitting the board, is going to salvage the day with a strong 20-91, 4 points. And they're going to eke out a 1-point victory over the CI Hobos. Who, by the way, ran a 1973 in buckets again, even though there was not much excitement before.
That old thing?
I think as we're talking about the confidence, I think right now both of those teams should be high on confidence going into next week. No reason not to be.
CI needed to come back, and West Hempstead needed the bucket run. Get their focus going in the right direction. We go down to 3rd place overall. It's going to be the New Hyde Park Termites. They're going to end up with 21 points, and boy, they got to have confidence going into next week.
Absolutely.
21 points and some real solid runs today.
You know, guys, it's rare that you can say 3 teams had a good finish, but that's what we had here. You're talking CI was happy to get back in the mix late in the game and put up a 19, which is always a great thing. You know, the Westerners are happy. They pulled out the drill and ran their 20. And New Hyde Park with a real good finish today as well. So you had 3 teams that finished the drill well.
And there's your top 3. And number 4, Port Washington. Port Washington scores 13 points. They scored
Move
7
the
out of 8
equipment.
races for
Results for buckets. First place, 5 points, Central Islip. Second place, 4 points, West Hempstead. Third place, 3 points, Port Washington. Fourth place, 2 points, Hicksville. And fifth place, 1 point, New Hyde Park.
How about the Hicksville Hicks eking out a top 5 here in buckets?
I was going to say, they finished strong too.
9.5 points overall for the day gets them down the track. Talked about at the beginning of the day who was going to join CI and West Hempstead, and it was a CI West Hempstead contest today. Turns out New Hyde Park was right there all day. And then just like we said, Port Washington, Hicksville, Hempstead, actually a little bit of a surprise. Heavy motorized hose runs.
Hempstead
And
can throw
North
some
Belmont.
monkey wrenches in. Those are the teams, next week, those in-betweeners, and, run those shots that throw points one way or the other. It's should make for an interesting day.
Yeah, I think we're going to get total points in a little bit. Paul pretty much gave it to you folks. West Hempstead hanging on here. A victory over the rest of the field. But it wasn't without a fight. There's no doubt about it. They look solid all day. CI put some pressure on at the end. West Hempstead hangs in there and is the victors here at the Hempstead Invite.
Beer.
So we see.
Eddie.
Okay, total results for the day. In fifth place with 9.5 points, the Hicksville Hicks. In fourth place with 13 points, the Port Washington Roadrunners. In third place with 21 points, the New Hyde Park Termites. In second place with 24 points, the Central Islip Hobos. And in first place with 25 points, any winners of the 2015 Hempstead Invitational Drill, the West Hempstead Westerners.
As we said, there was a handful of teams that had a real good finish today, and they're all proud of themselves, I'm sure.
The last time the West Hempstead Westerners won the Hempstead Invitational, 1955.
55.
This is their second victory ever at the Hempstead Invite. Last time they win it, seems like yesterday. 1955.
We're talking Bunny Gombert days.
So congrats.
Well, friends of his were Valentine.
Congrats to the West Hempstead Westerners who pulled it out, and congrats to the CI Hobos and the rest of the top 5. Enjoyable, quick day here at the Weir Street Brian D. Fahey Fire Training Track.
5-hour drill, Paul.
Loving it.
Just in time for happy hour.
You got that right. Good point. All right, everybody. Thanks for joining in. I want to thank Lenny Gombert, Jack Cloudman, Fred Bensavanga, our producer, Dan Laverty, and anybody else who participated today. Thank you all out there for listening. 1 week to go. Don't forget your Wildcat Survivor Racing pools.
Yeah, Paul, if I could just really quick, Wildcat Survivor Racing. Find anybody from the Wildcats or go see the Redskins camp.
Good cause.
This Friday or Saturday, right? We're donating 50% of the proceeds to the winner, 50% to Team 17 Jason. Jason, again, the son of Phil Falco, past chief and CI Hobo member, struggling with cancer right now. So we're trying to help out that family. We're not keeping any of the money, so find anybody from the Wildcats drill team or Redskins drill team, and you can get in that pool. And a lot of guys have a lot of fun with it, and hopefully you support it.
Happy hour on top of the arch. Do we miss anybody? No, I just want to tell everybody, listen, tune in next week. It's going to be State Drill Weekend. The tournament starts at 9. We're going to get on the air a little before, give a little preview maybe. 8:45, 8:40 maybe. So look for us before the drill next week. Don't wait until the last minute if you're not going to be able to attend or if you're in the park.
I think we're going to have a guest from down south, right? Somebody coming up from Florida, maybe put in his 2 cents on a few races?
Absolutely. It'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Hopefully it's a drill like we've had this week. It'll be real competitive. Get everybody excited. I know everybody's looking forward to the parade, but hey, we got a tournament to run first. That's it.
Pat Jaffair is going to join us next week. Looking forward to seeing you, Pat, and looking forward to talking to all of our race fans next week.
And
live from the top of the arch.
And we leave you with the theme of the day from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying I got a chance.
That's what the Westerners are thinking, and many other teams as well. Twan loving it.
All right, everybody. We'll see you next week. Enjoy the rest of your night. Be safe getting home.
Patty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night.
I told Josh, I said, you should have just kept going. Yeah. Right? Yeah. See what they had in the bucket. See what time. You know?